Hello, my tinglings, and happy Mother's Day. I am going to be talking a little bit about my own mother today, but before I get into any of that, I just want to acknowledge and send out love to all those for whom Mother's Day is not an easy time, for those who are without their mothers. I think that is a sad time of life that we'll all get to eventually. So I just want to acknowledge you and let you know that I'm thinking about you. I also want to acknowledge all the mothers-to-be who are having trouble becoming mothers. I know that can be a big source of trial for lots of women. And I just want you to know that I see you and I am sending my love to you today, that you are no less a mother than anybody else. And to anybody else who needs some love today, which I think we can all use some love, but I wanted to specifically mention those two groups because it can be hard on Mother's Day when you don't have a mother or you feel like you are not getting to be a mother. So, if you've been around my channel for a while, last year my mom came to visit me, and she was actually in a couple videos with me, and was super excited. It was actually quite hard to keep them ASMR because I was so excited to have her in my studio. She was right here with me. I do miss my mom. That is something hard about living in Australia, is being away from my lovely mother and a lot of my family. Anyway, that's not what this is about. I thought I might tell you a bit more about my mother. My mom is what I call her, or I do call her Mum. Not really to her face, but when I'm talking about her I do say my mum now as well, since I live in Australia. I said that to my best friend who's American once, and she said, "Jenny, you're still American. She's your mom, not your mom." That's funny. But, sorry, I just saw a bug over in the corner of my room, which I actually need another bug for a collection I'm making for one of my courses. So, anyway, hopefully it's there by the end of this video. I'm not really going to worry about it right now. I'm also not sure it's not just a piece of fluff, so. Anyway, so my mom was born in Idaho in 1958. She's the 5th child in her family. She has 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. The brothers are the oldest, and then it's the 3 girls. So her older brother died, I think, about 8 years ago. Oldest brother, probably the sibling she gets along the best with. Unfortunately, he died about 8 years ago. All of her other siblings are living, and she gets on reasonably well with her sisters. So, but they all still live in Idaho. My mom went to Ricks College, which is in Rexburg. I'm actually of Ricks lineage. Thomas E. Ricks had 5 wives, and I think he was the founder of Rexburg. And I think we're from the 4th wife or something like that. So that's Mormon heritage for you. Lots of polygamous relationships. Anyway, that's what I come from on that side. So she went to Ricks College, did 2 years there, and didn't find a husband. So then she went down to BYU after having her associate's degree, to get a bachelor's degree, which I think she actually got it in, I don't actually remember now, because I thought she was doing computer programming, and then now I think that it was maybe business. I don't know. Anyway, so that's where she met my dad, and they got married, had my sister, and my mom graduated, and I think that's when she graduated, and then my dad went to law school, and they had me, and then we moved to Colorado. And so my mom was a stay-at-home mom until my parents got divorced when I was 5. She did, while she was a stay-at-home mom, used to teach children's sewing lessons out of our basement in Colorado. And yeah. Then we moved out to Maryland, because my dad hated his job in Colorado, and so he got a job with the government, and my mom followed him even though they were split up, so that we could still have a dad in our life, and I am forever grateful for that. It was really good having both of my parents around growing up. Very important to me. My relationship with my dad is very important to me, and was very important to me as a kid. In a lot of ways, I relate a bit more to my dad, and so it was really good to have him around, and obviously just better to have 2 adults that are caring for you than 1. So we moved out to Maryland. Anyway, so that's when my mom became a receptionist at Diversified Lending Services, which was a mortgage company, a little small family business. We used to go in there, and I used to use the copier to make these books called The Day I Caught a Fish. I spelled caught C-O-T because I was quite young. And I made 10 books, I think, or I made at least 6. I said there were going to be 10, and then I think there were like 6. And I would draw them out, and then make all these copies, and then I sent them out to my family members, like my aunts and uncles, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, my mom worked there as a receptionist, and then moved up to be a lender? I don't know. Loan processor, I think is what it was. Because she wasn't an underwriter. I was a loan processor, I think. So she worked there for quite a while. And then she got remarried and we moved to New York, which I lived there for a year. But so my mom for that year was working, I think, as a loan processor there as well. Oh no, did she? Oh, yeah, no, she worked as a loan processor, and then the small family business, they must have hit hard financial times because they had to lay her off. And then she started working for another company, which I don't remember. Anyway. And then, yeah. So she worked for another company, and then she left there, which was in Silver Springs, I think. But anyway. And then she moved to New York. She had a job there as a loan processor probably as well. I don't remember, something in mortgages again. And then after a year or so of that, she quit her job. Don't remember if my stepdad had a job or not by then, because he had been unemployed for a while because he was trying to get this thing. Well, he'd been in this company and they lost their money, so they were trying to rebuild it. So he was spending a lot of time trying to get that to work. And then eventually he ended up getting another job. But she quit her job and she started doing children's sewing lessons again out of her basement, which is what she does now. And she also goes around and does talks at quilting clubs and that sort of thing. For those of you who saw the videos with her, you can see she's an engaging speaker, so she's fun to listen to and knows how to tell a good story. I think she gets that from her father. My grandfather, he could tell a good story. So that's kind of her professional progression, I guess. So, one of the big talks that she does right now is 6 generations of quilters. And she does a little, they call it a trunk show, which is where you take the quilts and take them out of the trunk and then show them, you pass them around at the quilters meeting. And so she has 4 of the, I think she has 4 of the generations represented in quilt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, she must have 5. 4 are full-size quilts, and then 1 is a piece of a quilt. And I don't know, maybe she has 5 quilts. I don't know. Because she has hers. Okay. My niece, that generation, then my generation, then my mom. Her mom, she definitely has. Her grandma, she definitely has. And then she has a piece of a quilt from her great-grandmother, I think. I think that's it, yeah. It's actually funny because the quilt, so the reason we actually all have a piece of that quilt from it would be my great-great-grandmother, because my grandmother had it, and she had it up at the top of a closet, but it was pushed up right next to a light bulb, so it actually got this burn mark in it. So my cousin did a project to cut it into little squares like this and get them framed so that kind of all of the progeny could have a piece of this quilt, because it just wasn't really going to be functional how the quilt was. Anyway, my mom's made a replica of that. And so when she shows this at these trunk shows, she'll pull out her little framed square that she has, and then also the replica that she made. She actually sewed it by hand. It's a double wedding ring quilt. Very, very beautiful. The next time I go and visit her at her house, I will for sure do a video trying to show you off all her beautiful, beautiful quilts. When she turned 50 and a half, she had a quilt show. So because her birthday's in December, she thought, oh, well, in December will be a really kind of late time, like really busy time to do it. So she wanted to do it then 6 months, so 50 and a half. And she did a quilt show showing off different generations of quilts, and it's really cool. One of my favorites that she made is this quilt called The Generations Combine. And so she's got a quilt, which I will try and show you sometime. I'm hoping we'll try to get back over to the States after I graduate in 2019, so maybe around then, but no guarantees right now. Who knows what'll happen. But this Generations Combined quilt is gorgeous. It's a white front quilt, and she had these blocks that my grandmother had embroidered. So that's kind of part of the block, and then they're connected in with these other blocks. So she's got kind of this integration of these blocks with her own design, which is using the double wedding ring quilt type design. And then on the back she has these little handprints and footprints from my two nieces. So basically there's 4 generations that have actually touched this quilt, because my sister and I sewed some things for this quilt as well, and then obviously she made it. But the coolest thing to me about the quilt is when it was actually hanging, you could see in my grandmother's blocks the little footprints and handprints of my nieces shining through from the back of the quilt. And so it was just really representative of that combining of the generations and that legacy, and just seeing kind of her touch on them, even though, you know, they never would remember really meeting her and that sort of thing. So it's a pretty cool quilt. Anyway, so my mom does a lot of quilting. Obviously, you know, she's done triathlons. That was kind of her getting into her 50s. She's gotten a lot more into her fitness, trying to pay a lot of attention to her health and everything like that. So she's done a lot of triathlons up until she got her knee replacement in December. So she's still biking and swimming, but she can't run anymore, so I'm not sure what sort of races she's going to try to do now, but she is an awesome, awesome woman. Obviously, I haven't spoken a lot about it, but she is Mormon, and she's had a variety of church callings and done church service through her life as well. She's currently a Stake Relief Society president, which is, so you have like your local congregation, and then a group of kind of 5 to 10 congregation is called a stake. And so she's in charge of the women's organization for the whole stake. And yeah, she's had various callings throughout her life for that. But what I really wanted to, I guess, finish off this video talking about is just the legacy that she has left for me. It's easy when you're young because everything feels like this is just the way it's supposed to be. When you're raised by people, it doesn't really feel special that you're raised by this person because you don't know anything different. I know different now. And I know that lots of people have not been as lucky as me to have the amazing, amazing mother that I have. She is very caring. She's very kind. She loves her children. She loves me. And that's been a huge part of how she has arranged her life, is to put us first. Not necessarily in over-sacrificing, but in understanding that the role of a mother is very important, in putting aside maybe her hurt feelings with my dad to still make sure that we had him in our life. That was very important to her, and I am so grateful for that, that even though my parents didn't work out, they both worked together very well to try and make sure that my sister and I still had two very solid parents, and we got to see them almost every day. And that only happens with cooperation from both of them. And my mom was very instrumental in that. My mom is one of the things, and it used to really annoy me when I was a little kid, is when I would cry and she would, wrap her arms around me and she would just say, "Let it come, let it come." And it used to annoy me because it felt like an instruction, I guess, but that freedom and space to express myself and my emotions, that safety and that warmth that my mom provided for me has been hugely instrumental in my emotional development. It's part of the reason I can walk around as confident as I am today. Exactly how I am is because of that nurturing love of my mom. I know that she always, always has my back. If I need something, she'll be there for me. And that is an amazing gift, and I feel so lucky to have her as my mom. And I just want to say to her, Happy Mother's Day. Hello, my tinglings. Well, I know it's been a long time coming, and people have been wanting to know what my love story with my love is, so I wanted to share that today because it is our 6-year anniversary today. It's the day we were married. So we'll get into that. So let's start at the beginning. So if you've watched my other ramble video about my ex, that's where we'll start. I was married to my ex at the time. Well, anyway, so when I was married to my ex, he ran a Sonic speedrunning website called the Sonic Center. And actually, if you go on there, I'm known as Flyby, you can actually check out my scores. But anyway, so I got involved in the community there. I didn't really speedrun at all. If you check out my scores, you'll see that's true. I am really not, well, I didn't submit very much at all, and I was really bad. But anyway, I had fun. And used to just talk to a lot of the people who were in the community, and it was just a fun place to be. And so that's where I actually met Mark, who is my son, who is in Germany right now with his fiancée. I think I kind of spoke about that in that story. Anyway, I'll talk about that quickly here. as well. I also talked about it in my vinegar tasting video. Anyway, unboxing maybe. So yeah, we met in Sonic Center as well, and he was having a rough time and was really sad, and I saw that and I just felt a strong connection to him and really wanted to help him, and just really started to love him actually. And when I told him I loved him, it was the first person who had ever told him that he was loved in his life. And so and I just started to feel these maternal feelings towards him. And so we developed a mother-son relationship, and then eventually, anyway, we came to today, where he lives with me, but anyway, I'll get into that. That's all intertwined. So in 2010, so that happened in 2008 was when I met Mark. In 2010, I was finally coming down so Mark is from Australia. He lived in Sydney. And so I was finally coming down and going to be able to meet him in person. And so I was really excited about that. So I came down, and when I was down here, I had just split up. So it was about a year after me and my ex split up. That's when I was coming down to Australia. But I was still active in Sonic Center. My ex wasn't really that active in it. Anyway, so while I was down there, I then started talking a bit to my love, because we were on the same time zone, and so he was around a lot when I was actually around. Because a lot of time, we'd spoken before, I knew him a little bit, and we'd talked a few times, but not a lot. And so when I came down in 2010, it was the big floods that were, if you heard about the floods in Australia in 2010, 2011, I was here during that time, not in a flooding area, but so we got lots of rain in Sydney, and they were amazing, amazing rainstorms, and it was warm outside, and I hadn't been in warm rain for a really long time, and so I was just running outside and dancing in the rain and just loving it. And Mark wasn't joining me, but he was talking about me in the chat room, saying that I had just run outside and was dancing in the rain. And so when he heard about this, then my love was kind of like made him a little more interested in me, I think, because he thought that was a cool thing. And so it was also during that time that I was doing a lot of deconstructing of my previous relationship, because I was having difficulties so it actually happened because I had some Jehovah's Witnesses knock on my door, and I answered the door, and then I was reading things about Jehovah's Witnesses after that, because I was kind of like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to them, or, whatever about what I think about what they think. And then I was reading about, these systems of control and kind of the emotional type abuses and controls that happen in there. So I wasn't really thinking about that, but it got me thinking about, there's just something that twigged in my brain at that point, and it really made me think about my previous relationship and how I felt like I had been abused. And I was reading all these quizzes, and they basically said, if your gut feel tells you that you are, then you are, type thing, because a lot of it can be very subtle. And I was having a really hard time pulling up examples and that sort of thing. And yeah. And I was really upset at the time because my sister, I felt like, blamed me for my divorce, first of all, that because of my relationship with Mark, that was why we had a divorce, was because I invested a lot of time in trying to help this, boy across the world who was going through a horrendous time, and who, I definitely had an influence there on his life, which he's told me. But anyway, and so I really wanted to show her that that wasn't the case, and that she was being judgmental about my relationship previously, because basically in my relationship with me and my ex, he didn't really spend any time with me, he didn't try to do things with me, we didn't actually spend a lot of time together, and he wasn't really there as a partner. And so the time that I spent on Mark was more so me just filling the space that was in my life, because this other person just wasn't really doing their role, type thing. And so I felt like I had, space and room in my life to take on a relationship like that. Anyway, so I ended up writing out all these things that had happened in my previous relationship, just detailing, and it was even and this just was the first year. We were married 4 years, I think. But I was just going through the first year, and I just, but it really did come from a place of feeling like I wanted to justify myself to her. And so I wrote it, but then I also put it up on my blog, because I kept a blog at the time. And so I put that up on my blog, and so apparently my love had been reading my blog, which I had linked it at some point, like a few months, like maybe 6 months before, but I hadn't linked it recently. And so after I wrote that, he really wanted to talk to me and tell me that he thought I was a special person, and that I deserved to be happy in my life, and that I was just a unique person and somebody who didn't deserve the things that happened to me before. And it was a really life-changing moment for me, that conversation that we had. He was just... I consider myself somebody who can occasionally, not all the time, but sometimes I feel like I can really see a person and tell them things that I see in them that they might not see in themselves. And so being somebody who's done that with people, it was really special, because it was the first time that someone had actually done that for me, and I felt like he could see into me and see something that I hadn't necessarily seen in myself. And so I really appreciated that night, and that conversation that we had. This was typing online. But, and so that to me was just a life-changing moment. And we were friends, and that was kind of that. But after that moment, we kind of both, I think, sensed, that we had connected. And so we wanted to keep connecting. And so we started talking a lot more. And we were talking a lot, like we were talking a lot. And so we were just talking, and in my previous relationship, I'm a very, well, anyway, you guys know eyebrows, I don't shape my legs. Anyway, I did then, but that I'm very atypical, I have my own way of doing things. And so in my first relationship, I'd been very forward. I didn't really care about typical gender roles. Not that I still do, but I felt like it was really important for me personally that in my next relationship, I let the other person do more instigating. And to me, I don't think it really mattered that I was a female. It was because of my prior relationship experience. And it was just important to me to have that, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't pushing anything along. And so we had conversations, and he had these allusions to, like, that he was going to tell me he loved me at some point. You know, he said, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but he had this thing about 3/4, that he was 3/4 of the way. But he didn't really say that it meant that he loved me, like 3/4 love me. It was 3/4 something, but I knew that it meant about loving me. And anyway, so I was in Australia until the 15th of January, and then I was sobbing at the airport when I had to say goodbye to Mark, because I thought it was going to be a long time till I had to come back. And at the airport, on the airplane back, I decided I couldn't wait a long time. And so I decided that I was going to figure out whatever I needed to do, that, like, I wanted to try within a year, if I could, to try and move back to Australia. My initial plan was to try to become a nurse, because they had a thing at the time for getting nurses into the country. So you could take this year-long nursing program. And then, anyway, so that was my plan at the time, my first plan. Anyway, but so I had a trip to Hawaii right afterwards, which I did with my family, with my dad and my sister and her kids and her husband. And while I was in Hawaii, it was like taking these pictures of myself and sending them to my love. And my love was he was on a road trip through Australia, and they had to end up turning back and got back home. And it was when he got back home that we started talking, you know, even more. And I was still in Australia. No. And then I got back from Hawaii, and I was, anyway, back in Utah. And it was the 27th of January. And that's when he said, there will be no precursors tonight. And that's when he told me that he loved me for the first time. And I told him I loved him too. And that's when we became boyfriend and girlfriend. And it was a good day. And then February 2nd, the great sadness happened. So if you've seen any of, well, if you saw my Keeping It Real video, you'll know that my husband has had a treacherous past, which he didn't quite realize at the time. And so he felt really unstable. So he broke up with me because he felt like he couldn't do that right then. And understanding what I understand now, I think it's because of the instability that it was going to cause in his family, which did happen when we got together. And so there was kind of these two competing things. And when he broke up with me, and I said, it would, like, the way he broke up with me, it wasn't really permanent. It was kind of that I said I was going to be coming. So the thing at that point was that I was going to be coming at the end of the year or the following January, I think. So I was going to be, doing this thing for a year and then coming over. So his thing was, okay, well, maybe we can get together, you know, when you come down. And I knew kind of how emotions and relationships work, and like I felt, you know, that we had something special, but I was just like, well, you know, I was like, well, I hope you'll come for me, you know, like, because I might need some convincing at that point to kind of open myself back up to you, instead of just, you know, continuing along. So I was kind of like begging him to please come and find me, because I really thought, you know, that we were sharing something special at that point. So then a couple days later, he was thinking, you know, about things and his university and all that, and that anything that he was worried about, that it wasn't as important to him as having a relationship with me was. And so we got back together, because that's what we both really wanted to do. And so, yeah, so I think that was February 5th that we got back together. We called it the Great Sadness. It was only 3 days, but it really did feel like a long time. Which is probably because, so then we were dating online, you know, via Skype and that sort of thing. Still didn't meet in person, because we didn't meet in person when I was in Australia. So, it wasn't until mid-February that I actually saw a picture of his face without sunglasses on. So that was funny. Like, I was in love with him, and I knew that. I hadn't even seen his face. But once I saw his face, I liked what I saw. But, it was, oh yeah, because it was into February. Well, we'd already basically planned that we were going to get married at the end of the year. So it was all kind of, we were planning to be together. We already knew we wanted to be together. And this was actually before we'd first Skyped as well. And the first time we Skyped, my first impression of my love that came back to me was just, what a genuine person he is. That, yeah, just that he was everything that I thought he would be, and just that I could tell by looking at him that he was just so genuine. And he also has a rubber face, which means he has like so many facial expressions, which when I was really young and a teenager, the thing I used to be attracted to most, and I mean that probably doesn't change, but was like just facial expressions. And so I was like, oh my god, you know, he has this, and it wasn't, I didn't even really know. So I kind of lucked out on that one, but yeah, he's amazing. So that was the 17th of February. 17th? Anyway, I don't know. It was the middle of February. So, plans, still, end of the year, gonna go. That's when we're gonna do it. Then I told him he should watch The Family Man. This was in March. I think like 14th or 15th of March. So I had seen The Family Man with my sister when I was like 13. And in the movie, if you've seen it, it's kind of about what happens when they separate for a bit of time and then they don't end up getting back together. And then he gets a glimpse of if they actually stayed together at that time, instead of just having, it was just going to be a long distance relationship, but they ended up breaking up. And so he gets a glimpse into what his life would be like if they were together. And so I was watching, so he was watching it on his TV, and then I was just watching him on Skype, watching the movie, but I knew it well enough that I knew what was going on. So I couldn't actually see the movie at all. But just, it resonated with me, and it resonated with him as well. And so, we're both introverts, so it took us a couple of days, but we were just thinking about it, and I just kept coming back to that. I was like, I don't want to wait till the end of the year to be together. Like, that's too far away. I want to be together now. I don't want to regret not having this time together. And so we didn't. On the 17th of March, I got a ticket to Australia. I got a visa, a working holiday visa to Australia. And then I set things in motion, put in notice at my job, put in notice at my house, told my sister and my mom. My mom ended up flying out so she could help me clear things out and, see me before I went over. Told my dad, too. And then on the 5th of April, I got on an airplane and came to marry my love. On the 7th of April, I got here to Adelaide. It's a long flight. No, but because of the time difference, it does make you skip a day. And so Adelaide Airport is a very, very special place to both of us, because it's the first place that we got to see each other in person. We used to do this thing on Skype where we would look into the camera and then we would take turns so one of us would look into the camera and then one of us would be looking into the eyes so we could feel like we were looking into each other's eyes, and then we would switch so the other person could feel like we were looking into each other's eyes. And so that was one of the first things when we were together in person. We're just like, oh, we can look into each other's eyes. It's so good. So I thought he was going to be a little more prepared on what we were doing from there, finding an apartment, that sort of thing. He had a hotel room for me to stay in, so that was good. So so we spent our first week in Adelaide, just going all around Adelaide. To me, Adelaide I was already in love, but it's where I got to really, really fall in love with my love, and so it's a really special place to me. You'll probably hear me speak very fondly of Adelaide, and because it's part of that history for me, and I think it's an amazing place anyway, but I think that just, cherry on top. I remember the first night he leans in, we're on this bridge. Yeah, it's this really romantic moment. We're on this bridge over the Torrens. He leans into me and he says, "Did you know that I own all 25 seasons of Matlock?" And I was like, "No, I didn't know that." I was so young and innocent then. His mom, one of her favorite lines is, "You come from a long line of trolls," but so he wasn't serious. There aren't 25 seasons of Matlock and he doesn't own them. But anyway, it took me a little while to pick up on when he is trolling, but now I think I'm even better than his mom or sister at picking it up. They're sometimes a little gullible because they are trolls too. I mean, I'm a troll now too. It comes with the territory. So that was the first week we were together. We got slushies and we ate at Buskers, which no longer exists. And the hot pot train is closed as well. It changed management, it got a little weird after that, but that used to be one of her favorite special restaurants. Anyway, so we had planned to get married, pretty much straight away. So, but we hadn't decided, so in Australia, you had a 30-day wait period. Yeah, you had a 30-day wait period. And so we wanted to get married sooner than that. We just wanted to get married straight away. So we were looking around, and I remember for some reason the Cook Islands. We went crazy over the Cook Islands because I think we thought it was immediate, and we read more, and it was still 3-day wait period, which is what it was in New Zealand. Anyway, so we ended up, and we said, okay, we'll go to New Zealand. So we went to New Zealand, and we got married there. We got our documentation in, and then we ended up getting married on April 26th, which is why this video is out today. So we went into the registration office, and we didn't have any witnesses, and we needed to have witnesses. So we asked to marry women in the office if they would be our witnesses. And so they were. And I don't remember a lot about the ceremony. The first thing I remember, though, was right after we had been married, the first thing that Andrew said to me when we were married was, "Have you seen the mutual community ad?" And apparently there was something really touching, and it was a good ad or something. But my mom, just the first thing he says to me is, "Have you seen the mutual community ad?" So it was really funny. But yeah, we loved New Zealand. We had so much fun. We stayed in this hotel and had amazing breakfast, and we just spent so much time just eating these breakfasts. And then we went to this grocery store, which was basically a Woolworths, but it was called Countdown. And we just got chocolate cake and chocolate milk and chocolate and biscuits, and it was funny. It's also when I left the church, so we got wine, and I had some iced tea as well, but yeah, we had a lot of fun. And yeah, so that was kind of our honeymoon and everything like that. I loved eloping. I think it was great. I felt really weird the first time when I got married, being the center of attention, that everyone was there for me. It was really overwhelming for me because I'm a very one-on-one, very individual person. And so just having everybody there at once, it was really overwhelming. And so I didn't want, especially lots of people, to pay lots of money to either go to the US or to come to Australia for the wedding. So eloping, anyway, I think eloping was great. It was spectacular. Big fan. We didn't get really many gifts from people because we didn't even send out an announcement, but yeah, I would prefer it any day. But yeah, so I ended up moving in with Andrew, with my love's parents, because we didn't have a place to live. So that was an interesting experience because, I've uncovered a bit in the time since. So, yeah. And that's what I said in my other video. It's been the same all the way through. We've had a lot of hard times. It was really hard for me to find a job at first because of my visa status. Nobody wanted to hire me, even though I had come over from I was an assistant manager in a call center, so you think even just a regular call center position that I would be able to get, but I couldn't get hired until I had my other visa. And then that's where I got the job I have now. But yeah, so we got really, because I came over, because I sold my car when I came over, so we had a bit of money saved to start out with, and then my dad lent me some money, which he ended up giving me. Thank you, Dad. I don't know if he's watching this, but anyway, and so we had some money, but it was, really tough. Probably I have a lot of empathy for people who are unemployed, because for me, I was in that situation temporarily, but it felt so awful, and it was really easy to be very down in that situation, and so, yeah, it was a really tough time. But even though we've had, and, my love's had his mental illness all, throughout, it's been kind of progressing, and he didn't, it kind of manifested when he left his family home, which is when we got together. And so, bit of shock and that sort of thing. So, all the life circumstances, I wouldn't say everything there has ever been perfect or anything like that, but we've just always been in love. Not just in love, but we've always been a good match. We just fit together. We talk to each other about everything. We do a lot of things together. We just love each other. And yeah, but as I said, it's not just love, it's compatibility as well. We're very, very compatible. And I just feel so, so lucky to have somebody like that in my life. He's an amazing, amazing person. And I just couldn't imagine my life without him. I actually, this is, really relevant. Earlier this week, I had a little bit of a scare because I was at work and then I was meant to go to uni, but then I didn't actually have anything on. So I thought, I'll call him and see if he wants to pick me up and I can come home. But then he didn't answer the phone, which usually he always answers the phone pretty much straight away. And then I checked on this little GPS tracking app that I have, and it showed that, he was on O'Connell Street, which is, not where we live. And so I was like, oh no, has something happened to him? What's going on here? And so I just was walking. I was like, I can't stop. I can't take a bus. I just kept calling him and calling him and calling him. And then I was just walking to where this GPS said he was. And then I really started freaking out a bit. I was crying on the street just thinking that he'd been in a car accident, that maybe he was gone, and I was never going to see him again. It's funny, when I said goodbye to him that morning, I was in a little bit of a rush, because he drops me off at work, and then, so I was there, and he was trying to give me, a longer kiss, and I was like, no longer kiss, short kiss, and so he had, this short kiss, but I was happy we hadn't fought on the way there, but I was like, I don't want it, I should have given him a long kiss, I don't know, one of those things. Even though we did have a long kiss anyway, because we, always do. But anyway, so, yeah, I was just so relieved when he called me and I heard his voice. I just burst into tears as soon as I heard his voice, and I was just I was so worried. And, yeah, so it was, yeah, we've had some hard times, but we've had times that, where he figured out that he might not want kids, and so he thought he needed to break up with me because I had wanted kids. Anyway, had a lot of changes happen in my life since I left the church, especially. And so, anyway, at this point, we both don't want kids, so imagine on that. But I just knew that, things were kind of variable enough in myself that I didn't think that was going to be a big deal. And also that I just thought it's not worth throwing it away over the chance that we should really like figure that out, and if it is really incompatible, well, then that's the case, but let's actually figure it out, not just, oh, this might be the case, so we have to break up. So, yeah, that was an interesting night that night, but we got through that one, obviously. But, yeah. No, so when my recording was paused, he just came up and he said, and I was just looking at him because I've been, telling our story, and he just came and looked at me. He said, "Do you know that you're the most beautiful lady that I know?" And just, look at him and smile, and I just love him so much, and I just feel so lucky every day that I get to be with him, even though he can be really, really annoying. I've had to learn to be very annoying, because if you're annoying someone else, it's harder to get annoyed. But to me, that's just part of his personality and part of our relationship, and I just think it's great. So that is the story of our beginning, not our whole story. That would take a long, long time. But I can continue our story at some point if you want to hear the next phase. But yeah, so that's how we got together. I'll end with one little anecdote. So the day that we got married, or maybe the day after, we were up, we stayed at this hotel. It had this like triangle room, and we stayed up on the top, no, we didn't stay on the top floor. Anyway, we stayed on that, and up on the top floor was a pool and a hot tub. So we went up to the hot tub, and there was this guy in the hot tub, and, he just kind of started chatting to us, and we told him we got married, the day before or whatever. And then we told him we'd only met in person a few weeks before, and he's like, whoa, he was pretty taken aback. And then he said, well, but when you know, you know. And I agree with that. When I knew, I knew. When my love knew, he knew. And we're together, and it's been the best decision I've made in my life. So, happy anniversary to me and my love, and thank you for letting me share my story with you, my tinklings. And I know, and I guess I just want everybody to know, I know how lucky I am. I've been probably not the worst relationship there could be, but pretty close. So I've been in the other end of the spectrum, and I know and appreciate as often as I can how amazing it is to be in this relationship. And I just hope it's not too good to be true. I really want to live together with my love until we're 100. So that's my hope. That's my dream. Or forever, depending on what sort of medical advances we have. But anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for being interested in my story and me and my love story. Goodbye. So this is one of the first ones where I fully completed the drawing. You can see I actually put in more trees than from the tutorial, so I'm really happy with how it turned out. What do you think? Hello, my tinglings. So I am learning how to draw. So I thought I'd share with you what I've done so far. I've been about 2 weeks now, so not very long at all. But wanted to share with you what I've done and what I am, I guess, aspiring to get to with my drawing. So last year, well, okay, let's back up. So it's very easy to spend a lot of time on social media, so I'm sure you're all aware. And so I've been trying over the past year or two to reduce the time that I spend on social media and more consciously choose where I'm spending my time. So last year I channeled that into learning how to do some calligraphy, which I got to a certain level with, and I could definitely still improve my calligraphy. But I also, I guess a few weeks ago, was thinking if I kept going with my calligraphy, it's very limited in what it would actually achieve for me and what I'd be able to do. And I began to think about drawing, because drawing would actually allow me to be able to do a lot. And it was when I focused, I was like, well, I want to be able to draw places. Like, if I was going to be creating a place in Tingledom, to be able to draw the interior or the road that we're going down or something like that. And when I really focused in on that area, I was like very excited. This is definitely the type of drawing that I want to do. And so I decided I would focus on that sort of thing at the same time as being able to maybe acquire some skills for drawing like interior design sketches. So if I was going to be an interior designer, I could draw a really professional looking drawing. It's all colored and marked up very beautifully. So that's kind of what I'm headed towards and the type of drawing that I'm looking into. So I'll give a shout out to one channel, and then there was another video that I used. I'll link the video. I don't remember who did that video. But the channel that I've mainly been following is Circle Line Art School. And he does really great both interiors and exterior drawings, and in the style that I'm often looking for. And he'll just show you kind of step by step how he goes through it. It makes it very approachable and very easy. So if you're interested at all in learning how to draw anything that I've drawn, then I highly recommend checking out his channel, because I'm not very good, and so he's helped me improve a lot, even just over these past couple weeks. So I have my drawings here, and I've tried to put them in the order that I drew them. I don't have them. I've hung a few of them up on the wall, so I've taken them down so I can show them to you. So this was my very first drawing I did. This did come from Circle Line Art School, and you can see it's pretty basic, and I did end up redoing that one, so you'll see that one again. And I really liked the idea of this drawing. So these aren't my own concepts or anything like that, they're just based on his drawings. But I love this kind of two-plane, and you can feel yourself, looking out this gorgeous window and just seeing the ocean, just a little oceanside room. And then how it goes back and back. So both of those are redrawn. So I'll show you the redraw on the first one. This table's quite small, but Then I did a bit more smudging. These I've just smudged with my hand. I ended up getting, I don't even know what they're called. Micador, I think is the brand, but I don't remember what they're called, but they're smudgers. So those I just smudge with my hand, but I actually have like a thing for smudging now. And then here's this one redone as well. So you can see that one. I just love I do really love this look. And I feel like that sort of look is something I may end up using in my creations. And this one has really got me thinking. This was another one he did. It's like the interior of an opera house. And I didn't end up really completing this one because these stairways are very sharp. I'd probably like it to be a little more gentle. So I only did it kind of part the way through. But I'm fun with that one. And then this is the one that I did that is an interior design. So this is how this artist did theirs, is so they blocked it out and then traced over it. So they traced over it within, like, so if this is blocked out for the table, then draw stuff on top. I'll show you the one I did on the next page. But so the idea is I could, reuse this blocking to draw out something else. My sofa blocking is a bit interesting. The rest of the room I think looks okay. And then you can see here how I've finished off the room. Got a little window there, which is probably a little weird. And then my sofas, I didn't like the look of. And I was doing a drawing yesterday, and I really didn't like the look of that sofa either. So today I was practicing sofas, so that'll be the last drawings that you see. You can see we have a little planter box here, and all that there. And then, so I'm gonna stick with my architecture for right now, but I've also been thinking about trying to expand into kind of fashion drawing and that sort of thing, so I could draw beautiful, elegant dresses that I dream of, and we could be, looking through those or planning out those. This one I really liked the look of. It's supposed to be, this is from Circle Line Art School, and the rest of them will be, I'll say one is just based off of a photo. Well, two are, actually. But so this one is supposed to be off of a street in Edinburgh. For Circle Line Art School, he's British, and but I loved having the curve in there because obviously the roads in Tingledom are curved, so I wanted to be able to play with that, and he drew such effortlessly beautiful curves, and I didn't. I had to draw and erase, and they're still not that great, and I'm trying to figure out how to actually deal with that curved brick, so that's why I haven't really finished that one either. I probably won't. I'll probably try and redraw something like that again sometime, but I really liked this building. That was fun. And then this little, you can just imagine kind of disappearing down this little hallway. A pass between. And then this one. This is one of the first ones that I invested quite a bit of time into and tried to fully complete. So, my previous ones. So I actually bought, you can see like these darker lines. Those are put in with a 5B pencil. So a normal pencil is a number 2 pencil. And kind of make these big trees in the background were made with a number 2. So the guy at Circle Line Art School, his YouTube channel, he uses a number 4B pencil. So I went to the art store to try and get a 4B, and they didn't have any, so I got a 5B and a 6B. And so the higher the B goes up, the softer the lead is, so it can be hard to get nice crisp lines. So the 6B is actually really difficult to use, so I probably won't use that very much. But the 5B is not too bad, so the dark lines in here are in with the 5B. But I'm really proud of how this one came out. I've got this now on the background of my phone as well. Of this little stairwell, and the water, and just the buildings, how they come together. So I thought it was pretty good. It's off of his tutorial again, so it's not my own composition, but obviously I executed everything, no tracing or anything like that. Oh, and this one. This is one of my favorites that I've finished. Just makes me think of being somewhere like Grand Central Station, and you just look up and, you know, it's just so tall above you. Just that mammoth scale. Really enjoyed drawing this one. Just all the shading. It's a pretty simple one, but I do like it. See, for this type of thing, I'd really like to figure out how to get a bit more curve into my drawing. I'm feeling a lot more confident with my straight line drawing, so that's good, but I want to try and figure out curve because I'm somebody who is very dissatisfied with the boxy nature of a lot of architecture in the world. So after I had those 2 days in a row, I thought I might try branching out on my own, and I decided that was probably a little bit much for me. So this is the Library of Congress, which I could have kept going with, but I felt like I'd probably be better off practicing more and then coming back to something like this. Because you've got this dome up here, and you've got lots of different perspectives. You have this straight on, and then this angle, and these angles. So it's just a little complicated. All these seats down here. So probably was a little more than I wanted to take on at that point. But I may go back to it because it's a very pretty area. So I ended up going back to Circle Line Art School and doing this one, which I really like as well. Which I don't think he has his, where really you can tell that it's water and you can see the reflection of the building in there. But I didn't put as much effort into that. And I really like this one. My love always thinks it looks very creepy, this line of people. Which it is a bit creepy. But I think it was just a practice drawing people in perspective. Which my people aren't that good anyway. So that's, I'm thinking about my people, but I'm not that interested in drawing really extensively people, you know, faces and that sort of thing. But just, you know, body shapes more for clothing or in a scene sort of thing. But yeah. And I haven't worked a lot on my shading. I mean, obviously, you've seen in a few of these I have done a lot of shading, but I'm really looking, I'll probably want to eventually do in color, either with marker or colored pencil, I don't know for sure, or something else altogether. So that's what you can see on this one. I haven't really shaded that much. So I'm really practicing on, that should have a line there. Anyway, for the corner of the building. But, so, sometimes I'll be practicing shading, but not as much because I'm not looking to just do black and white drawings, I guess. And I forget what that's supposed to be. And then this one was another one I did. There is this ad that keeps popping up for the SA Home Lottery. And it's this image, and I thought, oh, it looks like such a beautiful shot of the house, which I haven't really finished it. It has this like back deck area and then trees and water. But I got held up because I was drawing this lounge or sofa or couch, whatever you call it. And I really didn't like the way it turned out. And so I thought, let's do some remedial, it's my mom's favorite word, remedial practice on that. So I went back, and that's what I'll show you next, is my drawing of lounges that I was doing today. But I'd also probably like to practice these type of chairs, because I don't think they look that great either. And then I'd probably like to work on my plants just a little bit more, getting rough shapes. Pretty happy with this one, but just in a few others, just how to lay in good shapes for that. So these will be our last ones. These are the ones I was drawing this morning. Doing some sofas, which were based on some tutorials and some not, just a few different things. Oh, this was the first one. This was the first side. And the other one was the second side. And then I did do some with shading. I'll show you this one first. I think this one's probably my favorite one. This one here. My love thinks these look short and squat, but they probably are a little bit, but I still liked it. And if we flip that over, I really shaded these ones in. So, thought I got a little better with my practice. So, and I understand a bit better how to actually set in the shapes, but it'll obviously take more practice, but that will be being able to draw furniture is important for what I want to be able to do. So, yeah. So, I'm enjoying my drawing, and it's been amazing to see how much I've been able to improve just after drawing for just a couple weeks. I think here I can just see my first one just sitting right there. So, and some of that's just picking up a ruler and actually making straight lines, but that's part of what you have to do, is figure out how to put things in and make them look good. So, but I've been thinking, because we're going to be moving, so I'm going to actually have a dedicated bedroom to my studio. Well, studio, and I'll probably have it as a home office as well, so that I can do research from home as well, not have to go in all the time, because we're going to be a bit further away from the campus. But anyway, so I'm going to have a lot of space, so I've been thinking it would be fun. It's actually part of the reason I stopped doing green screen. Well, there's two reasons. The first one is because it takes ridiculously long to edit. And when I was doing daily videos, it just was not very feasible. But the second is that to get a really good green screen, you need to actually be quite far away from the background. And I can touch every wall in this studio from here, so it's too small. So yeah, not really doable like that. But so anyway, so I was like, oh, it'd be so fun, because if I can draw my own backgrounds, then like if I was talking about, we're in the map mansion, we're gonna be in this room, I could actually kind of take you there if I can draw it to how I would want it to be. So that is probably a ways away, that bit. But part of it's, the big part of this is being able to visualize in more detail for me. So for actually creating my own backgrounds, so that when I'm creating a background, I can get it to jive a bit more, because I can visualize in more detail where exactly I would be in that particular place, so then I can try and create it. So it's part of what I've been thinking about. And so that's my drawings. And I really do encourage you, if there's some sort of skill that you want or are vaguely interested in, the best thing, my best recommendation, is do it every day. If you can just find 5 or 10 minutes every day, you probably spend a lot more time than that on social media. So just try and take the time that you can, and you can really develop a lot. My calligraphy I did in only about, I think I spent 10 to 15 minutes a day last year, and I was able to get fairly proficient. There's obviously still more to go there, but I've been drawing a lot more, because if I get started on drawing, I just end up, I can spend a long time just putting shades in and that sort of thing. So I've spent a few hours on a lot of drawings. You can probably tell which ones have and have not had that amount of time. But so I really encourage you, if there's something you want to do, just devote some time to it, and you can definitely develop that skill. The bigger thing is to do it consistently, at least many times a week, if not every day. I mean, I haven't drawn every day, but I usually think about it. And it gets it in your mind so that your brain is working. That's when I've been watching TV. I'm like seeing all the shapes behind everything, and where's the vanishing point here? Where's the vanishing point there? So I may at some point do some drawing videos, but for that I would want to be drawing my own composition and not be drawing someone else's composition. Unless I might do like one video like that where I'm, following his tutorial and, showing how I do that. But I don't see my drawing becoming a huge part of my regular videos or anything like that. I'm more just that it may come up in certain things like, clothes planning or interior design, those sort of things. Then having those skills will be helpful, but it's more so to help me and to maybe have backgrounds at some point. We'll see. So, if you have anything you want to share with me, artwork-wise, feel free to put it in the comments. I would love to see what you are drawing. And if you are interested in seeing more of my artwork, let me know. I've been thinking I could post it on my Patreon, so I might start doing that just every day when I'm drawing. I could post it on there. So, we'll see. I'm not much on Instagram, and I'm not really that keen on getting into it either, so that's probably not what I'll do. but I would post it on Patreon, so think about that. Okay, I'm rambling. Time to go, and I will leave you with one more view of, I think it's supposed to be Tate Hall, which I've never been to. So, there we go. Remember, you too can draw. Hi guys, so I got a request today to do a little bit of a ramble video. Today's the 18th of December. See, this video will come out sometime in the new year as part of our 365 days of ASMR. So, I do have a little bowl. There you can see. I don't want to tip it, there's milk in there. A little bowl. I did a little video on some of my little bowls. This was my original little bowl before I got the bigger one. So, I love my honeycombs, but I've already eaten breakfast today. So, this is actually my second bowl, but I can eat there's a lot of satisfaction for me in eating multiple bowls. So, that's what I love about a little small bowl. So, I'll put down below where the eating will end, because I know some people really don't like eating sounds, but I know some people do. So, I thought I just might eat a little while I ramble here at the beginning. Just drop some. I'm really dropping them all. So I actually recorded a ramble a little bit earlier, but it's not actually that bad that I missed it, because I just was kind of not finding a topic to talk on. I was kind of just looking all around my room, looking for things to talk about. But then I did hit on a topic, so. My mom sent me 2 bags of honeycombs in a package for me, and so this is part of my enjoyment of that package. She also got me and so, Amano's actually, I used to live in Provo, right before I moved to Australia, and so this is very fine single origin chocolate. Probably heard me mention single origin chocolate a few times in some of my videos, but this is so good. So, I will do a role play on that. I actually have another box of Amano chocolates. It's just chocolate bars. But, and I've tried to record a video on that probably about 3 times. And it's never turned out how I wanted it. honeycombs yesterday for my breakfast, and that wasn't the best option. This morning I had my normal breakfast. I actually have a little thing because I'm in the middle of recording a video on how to do my overnight oats, so you can look forward to that video coming as well. But so what I ended up rambling about on my last one actually started off by showing my ring, so I will show you. I'm gonna focus this in so you can get a good look on it, but I have to kind of look at, I'm not gonna be looking at you, come on. Come on. That's the best you're gonna get. So this is my engagement and wedding ring given to me by my current love. Has an Australian diamond up here. And I don't actually remember all the types of stones, but we have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. And so that's my ring. Now let's focus back on me. Is it focusing? Yeah, sorry. So, probably with certain other things about me, sleeping on the floor, using a miswak, you might not think I would want a kind of traditional ring. And I've had thoughts about that. I mean, I had thoughts about that then. But in my first marriage, it was quite an abusive marriage and really a very unloving marriage. So we'll talk about the ring and then I'll get more into the relationship. So when we were engaged, I had picked out a ring and I was kind of insistent about, like, I knew what I wanted. I wanted a triangle, blue sapphire, and then I think it had a couple diamonds on the side and all. Anyway, so I'd found the ring that I wanted on eBay. Sorry. And, so, Janardin, that's the name of my ex, so he had ordered it, and then it was kind of always, anyway, and then it didn't arrive, or there were issues with it, but basically he never tried to fix up the issues, or make sure that I got my ring, and like it was just something where it got put in the too hard basket, and so I never actually got a ring my first time around. And that was kind of just a little bit of a symbol of that relationship in whole. And so, like, probably if I was how I am now, or if I had never had that experience, I probably just would not even care about having a ring. I'm not a big jewelry person. I don't wear a lot, and I don't really care about a lot of conventions about what people think should happen or that sort of thing. I just tend to do my own thing. But because I'd had that experience, I really wanted something in my, like, the next time I had a relationship, I kind of was like, well, I want somebody to actually deliver on that. And so, so I found a ring that I liked the look of, but it was just a real little cheapy one. And so it was a rainbow, and it had kind of this type of design, a little kind of some difference in details, but it was just a really cheap little ring. But my husband, I think he wanted to get me something that made me feel really special. And so he went out looking to see what he could get that would be out of like real gemstones and be, you know, a really nice ring. And so he went shopping around and he couldn't find anything. But he was talking to a lady at the jewelry store, and she recommended him to this jeweler. And so I think we got it custom made, and it was a little bit expensive for probably what we, you know, wanted, and so we were kind of tossing up, should we do it, shouldn't we do it? And we kind of just thought, well, this is like our one chance to actually, you know, have a ring and do something special like that, so let's take the plunge and do it. And so that's why I got the ring. And so it wasn't actually ready when we got married, so I got it a couple weeks after we got married. We had a very, very quick engagement. We'll get into that story another time. That's not today's story. So that's why I always wear my ring in my videos, because I'm very proud of it. And I love my left hand as well, my little mole, and my fingernails always seem to end up better on my left hand, so it's the hand. This hand, my nails tend to break a little bit more. I think it's because I'm right-handed, and so they probably get stuck on things a little bit more, so they end up a little shorter. But that was that. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you, I guess, a bit more of my story in my previous marriage. So I've mentioned before that I grew up Mormon. I left the church about 5 years ago when I first came to Australia, but that's another story. So I grew up Mormon. When I was really young, I never really thought a lot about getting married and having kids and doing the whole traditional thing. Not surprising when I'm kind of non-traditional as it is. I just always thought when I was older that I would live on my own, not really even have cats or dogs, that sort of thing, just kind of live on my own. I remember envisioning going jogging in the morning, my hair in a ponytail, don't know, anyway. So that was kind of my view when I was really young of what I thought I would be like when I was older. But then as I got older, being in the church a lot and that sort of thing, that whole mentality of marriage and relationships and families, and that is, you know, kind of the be-all, end-all of everything, really started to infiltrate my brain. And it built a lot of insecurity in me. My parents were divorced when I was 5 years old, and I wasn't around a lot of healthy relationships growing up. My grandparents lived on the other side of the country, so I didn't really see them a lot, either set. Both of them have okay marriages. My two grandparents are deceased, but anyway, it wasn't something where I kind of thought of them as my role models as far as relationships go. I didn't really feel like I had a real idea about what a relationship was meant to be. used to just really bother me. I was like, well, how do you actually even get into a relationship and that sort of thing? And so I had a lot of insecurities around that. So then when I was 19 years old and at BYU, and I saw an opportunity for someone that I thought would marry me. And that was before we even started dating, but that was kind of my thought process. I thought, oh, this is somebody who will date me and who will stay with me and not leave me. And because that was, I think, growing up in divorce, I just thought, okay, well, the last thing I want is to get a divorce. But so I decided I was going to marry him before we even started dating. And basically my criteria was he was Mormon, I was going to marry him in the temple, and that he would marry me and stay with me. Not the best criteria. And I really did open myself up for what happened afterwards, which was a host of emotional abuse. He was not very verbally abusive necessarily. It was very subtle, and so even now it's hard for me to really pinpoint things that he did or said, but he was very, very manipulative, but very subtle with it, just not really out in the open. So I can only really think of 2 examples, of specific things that he said that show, part of his manipulation. And so one thing he said to me was, so when we were getting married, the idea was that he was going to work and that I was going to keep going to university because he hadn't been studying at that time. And so then about 8 months in, he hadn't gotten a job, hadn't been looking for a job. So I figured, well, we're going to need money, so I finally got a job. Because I had quit my job, actually, when we were getting married. So then I got another job. And it was a big turning point for me because I was actually really depressed when we first got married. Just felt so isolated and alone because I kind of cut myself off a lot from my networks, and the only person I really saw at all was my sister, and I still didn't see her a lot when we first got married, and he didn't really talk to me at all. If I did not initiate, we didn't have conversations, and it was pretty much up to me to do everything. And when I say everything, I really mean everything. I used to take out the bins, I used to do all the washing, I used to do all the cleaning, I did all the dishes, I prepared all the meals. It was about 3.5 years into our marriage, and I remember calling my sister because I was so excited because he had called and offered, he was putting a pizza for himself into the oven, just a frozen pizza, and it was a huge moment for me that he had called to offered to put a frozen pizza in for me as well. That is the extent. This was about 3 years into our relationship, so he literally did nothing. And so the 2 examples I have of the manipulation that he had these weren't manipulative, well, one was manipulative, one was just really, really emotionally abusive. But so the one thing, so this was pretty late in our marriage. I had been working at a security company. Obviously, that was so I ended up was made redundant at the first job that I got, and then ended up working in security kind of on and off at the same company until I came to Australia. And so it was just a data entry job, nothing really, like, pretty simple job. It wasn't anything special, but it was what was paying our bills. It was keeping our heat on, everything. He had nothing to want for because I was working, because I paid the rent, because I bought groceries, because I paid the bills. So, and that was done through this job at the security company. So then one day we were having a conversation about something, and I don't remember what it was in response to, but I distinctly remember him saying this, and he said, I mean, you work at a security company. Just like trying to diminish my opinion, make it seem like that was the only thing that mattered, and that I was basically nothing because of the occupation that I had. And this is coming from someone who spent all his time home in bed, on his computer, doing nothing, making no money, doing nothing around the house, just letting me wait hand and foot on him. And so, yeah, that was pretty shit thing to say. But at the time, and it made me angry at the time, but it was also, I was so deep into that mindset that it kind of made me question my validity and worth in what I was doing. And so that was one thing he said. Another one was, so about 2.5 years in, so he used to sleep all sorts of odd hours, and so we ended up sleeping in separate bedrooms at one point. And so in his bedroom, I set up everything. When we moved in, I think he probably carried in 2 boxes, or his computer in 1 box. Everything else, me and my brother-in-law, my sister, my family helped me move, but he probably carried nothing. Supposedly because of his fibromyalgia, but like 4 years in, he just started biking around everywhere, doing anything he wanted at that point, and it just seemed like it had been a charade the whole time. But anyway, so I had set him up in his bedroom with a microwave right there in the bed, so he didn't have to get out of bed. And there were soups and beans, tortillas, and that sort of thing, so he could make burritos or, soups or whatever he wanted right there from bed without having to get up. And he also had a double burner so that he could cook his own food, like little pastas right there from bed. So he had everything he needed. He had a pot in there. Anyway, everything he needed. But basically, because I had set him up like that, I stopped cooking him as much food, because I thought, hey, you're 25 years old. Even if you can't get out of bed, you can probably reach over there and grab yourself some food. But he sent me this article talking about how starvation can cause depression and suicidal feelings in people, basically implying that because I was starving him, that was why he was, feeling this way and acting this way and whatever. And I do just want to make a big caveat. I understand mental illness. I don't have it personally. I don't have severe mental illness personally myself. my current partner does have a very severe mental illness, and I love him to death. Like, I care more about how somebody treats me versus, if you have issues, that is fine with me. I don't care about having issues. I mean, I care about it in that I want you to do what will help you with those issues. But I think no matter what issues you're going through, you can still treat people well. And so that's my problem with Janardon, was that it seemed like, did he have issues? Didn't he have issues? I don't really know. And he treated me like absolute shit. So, yeah, I kind of hate him for that. But that being said, people struggling with mental illnesses, I just want you to know I'm definitely in support of you in doing what is required to help you, but just being open and honest with those around you is the best way to deal with it, rather than just trying to subtly throw them hints and guilt them and be manipulative. Anyway, so yeah, so those are kind of the two things I can think of. He also drove a bit of a wedge between me and my sister, which still is there to a large extent. But, I mean, in some ways I can only blame myself. I invited him into my life. I'm a very strong person, and I gave up my power and strength to him. And so I am a victim, but I also made myself a victim, if that makes sense. But anyway, so not a big fan of him. So we ended up, so I mean, I don't even know how to convey how bad it was with him without being like, I mean, he never laid a hand on me or anything. That was kind of the opposite of what he did. We also never had sex. Literally. I was a virgin until I was with my current partner before we got married. So, anyway, 5 years of marriage and still a virgin. But anyway, if you want to know more about that, just leave a comment down below and I can make another video. But I don't always know how much people want to know about that sort of thing. So it was about 3 months before he ended up leaving me. He was going down to his parents' house for Christmas, and it was kind of indeterminate. It was kind of like he was going off, and that was going to be that, and then he was going to come back, but we weren't going to be together, but he was going to live in the house. So then he left, and then I was like, nah, if you're not going to be with me, no, you're not coming back. So I was happy that I said that, but not that I didn't ever leave him, because he was a real jerk. Anyway, so this was about 3 months before that. So we had a conversation, and he basically was implying, it was never direct, it was always just trying to undo the puzzle of whatever bullshit he was spinning. So he had said that he made it seem like I was just way too overeager, and that I would interrupt him. Sorry about that. That I would interrupt him when he was doing something, and that basically the issues in our relationship stemmed from that I tried to initiate too much in our relationship. So I was like, okay, feedback, that's fine. I can take that on. So I was like, okay, I'll take a step back. I won't initiate anything. I'll just, leave it to you, because it seems like I don't feel like I'm doing that much, but apparently it's too much, so leave it. I went for a month. We went for a month without talking. Very dark time for me. And he only initiated one conversation with me that lasted like 10 minutes. Like, literally, otherwise, he didn't say hello to me. He didn't try to come and hug me. Didn't try to find out what was going on with me. Didn't want to know anything. Nothing to do with me. I think he ended up leaving because when I started to know Mark, my son, he was in a really bad spot, and so I was spending a lot of time talking to him, and I switched my schedule because he was a bit suicidal and really turbulent emotional state, and so I was worried that I was going to lose him or that something would happen, and so I just spent a lot of time online so that he could talk to me, basically that I could be there anytime he needed me to. Except obviously when I was working, that we would be able, that he'd be able to talk to me so that I could try and help him through whatever would be going on. So anyway, with the backdrop of Janardon was never talking to me unless I was talking to him, I don't think he liked that all of a sudden I was spending all this other time on something besides him, and I think he kind of just saw me as, oh, she's not waiting hand and foot on me anymore, no more use to me, I'll just ditch her, basically, is what it really looks like happened. So, pretty awful. And it took me a long time to come to terms with the fact that I had been abused, because emotional abuse is something that's not talked about a lot, and a lot of times it's talked about in the sense of verbal abuse, like perpetually being called, oh, you're an idiot, oh, you're stupid, and that sort of thing. And he didn't, and I don't know if I would have picked up on that sort of thing anyway, but he didn't say things like that. It was more, just like that thing about the security company. It's like, you work at a security company. Like, that on its own, you can kind of think, it's like, sounds a bit innocuous, but in the backdrop of you are literally doing nothing, and this is what's actually keeping you alive, like, you think you'd be a little more appreciative. And that also implying that I starved him, basically. So, anyways, but it took me a long time to come to terms with that, and so, yeah. Anyway, I was just going to talk a little bit about that relationship. And yeah, so that was my abusive 5-year period while being abused. And it was just, to me, the biggest sign for me that I was abused was as soon as he left. I had a little really short, turbulent, crying and that sort of thing, but it was really short. For the most part, it just felt like a huge weight off of my shoulders, and I felt like I could be me again. And so the year after that, I was just loving being single, and I just was like, man, I'm gonna be single forever, unless, it would have to be really good to induce me to not be single. And that's an attitude that I feel like is really important. I think it's really important to be okay with yourself single. And so I feel like, yeah, that's really important. So my one piece of advice for all the young people out there, all the old people as well, is to be okay with yourself just on your own. Because that, for me, is when I found the best thing that could have ever happened to me, which is my love. So, we'll get on to that another time. But thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed a little bit more personal look into my life on this little ramble video and my eating my honeycombs. So, thanks for watching. Remember to be sure to comment down below for your chance to be included in my next viewers appreciation video. I love hearing from you guys. It's one of my favorite parts of making videos, is just being able to go on and see all my comments and be able to talk to you. So just be sure to comment so that we can just keep this thing going. And I will see you next time. And also, obviously, if you have any topics you want for another ramble video, put them down below. I don't know what that was. And also, yeah, any requests, because we got 365 days of ASMR, so I got plenty of room to try and meet all your requests. So, see you soon, guys. Bye. Hello, my tinklings. It's early in the morning, so I'm gonna be a little quieter than usual, just because I don't want to wake up my love, because this room is, well, right next to my bedroom. But, so, it's Thursday when I'm recording this. I'll probably put this up tomorrow, so on Friday. So my mom's been here for 2 days so far, and it's been really fun. So we've been having a good time. We went, the first day, we went down to this conservation park. Well, no, it's a national park, which is down by where we used to live. And we took her out to see some kangaroos in the wild. And so it was her first time seeing a kangaroo, so I was really excited. And we saw this really big group. And we were pretty close to them, not super close. But because they're wild, they don't want to be close to humans. But then yesterday we went to Cleveland Wildlife Park, which I had actually never been to before. But I'd kind of pegged it when I knew she was coming. I thought, because she said you're really interested in seeing kangaroos and, you know, the different wildlife, and so I thought that might be a good option. So we went there, and they had little potteroos, which are kind of about this size, and they're little marsupials, and they have like cute faces, and not as cute as quokkas. Quokkas are so cute, but and you could feed them, and so like had these little pellets of food like in our hands, and you could come up and actually like feel them nibbling, and like one would like put its hand on there to kind of hold you there, and I was trying to share the loads of it, because I'm not always, if in those situations, I'm not always the most forward, so I was trying to help out the ones that aren't just right in at you. But we were also there right around a time that they were doing a koala experience, like so you could get close up with a koala. So we got to go up and like, they had the koala like sitting in the tree, and we could pat it on the back, and so that was really cool. So we saw a male, so we didn't see one with a pouch, but it was pretty fun. And then we saw emus, and then lots of hand-fed kangaroos, so you could just feed kangaroos there as well. And then we saw these yellowtail rock wallabies. That one was actually pretty fun, because they were in this enclosure, and you're meant to just stay on the path. But they have all this kind of rock, it's kind of just lots of rocks, but we're like kind of big boulder type rocks, but really kind of craggly and all of that, because they come from the mountain area, the Flinders Ranges, which is kind of north of here. But so they kind of liked to stay towards the top and not towards the path. And so we're kind of like craning our necks, and we got there were kind of rocks, so the path was kind of like this, and then there were these like boulders right on the edge, and so we went up onto the boulders. It was right next to the path, so we didn't really leave the path. But you could see them, and they had these amazing like striped tails, because kangaroo tails are kind of a bit like they get narrower, so they're very wide, and then they get narrow at the end. Whereas this was a lot more like a cattail, so just kind of like a long cylinder. Really, really interesting. But they had this striping on it, and they had really pretty coloring as well. Just kind of these on their backs. They have, well, actually, I can probably, my mom took some pictures, so here, I'll show you a picture. So, yeah, that's what they look like. So pretty. And it was just so fun to see those. That was probably my favorite part. But we did see Tasmanian Devil as well. That was one of the ones we saw when we first came into the park. And I was really excited about that because that's the first time that I've seen a Tasmanian Devil. But they still had a few other ones that we had to get our tire fixed. And so we're like, oh, what should we do until they're ready to take the tire? Just because it was losing air, it wasn't like flat or anything. And so I was like, oh, why don't we go to Cleveland? But so we got a pass so we can go back again. So I think we might do that today or another day, we'll see. But, yeah, it was fun. Really, yeah, no, it's been fun having my mom here. I don't know, it's I don't know, it's just been good. I think I've not had my mom here, you know, and so it's different. And we were just sitting on our couch last night, telling stories about my dad's trip, actually, because he was funny. No, we went to this place, and the owner of the pub there did not think he was too smart. It's funny. But yeah, and we've gone to, well, kind of two of our favorite places so far. So we're hitting all the places. Because we went to Fancy Burger the first day, which I've already done a Fancy Burger video a long time ago, but if you want me to redo one with the 3DO, I could do another Fancy Burger video, because I feel like not as many people will have watched that video. Also because it's with my headset, so the sound isn't as good. But I hope I still have sound. Yes, I do. Something I always have to check, because when I'm recording like a role play or that sort of thing, I can just kind of pick up where I left off. But if I'm recording a ramble video, I will just miss what I was saying because I don't remember what I'm saying. But yeah, so I am still going to bring my mom into the studio. I'll have to move some things around. This is just a little walk-in closet. It's not very big, so I have to make room so there's actually room for the both of us. But I can do it. But I still want you guys' input on what you want us to do. Like, I could ask her, she does French braid, so I could ask her to French braid my hair, or I could do like an interview type thing where I ask her a story, like ask her things either about me or about her and her life and where she's grown up, and you know. So I don't know what you guys would prefer, or if you want all of the above, I can try and wrangle her into the studio multiple times. But yeah, so I was gonna put that at the beginning of this video because I wanted to make sure that people would see it. But anyway, those who are here, if you're listening right now, I want a comment right now on what you want to hear from my mom. So yeah, I'll give you a couple options if you have other options as well. But so yeah, could kind of do a hair combing video with French braids. Maybe she could teach you how to do them. I don't know if she can. I don't know how to do them. So maybe if we did the teaching one, then I could teach myself how to do one. Ooh, you're thinking now. Or we could do asking her kind of her stories about my life, or things that she thinks about me, or that sort of thing. Or we could ask her about her life, or all of the above. Or we could pull out the map and she could show us where she's lived. You know, just all sorts of options. Oh, I was just thinking, because she has her shampoos here, I was like, oh, I could do a We Dad hair care video, because yeah. Ooh, that would be a good video. No, because I asked her, you know, if you've seen my fabric sales video, I had like the little, I had the fabrics, but she has like 100 plus squares of Hoffman Boutiques, and so I said, oh, will you bring those? Anyway, she either forgot or couldn't find, I think she couldn't find them when she was leaving, and so she couldn't bring them. So I'm trying to think of if she has anything else that I should try to use for a video. Like, We Dad would actually be really good because it's a hair care, and it'd be a little bit of an excuse to use the comb again. Not really, but well, so that would be another option, is for, well, see if she would actually be up for that, but potentially her showing her hair preparation regimen, because she has really, really curly hair. I think her hair was probably a bit like mine before she had me and my sister, but every time that she's gotten pregnant, her hair has kind of gotten like tighter curls, and so she has like really like a kinky curly hair. And so so she goes to this like specialist curly hair salon in New York City. She lives in New York, and and they have like all these special products. So if you'd be interested in seeing her, how she does her hair, could I ask her if she'd be okay with doing that? Don't know if she'd want to do that in front of camera. Maybe she will, maybe she won't. Can't guarantee on that one. But if you are interested, let me know, because then I can actually ask her. But no, it's just been so good having her around, getting to show her where I live, and just, really getting to share that with her, because I've been here about 6 years, and this is the first time that she's come, and now that she's down here, she's like, I don't know why it took so long to get down here, so I hope it sounds like it's not going to be so long till she comes next time, which is really good, because I love my mom. She's the best. Now, we went out to dinner with my in-laws last night. So my love's mom and sister. Don't know if I've talked enough about his dad, but we don't see his dad because he's not worth seeing, basically. But yeah, we went out to dinner with them last night. And Australians swear a lot, like a lot, and pretty much everyone does. And it's not really, it's just kind of filler words in between everything. And I swear a lot now too, actually. I try and tone it down. I don't really swear on my channel. Very rarely. Just because, well, I don't know, because I go to all sorts of different people, and I want it to feel open and relaxing for everyone, and I, think that some people might feel uncomfortable with that, and that doesn't lead to relaxation, so, but, it was really funny, because on the way home, my mom was asking, because my mom's Mormon, and Mormons don't swear, she was, asking if everyone, like, if people were really that different, because she was around, and we were like, because she had gone off to pay, which is also really funny, because we were just like, never really had somebody offering to pay before, and so they didn't know, like, even how to accept it, and I was like, it's okay, just say thank you, and it's fine, like, because I knew that they would appreciate it, but just that they didn't, like, they just didn't know what to do, because it wasn't something that they really experienced very much. And so, yeah, except with my father-in-law, who would do it kind of with, certain other expectations, or hold it over you, so it's kind of a really uncomfortable situation for them. But that's what I was telling my mom after. I was like, no, but it's a good experience for them to have it where it's just a real, genuine gift, just someone just wants to do something nice for you, and that's all it is. There's no strings attached, nothing like that. And so, but yeah, so my mom had gone off to pay, and my in-laws, they were like, oh, we made it through the whole dinner without swearing. So they were really proud of themselves. And so on the way home, my mom was then asking, she's like, oh, so, they usually swear a bit more? I was like, yeah, we would all be just, swearing a lot more. And she wanted to just make sure that we all, like, she didn't want to make people feel uncomfortable. And like, no, it's just, although I do feel like my love had kind of overstated how important it was that they not swear. But that's all I'd always said. Oh, you just do whatever you do, and that's fine. Because that's how my mom is, and that's why she was saying, oh, she didn't want anybody to feel like uncomfortable and like they couldn't be themselves while they were there, and that's kind of what I thought, she would be like, and knew that she wouldn't want to be kind of imposing in that way. And so, yeah. Anyway, it was funny. But, I know for me, it's easy for me to slip into a way where I don't swear, and especially, like, it's my mother, and I don't want to, I feel like it would make her feel more uncomfortable hearing me swear than necessarily hearing any of the rest of them swear. And so that's why, for me, easier for me to do that, just because I love my mom. And, yeah. And we're going to the Crows game tomorrow night, so that should be fun. She'll get her first experience with footy, so that'll be interesting, and yeah, should be good. So, I'm excited. It'll be interesting. I don't think she quite knows what to expect, so it'll be fun. Oh, okay, just gonna real quick tell you what I'm doing today. This is separate from my mom's trip. It's happening during my mom's trip, but I'm going off today. I'm actually meeting with a woman who was one of our demonstrators for our labs in botany, and she was talking about doing a 6-week project in the summer, and so I'm going to discuss with her today what exactly I would do. But she was talking about doing paleobotany on some rocks in the Narrow Court Cave. So these would be like archaeological rocks that show like plant histories, so it could be really fascinating. I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I'm just, like, right now so happy that I quit my job, because I don't feel like I would have felt the freedom and space to kind of reach out and do that. But because I don't have a job, yeah, get right on that, and so that's 6 weeks during my summer. That's something I'm going to be doing, but so we're going to talk more today about the details and maybe when and that sort of thing, so I'm so excited. It's going to be so good. So, yeah, amazing. And I think I talked about the controlled burn. I don't remember if I did. Anyway, because I'm also going to be going up to a mountain spring to help with a traditional burn as well. So, it'll be exciting and a bit to learn, but I'm really excited. Anyway, I'm gonna get ready to go because I have to do a little bit of studying this morning. I didn't get as much studying as I wanted to done before my mom got here, but we're here now. Oh, and we went to Licorice last night. That's what I was gonna say. I said Fancy Burger. Anyway, the other restaurant we went to was Licorice. I've never actually done an official roleplay for Licorice. It's probably one of my favorite restaurants. I did actually get ASMR there last night because they have a menu. They just have a handwritten menu, and it kind of changes by the day. And they always come and tell you kind of the details, because it usually just has, like, a steak or something. It doesn't tell you what it comes with. And so they'll come up to the table and kind of tell you everything that it comes with and that sort of thing. And I almost always get ASMR when I go there. So I don't know if that's why the food's really good as well, but I do really like that. But anyway, so I'll probably will do a Licorice roleplay sometime, although maybe I'll be able to convince them to let me go and record there. That might be fun. They might actually let me do that, because they aren't always, like, I think if I went at like 5 p.m. on a day, that they're not usually that busy, then maybe I could see. But they actually seem like the type of place that I could do something like that, maybe. I'm always thinking about these sort of things. Maybe I should do that. I love Licorice. It's the best. So good. So, and, good. Just a good sound. That's a little sound I make it. I just did that for your benefit. I don't need to do it on both sides. But, yeah. So, my mom is great. I'm so lucky. She's a big part of the reason that I am the person I am, and I'm very, very grateful for her. I'm very lucky. And I wanted to share her with you, so tell me what you want to see. Okay. I will see you soon, my tinglings. Goodbye. Hello. So I thought today I'd do a little bit of a ramble, and the first topic that has brought about my need to ramble is my lovely eyebrows, monobrow, unibrow, whatever you want to call them. So I get so many lovely comments on my channel, but I do get a couple probably all of the negative comments I get are about my eyebrows. And so, but then today I actually got a nice comment, not necessarily, it was said nicely, but still on the subject of my eyebrows, kind of implying that there's something wrong with having a unibrow or something like that. So I thought, let's just address this, let's get it out in the open, let's find out about Flypie's history with a unibrow. I don't even really think about it at all, except for all the comments that I've been getting. So, anyway. Yeah, so basic thing in my life. Been a couple of my really good friends who have wanted me to groom my eyebrow area, but it's never really felt very natural to me. It doesn't feel very me to me. I don't know why in particular. I have like a little bit of my tooth that's like getting out of alignment. That bothers me. I want to get a retainer to fix that. So I'm not saying I have problems with fixing things that I don't like the look of or something like that, but well, I think the part of it is there's nothing about the look of my eyebrows that bothers me, and so to me, I am the person who sees myself the most. I am the person who has to deal with having to make myself look how I want to look, and if it doesn't bother me, then other people can put up with it, I guess, is kind of my attitude. I mean, I've talked about a little bit in my last ramble video. I think I talked about how I don't shave my pits or my legs. And that for that I feel a little bit more of a preference. Well, for armpits I don't actually as much. But for legs, I think they look nicer probably when they're shaved. But I also don't want to be a slave to shaving my legs, because it's just really annoying to feel like I can't go out or can't wear something in particular if I don't shave. Anyway, so I haven't shaved for like 4 or 5 years. Anyway, so that's what I've found it like hilarious when I'm getting, well, you know, people can see this little part of me. And I'm like, if you could see down this way, I don't think you would be focusing on the unibrow. Like, it's just so funny. But the aspect of it that really bothers me is people who are there's this one person in particular who keeps commenting on my videos, and I think they have multiple accounts, so they're like really trying to get the message out that they don't like my look, or like, anyway. But I just don't understand why it matters so much. And the aspect that really bothers me about it is that social pressure to conform to what the herd is doing type thing. Like, hey, everyone else is doing this, so you have to do it too. And I'm like, well, no, I don't. So that's my little unibrow thing. I'm not gonna do anything with it, so if this really offends you and you're subscribed to me, probably unsubscribe now, because it's not going anywhere. And you may occasionally get little hints of hair from my armpits, or if I ever show my legs, you might see hair there too. So anyway, but I know most of you guys are just really supportive and great, and obviously have seen what my face looks like and seem okay with that. So this is for you guys. For anybody else who just wants to come and criticize me, feel free to criticize me, but I ain't changing what I'm doing. Anyway, that is now out there. I'd gotten a few comments, and I was like, just kind of delete them and let it go, but it's been a little bit more consistent message lately, and I figure it's right before the beginning of the year right now. It's the 30th of December when I'm recording this, and so I figure when I'm launching my 365, because I'm going to have a lot more videos, I'll have a lot more traffic on my videos and maybe a little bit more mainstream attention. So I might have more people, you know, wanting to berate me for what I choose to do with my own personal grooming. But anyway, see, I thought it might be a bigger deal that I don't wear any makeup or something like that, but anyway, the eyebrows has been the thing. I knew something about me would rub people up the wrong way, because that's kind of what it is to be an individual and to just be yourself. You're not, like, everybody's not gonna like you. So, anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest, because it's just kind of been a little bit of an influx lately. So, let's see, what else should we talk about? Let's talk about something better now. So hopefully I'm not getting little reverberations. I actually just made a little cover for my Zoom, is what I'm using right now, the Zoom H1 microphone. And I've just made a little cover for it so that hopefully when I laugh, it won't just make really loud wind noises. I just made it out of old batting because, oh, here, maybe I will try to show you. Oop, that's going to be an annoying noise. So you can see it's just an old bit of batting, and then I've sewed the sides down. Now we'll put it back out of the shot. Anyway, so, oh, okay, I just wanted to check. Sometimes my recording stops recording sound halfway through. I was recording this video earlier, not this video, a different video earlier today, and it was about 20, well, it'll end up being probably about 25 minutes with the intro, but it was about 20-minute video, and I lost sound about 10 minutes through, but I didn't end up liking the sound on it, and that's because I had the microphone kind of pointed away, and so I was thinking, so then that's why I was like, okay, well, if I'm worried about the wind sound I'm getting, I need to actually get a little cover for my little microphone so that I can speak to you guys all really closely. So, anyway. So, I've been having a lot of fun recording videos. I will probably release this. I have another ramble video that I recorded, but I want to put this one out earlier, so I'll probably put this one out sometime in the beginning of January, even though right now I'm uploaded the first 22 videos, so that'll push it back to 23. So, it'll be fun. And yeah, I've been getting lots of really great comments lately, so that's really exciting. I'm looking forward to the next viewers appreciation video. It should be fun. I haven't decided what I want to do, although I was thinking, today was my idea. I'm not making any promises on this. It's always going to be a surprise what it's going to be, but you can just know that the cogs in my brain are thinking this at this point, so who knows whether that's what'll happen or not. But anyway, I was thinking for viewers appreciation, I could maybe do it as a restaurant role play where I'm taking orders for everybody or something like that, and so everybody's kind of getting a different order, and I'll be like, oh, and here I have this for you and this for you, and you know, that sort of thing, or oh, so you wanted this and you wanted this and that sort of thing. Anyway, I thought I just kind of had that idea today because I was like, oh, I always like to do something a little bit different for viewers appreciation, so thinking about that. I go back to uni in a couple of weeks, so it'll be fun. I'm taking one summer course. It's summer down here in Australia, very hot, and so that'll be a couple months. So I'm taking an intensive chemistry course so that I can then take like environmental chemistry during the year, so that'll be really fun. So might have to do some videos on some of the things. We might have some videos on chemistry just so I can teach you some of the things I'm learning. But I also have, I'm just gonna grab something. So I have this book. I haven't actually started recording it yet, so you can't expect to have anything with this until probably into February, maybe the end of January. But I'm going to do some like kind of educational fact type videos talking about the solar system. So space is one of my interest areas, so that should be fun. I also well, the jewelry role plays will have come out by then, so that will be that. And then I also have this other one. It's going to be that's the other one I was recording earlier today. It's a road trip around Australia on Highway 1. And so I'm going to break that up into a series of videos. So doing different legs and telling you, oh, like, hey, you could stop in here. And it's got I'm doing it off of a book. And so there's some pictures in there, but there's also a map, so it'll be a little bit of a map kind of travel agent type video, so it should be fun. I'm trying to think, because I know people certain people really like it when I have my face in the video, but I also want to show off the map, so I'm trying to think the best way to frame that video. That's the one where the sound I didn't like, but I'm also thinking there's not a lot of visual interest in the video since it mainly stays on the map, so it might be better if I can include my face on that. So, just what I'm thinking. And I'm also excited because I've got a few people lined up who are already going to donate to my Patreon, so I'm really hoping that will go well because I'd really like to do some more fun things with the channel if I can get a little bit more funds. So be sure to check that out if you haven't already. Obviously, no pressure at all to donate. I love making my videos for everybody, whether you're donating or not. And my favorite type of support is actually just the comments that I get from you. So always comment, and just if you feel inclined. But I mean, you should check out the Patreon anyway. There's some videos there. You can just see the videos. Well, I think just the intro video, but yeah. And so it's for my tinglings, and I have these little levels, so I thought they were kind of cute. I did them in bird because I came up with, I wanted to have a name for all my viewers, and so I was looking at suffixes that mean like being a person, and so I had like Tingalore or Tinglarian or different ones I tried. When I came across tinglings, I just thought it has such a nice sound. Tingling, 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 tingling. Especially if you say it a lot. Tingling, tingling, tingling. You are my tingling. And you too are my tingling. I'm being silly, aren't I? That's how I get when I get all... It's because of my eyebrow revelation. I don't know, it wasn't a revelation because everybody already knew that I have it because it's right there. Anyway, but just to share my attitude and unibrow pride. But anyway, so I won tickets to the BBL, so I know in most of my videos most of my videos, I'm just acting like I'm just constantly talking about footy, but in any video where it's me talking rather than being like a role play or anything like that, I do talk about footy a lot, and it's because I'm a mad footy fan. We sit on the front row and it's amazing. But I do also follow cricket in the summer, and so I was like, oh, duh, because I have the Hughes quilt and I did the video on that. I should actually redo that video, because I think with a better microphone, the sound was actually really bad on that video. Anyway, maybe we'll redo that, the fabric sales video, because I think some nice fabric sounds, some like rubbing sounds and explaining the colors to you. Ooh, maybe we could do it as like a wholesaler, like, oh, you could take on the Hoffman Boutique range. Anyway, this is the way I come up with videos. It was so funny. I was talking to my dad this morning, and, you know, I was talking about 365 days of ASMR, how I'm really excited about it launching. And he was like, are you worried about running out of ideas for videos? And then I just listed off, like, oh, I have this going on, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one. And then I can also do this, and then I can do this, and I pretty much just went off, like, and explained probably 30 different videos that I could do. And that's just the beginning. And I found all these books from the library. I checked out all these books from the library. Well, I didn't check them out. I put them on hold so that I'll get them. I need to clear out the books I have, though. I go crazy because I just get so excited, and like I love knowledge as well, but like combining knowledge with videos, so fun. But then I also like doing, you know, like little different slants, doing them in role plays, but also doing educational videos. Anyway, so fun, so fun, so fun, so fun. Oh, I'm having too much fun. I mean, I think you guys understand, hopefully by now. Well, probably there's some new people, so for those of you who don't know, my ramble videos aren't maybe the most relaxing in speed. I tend to talk really fast because I get too excited, and I talk about lots of topics. But I try to stay soft-spoken, so at least maybe if you're trying to go to sleep, you can maybe sleep. So if not, you should skip to a different video. I should have plenty out right now. And unless you're super on top of things, there's probably plenty from me that you haven't seen yet, because I have one coming out every day. Anyway, I keep looking at these things. I was looking at them today. I have these little papers on my wall in here in my little studio that have words. Well, here, so we have like supreme, excellent, extreme, foremost, incomparable, leading, marvelous. And then I also have food words: juicy, aromatic, fiery, piquant, pungent, tart, zesty. And it's just because I get really annoyed by when I use the same words over and over again, which I still do. But sometimes if I'm reaching for a word and I feel like I need to find a different word, then if I can kind of try to see if I can find a different word. But it's more so that, like, by having the words all around, I'll see them more often, so I get different words in my mind by just having them there that I can kind of read from time to time. So the one I still can't get away from, though, is saying absolutely. I always say absolutely so much, but it's such a all-encompassing word. It's really hard to say something that means the same thing as absolutely. Nothing quite does. So I have a list here. I have quite, genuinely, veritably, perfectly, positively, unquestionably, exclusively, extensively, ultimately, completely, consummately, entirely, fully, thoroughly, utterly, wholly. But most of the time I just end up saying absolutely anyway. So this is the look inside of Flyby's brain. I should tell you the story of Flyby. Actually, that would be really fun. Also, you get to find out that I was a creepy little child. No, I mean, it's just, I think a lot of people do that. But anyway. So, when I was about, 14 or 15, I had a crush. I think I was 16, actually. Maybe 15. I had a crush on this guy, and we were AOL instant messaging, AIM. That was the big thing at the time, was to be instant messaging on there. And so I used to, yeah, I got his aim one day. And so anyway, so we were talking for a while. And anyway, then I like started using this information to look him up online and that sort of thing. And I ended up looking him up he was on a Half-Life forum. And so I used to follow, like, and read his posts or whatever. And then I wanted to reply to something, but I didn't want him to know it was me. I don't know if I was even replying to him. I don't remember that. And so so my normal name online was always Write Crazy, because when I was younger I used to be, like, wanted to become a writer. It was kind of my big ambition. I also, like, wrote lots of books when I was really young. My first grade teacher, like, she taught us how to kind of publish them in we had these little things that you could stick them in. Anyway, I had a lot of fun making, like, all my cousins and aunts and uncles have all sorts, like, that's what I used to give for gifts, was I'd make a book and then give it to them. But anyway, I don't know how I got onto the books. Where did that go? Oh, Write Crazy, that's how. Anyway, so Write Crazy. But I wanted but obviously that was my name on AOL, and so I knew that he would know that was me. And so I wanted to do something that wouldn't raise suspicion or seem at all like me, that was kind of just me flying by night. And that's why I was like, oh, flyby, I'll do that, that sounds fun. Anyway, and so I went on there, so it was kind of the first forum that I actually registered for. So then when I ended up registering on Orson Scott Card, I'm a big Orson Scott Card fan. Sorry, my thing ran out of space. I had to go delete that file from earlier today. Anyway, yeah, so I am a big Orson Scott Card fan. So I ended up going on and registering an account on the forum for Hatrack River. And so I was flyby there because I really liked the name. And I was a bit involved in that community. I used to have this dumb thing about, oh, don't go to the other forum. Anyway, I was really young. Well, that age. Anyway, it feels really young now. And so I spent a bit of time there. I, like, knew a few different people on there. But probably my biggest one was then when I went to TSC, the Sonic Center, and I was flyby there, and that's where I met both my current partner and my son, Worcester. Well, we met in Mafia, but anyway, it's basically through TSC. But anyway, and I got into there because of my ex, so anyway. Flyby, I became really involved in TSC, and so flyby's become a really big part of my online identity. And so with my channel, I could use my first name, but I really like flyby. It's the name I've chosen for myself, and I really like it, and it's just, it brings out a different part in me as well when I think of myself as flyby, and so that's the part I want to be on my channel, and so that's why I'm flyby here. So I probably won't really use my given name just because I'm flyby, and I want you guys to think of me as flyby. But if you can, you should spell it with a lowercase f, because I hate a capital F with it. So anyway, I'm just a little picky about that. I just don't think it looks very good. I also like to break the rules. Not that, I mean, lots of people do usernames with lowercase, but I'm just really particular. That's also why I do it Tingles with a lowercase t, because I think well, the sameness of it looks good together. Anyway, I think this is going on, oh, I don't know how long because it was the other video. I have no idea. Anyway, I am saying anyway a lot, aren't I? Now I'm trying not to say anyway. I'm succeeding. I'm also not saying other words, except these words that I'm saying. See, I wanted to say it there. So, I think that's probably good for right now. I think that was a good, light-hearted ramble. The next one's a little heavier, so have fun with that one. But thanks for watching my tinklings. I love all your support, and thumbs up this video if you love unibrows. If you don't love unibrows and you just love me, thumbs it up anyway. Anyway, see, I did it again. Thanks for all your support, guys, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. What color do you think my eyes are? A bit hard to tell in this light, isn't it? Wow. Let's discuss and have a closer look. Hello, my tinglings. Well, I'm sure you can see the title of this video. Be talking about what color are my eyes. So, this is actually a very difficult question for me to answer when I was a kid, or any time I have to fill it out for driver's license or anything like that. But before we get into my eye color specifically, just want to talk a little bit about eye color in general. So, I have our trusty Wikipedia over here to help us out. So, eye color is a polygenic phenotypic character. So that means basically that there are multiple genes that code for eye color. So it's not just a single gene and you either have it or you don't. There's lots of genes kind of working together which produce the eye color. Excuse me. So there are two factors that determine eye color. There's the pigmentation of the eye iris. So melanin is the main pigment in eyes, and so at the back of the iris there will be a certain amount of pigment there. So very, very dark brown eyes, they have a lot of pigment, and that's what makes them appear brown. It also, though, depends on the frequency dependence of the scattering of light and by the turbid medium in the stroma of the iris, which basically means that in different lighting conditions, eye color can actually look different, which is partially probably what caused a bit of an issue for me as a child, because trying to stick with the traditional eye colors that I've heard of, I would say sometimes my eyes look blue, sometimes they look green, and sometimes they look gray. And those are the kind of colors I would usually say. So, for example, if I wear a very bright blue top, then the blue in my eyes really comes out and they can look very blue. But a lot of times they can look green. And I know that sometimes they look gray, but I never actually figured out when they look gray. But I do know as a kid, sometimes I would look at them like, oh, they look kind of gray. So, when I was a kid, I used to say that I had rainbow eyes, but I actually know what type of eyes I have now, but I'm not going to spoil it. So, excuse me. So the melanin in the eyes is on your iris pigment. Don't know if any of you, when I was in 7th grade, we dissected a cow eye. And so it's at the back, you have this really gorgeous coloring, actually. But that's where your iris is. The cellular density. So the appearance of blue and green eyes, as well as hazel eyes, result from Tyndall scattering of light. So Rayleigh scattering is the name for the diffusion of light, which causes the sky to look blue. Basically because there's atmosphere around the earth, and as the light comes through, because it gets scattered, it then looks blue rather than just like white light, which is what the sun actually is giving us, white light. So neither blue nor green pigments are ever present in the human iris or ocular fluid. So the pigments in the eye are not actually blue or green. It's all the same pigments, but it's basically different amounts of pigment as far as I understand it. So I think blue is the least amount, and then, well, brown is the most. I think it's like green next, and then hazel, something like that. So eye color is structural color and depends on the lighting conditions. So that's why I would sometimes perhaps see my eyes as different colors. There's also a second factor for that, which I will get into. Now let's get into... So there are there's multiple genes, but there's 4 genes that are definitely known to be associated with eye color. There's the OCA2 gene. This is associated with melanin-producing cells and very central importance for eye color. We also have HERC2 that affects the function of OCA2, the last one we were talking about, which has a specific mutation strongly linked to blue eyes. So there's probably something going on there in my eyes. And then SLC24A4 is associated with differences between blue and green eyes. So this is probably important in my eyes. And TYR, that has a similar function. So blue eyes with a brown spot, green eyes, and gray eyes are all caused by an entirely different part of the genome. So we have all these different parts of the genome that are coming together to form the eye color that we see before us. Of course, because of my ring light, you're seeing a nice ring, I can't actually see my true eye color, but we'll get to that. Okay. So there is a chart for eye color, and it's called the Martin scale. The numbering is reversed in scale. So basically, the lightest eyes have the highest numbers. So you have 16, which is a pure light blue. So probably like the lightest eyes that you would see. 15 is a gray. Light mixed is 14 to 12. So you have 14 is very light mixed blue. So blue with gray or green with gray. So just very, very light pigmentation. And then 13 to 12 is light or very light mixed with a small admixture of brown. Then 11 to 7 are mixed eyes. They're a mixture of light eyes, blue, gray, or green, with brown and light and brown, when light and brown appearances at the same level. Okay, so if you have kind of a combination between, not necessarily saying that you have, it's just if your eyes get a bit darker, that means you have more brown melanin. So if you've ever seen people have really piercing light eyes, those would be the really light ones. And darker eyes may still appear blue or green, but they just look a bit darker. So that means they have more melanin. Then we have 6 to 5, which is brown with a small admixture of light. If you see people with kind of light brown eyes, that's probably the color, say like my dad's are probably a little darker, but my love has fairly light eyes, as does my best friend. They both have brown eyes, but a bit lighter. And then dark is 4 to 1, so these are very dark brown eyes. So that's our scale. What's really interesting then, getting into what is my actual eye color. So if you look at my eye color right now, it probably looks fairly blue. And that's because there's a ring over a very key component. I'll try and come a little bit closer, but it still won't show very much. So there's a rare genetic mutation, shall we say, called heterochromia, and that is something that's playing around in my eyes. Heterochromia means having more than one color in your eye. So if we think about, and there's a few different types. So you have a complete heterochromia. So if you, the word heterochromia, chromia is a word for color. It's Latin, I think, chroma. So chromia, that's for color, and then hetero meaning, if we know homo means the same, and hetero means different. So heterochromia means different colored eyes, basically. Pretty simple explanation for a kind of jargony term. So heterochromia means two colors of eye. So if you know, who's a good example? If you watched Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, what's her name? Jane Seymour. She actually has two different colors of eyes. There's a few other actresses. Mila Kunis apparently has them, but hers are not very distinct. Anyway, there's a few people who have heterochromia. And they're a complete heterochromia, which means one eye's one color, one's another. And it's the most striking when you see somebody, say, with a brown eye and a blue eye. So that's quite rare. There's also partial heterochromia, which means within the same eye you have one part that's one color, one that's another. This is what David Bowie has. He doesn't have complete heterochromia. He actually has the different colors within the same eye, and it's just kind of portioned off, almost like a pie piece. And then there's a third type, and it's called central heterochromia. So central heterochromia means that you have one color on the outside of the eye, and then another color in a ring around the center of your eye. And that is what my eyes are. Now, what's interesting interesting when I was looking up about central heterochromia. The article I was reading saying, heterochromia is rare genetic mutation, and they think only about 200,000 people have it in the US. But they also said that they don't see it being hereditary. They think it's just kind of, a mutation that happens. But I don't think that's true at all. Because when I was reading about heterochromia, I was thinking about my sister's eyes, and I thought, she has central heterochromia as well. Her eyes don't look at all like mine. She has green eyes with a brown circle around them, but that is still a heterochromia. It's different from, so hazel eyes are generally considered a kind of brown and greenish eye, but for that sort of eye, it's pretty, if you look up different eyes, for a hazel eye, it's a pretty smooth transition, whereas with central heterochromia, it's a very distinct ring, so you can kind of tell one to the next. It's not just a gradient going from one to the other. But the other reason that I didn't think it was not hereditary is because I remember when I was at I don't remember if it was my grandma or my granddad's funeral. I think it was my grandpa's funeral. But I remember, because I've always kind of been curious, and so my eyes are basically, we have blue pigment with a yellow ring around. It's kind of a yellowish, brownish, but it's very light yellowish, brownish, so I always call it kind of yellow, which makes sense why it would look green in some lights, because that yellow tinge is really coming out and coloring the rest, whereas, right now, if you're looking at me, and I've got this ring covering that yellow portion, then my eyes are going to look much more blue. So I was at my grandpa's funeral, and I've always, I kind of realized I have these blue eyes with kind of a yellow ring, and so I've just always kind of had my eyes blue or green, just whatever my mood is, But I was looking around and I noticed, I've known that my mom has very similar eyes to me, and then I was looking around and I saw all these other, I think I saw 2 or 3 other people with my exact same eyes, so I was like, this has got to be hereditary. So when I was researching for this video, I also made a post on so we have this group for my grandpa, all his descendants, his family and their descendants. So I put a post in there asking who else thinks they have central heterochromia. And I think we had 8 or 9 people who said that they have it. Some with my coloring, some had brown with a yellow ring, some green with a yellow ring, and then some like my sister that has green with a brown ring. So there must be some sort of hereditary component that promotes that color pattern, where the color pattern then changes based on other genetic factors, but that must be hereditary. So I knew it had to be because my mom has the same eyes, first of all. But so I thought it was funny that they said that it wasn't. But yeah. So yeah, I have central heterochromia eyes. They're blue with a yellow circle. That is the color of my eyes. So if you've ever wondered, there's your answer. Hello, my tinglings. Today we're going to be doing a video on my nails. I've had a few questions throughout my time having a channel where people have asked me how I keep my nails the way they are. I actually don't do that much, very specific, but I do a couple things, so I thought I would share with you. I do think I am quite lucky with my nails. I don't actually know if I have any pictures of my hands before I grew out my nails, so for the first, well, it would have been until 2013, so how old was I then? 27 years of my life. I would always chew well, so when I was younger, I used to chew my nails. And then when I got braces, when I was about 13 maybe, I started picking at my nails, so I would pick at them. And so I have done that on and off throughout my life since I was very young. And I've tried stopping a couple times, but never had the motivation to actually go through with it until I started an ASMR channel. And when I would look at other people with their beautiful tapping nails, I thought if I was going to do ASMR, I would need nails to do tapping. Now, if you've watched a lot of my videos, I don't do very many purely trigger videos, because for me, when I'm watching ASMR, I can't just listen to triggers. I need something to take my mind off of the fact that I'm trying to get ASMR. And so that's why I like to do a topic. Also for me, I like to not have it be just constant trigger. So if somebody's just tapping and tapping and tapping as part of a role play, it's distracting for me. I like it when it feels like it's just kind of, oh, I'm sitting here and thinking. It's kind of an unconscious behavior. That's when, for me, it's a really good trigger. Or if it makes sense for, what we're doing. So, the first thing that I do, so when I was 27, that's when I started growing out my nails for my channel, because I wanted to be able to tap for you. So, and I grew them out quite successfully. So I actually had to start using a few different things that I'd never had a use for before. One of those was this lovely little nail brush. And I use a nail brush, not super common, but if I get a lot of dirt under good for cleaning out behind the nails. The other thing I do instead of that is I'll usually use my thumbnail and just come right under, pull out whatever there, and then kind of go across. So I use this infrequently, usually if it's just very messy. So I'll put that to the side. Now, this may be funny, but I had used them before, but I very infrequently would use nail clippers. I actually still don't use them as much, so if I get a really long nail like this, a lot of times I'll end up picking at it. Not sure if I'm going to be able to show you what I actually want to show you with this nail. Let's see if we can get it focused. I might have to come under. Maybe we'll just put my hand there. Focus on my hand. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, is you can kind of see it's getting a bit weaker along the side here. This is partially why I thought it might be a good time to do another video. Well, to do a video on this. Is because I kind of need to groom my nails as it is. So I've lost this one because I had a weakness like that in the side, and when they get a weakness in the side like that, it's very easy for it to catch on something, and then that will cause it to kind of break, and then this one I end up pulling off. So when you see the variable length of my nails, that is the reason we have that. But I do actually a lot still with picking at my nails. I don't always use clippers, but particularly when you have these kind of weaknesses, structural weaknesses on the side of the nail, then it's good to try and address them before you end up losing the whole nail. So, I'll show you what I do there. Just open those up, and I like to just kind of keep a parallel line around, so a little bit rounded, not completely a square top, but nothing really super pointy. And these ones always end up a little curvier, and then this one always ends up a little straight, just because of kind of the shape of my finger and how it ends up going. So we'll clip, and getting the second bit in, there we go, and clip. Well, I was going to show you the nail, but it's disappeared. So now we've got a lot more structural integrity there with the nail, so it's not going to end up coming down to there. But there's actually a few places around well, this needs to be filed anyway. There's quite a few places that need to be filed. I have a few kind of weak spots along my index fingers, and you can see this is kind of out of shape as well. So we'll do a bit of filing. I think you're supposed to buy new files quite often, but I've only bought one set since I've lived in Australia, and I don't think I used files before that. So, and I think it was a set of 3, but then, anyway, so that 2013 is when I started doing my nails, and 2018 now I've finally bought another set of files because I'd like to keep, basically, I got just this set on eBay. It was pretty cheap for 10 set. I think it was like $4, I don't know. Because I'd like to keep one in the car, in my backpack, and then also in my bathroom. But I had to steal the one from my bathroom, so I don't actually have one in the bathroom right now, which is annoying. So once I open this back, that will be rectified. Okay, I'm gonna try and do this quiet enough so we can keep it in, but if it gets too loud, I may just cut to after they're open. Those pushed down, and now just open that up. And here we have a file. Probably set the rest of these. So we have a nice little file. Actually, I think what happened is I think I actually still have a file in here from when I did my pregnancy pampering video. I was filing my nails on camera that night and saying that I was filing your nails. So, okay, let's see. These are a bit coarse, actually. Maybe I just haven't used the new one for a while. You'll see, you can sometimes get these little bits coming up, and you have a little corner right here. So I always try and get it a little bit rounded, because a corner is always going to be something that grabs more than something that doesn't have a corner. Don't want to get rid of my full nail though. Quite a robust file. I think that's where our little weakness is. Just file, get below the weakness. Then go underneath. That looks okay. I don't know, this file is actually a bit, it's quite hard. I don't know if that's just because it's new. So now I'll just feel across the nails. How we're going to do that. Really, that piece. being a bit concave. Maybe we'll do a little cut there. Not quite sure about these files. Just feel like I'm losing my nail. They just take off a lot. Maybe we'll be better on this one because it's my dominant hand doing the work. That looks okay. Yeah, I feel like these are making my nails a little more jagged, which is, so this is the nail, but anyway. I think that's pretty well it. So that's basically all I do to upkeep my nails. Clean them with a brush, just soap and water in the shower. Clip them when they're getting a little bit weak and file them to get rid of the weaknesses in them so that hopefully they won't break. So they do grow out. Obviously you saw they started off today quite long. And it's just when they start to get those little weaknesses in them. I've kind of mangled that nail. Oh well. When they get those weaknesses in them, then they can break and then I might lose the full nail. Which you'll see because I don't wear any fake nails. I just use always my real nails and you get me how I am. So you get the thumbnails like this showing up. And sometimes they're long and not always even. You know, that's just part of life in my opinion. So, I have had, anyway, so that's my answer for my tinglings who've been asking how I keep my nails. When my mom was trying to grow her nails, she used to put on this lotion that was like for horse hooves. Anyway, but I don't put anything on them. I don't really try and eat anything special either. I just, just do that. And they usually are pretty good for me. So, then I can do a little bit of tap and scratch for you. So that is, let's center that, shall we? That is how I do my nails. If you have any more questions that you would like me to answer in a video, let me know. Always happy to hear your ideas. I make no guarantees of what I do with your ideas, but I am always happy to hear them. So, I shall talk to you next time and see you tomorrow. Goodbye, my tinklings. Hello, my tinglings. Thought today I might sport my glasses. I usually do take them off for videos because I do prefer my look, I guess, without glasses, but sport them today. So on my affirmations video, I spoke about how I could discuss my morning routine. So I thought today I would do that because there was at least one tingling who wanted that. So I have this app on my phone, which if I didn't use my phone to record, I would try to show you, but I do. So I have a couple different apps that I kind of use for my goal tracking or that sort of thing. But there's a few different apps that I use in my morning routine as well. But the first one is just this Habits app. So, and in this Habits app, you can set up all these things that you want to do, and then you just have a tick box. And so you can just put a tick box after you've done it for that day. So, and you can actually set like different colors, which I didn't realize, I think, at first. I don't know. Anyway, so I have my morning routine, and then a couple things, and then an evening routine as well, which I'm not as consistent on my evening routine, although I've been way off on my morning routine since I had this really bad illness in January. But anyway, so yeah, so there's just a few components to my morning routine. The whole reason I decided to do a morning routine was the basis for so many things. Well, probably YouTube and Quora. So Quora is, for anybody who hasn't been on Quora, it's a really great, it's a social media website, but it's more about sharing knowledge. So it's really fun. So you can ask questions. So you just put a question up, and then people can answer your questions. And so you can just see people's questions and answers. And so you can look for topics that you're interested or different things like that. So I have like a life topic. So people do lots of different things, like what's a life hack that'll help me, or, little things like that. So different components of my morning routine do come from that as well, or from TED Talks that I watch on YouTube, or different things. So, yeah, so I read on there that having a morning routine can help you, and I don't know. So I read about it about a year ago, and I thought, oh, why don't I just give it a try and see how it goes? And so, yeah. So, the things that I have in my morning routine, they are, well, anyway, I'll just go through each of them as I go through. So, the order is a little dependent. I used to have my Bliss app first, so maybe we'll just go with that one first. So the first one I have is this app called Bliss, and the point of this app is to help you reframe. Sorry, just wanted to make sure you're still there. I've been having lots of issues lately with my sound not recording, so anyway, life of an ASMR artist or YouTuber, but probably more ASMR because you record longer videos. Anyway, la la la. This will be a little rambly. So the Bliss app, the whole point of it is to help you have the kind of more positive slants on your thinking, and it connects to something I used to do when I was younger and Mormon. I had a gratitude journal, and then it was about thanking the Lord or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, nowadays I just do gratitude. I can be grateful. It doesn't necessarily have to be to someone else. I can just be grateful that I have things. And so so the main one that I do, though, they have all these different little exercises that you can do. You can do like imagine your best possible future, or just all sorts of different things, or honoring a person, or really savoring an experience. So there's all of those ones, so occasionally I'll do some of the other ones, but the main one I do is called 3 Good Things. So it's a really quick journaling process, so I can just write down 3 things, usually from the day before, but if I'm looking forward to something in that day, then I might use that. And so, yeah, it's just something really good. I find that journaling in that way, just having something that you are recording positive things that happen to you each day, it really helps you look more for the positives. And so, yeah, something that I've found as I've done that at different points in my life. So it's something I like to have, but I used to do like 5 or 10 things. And then I used to also keep a journal, and I used to have like an hour of journaling every day when I was a teenager. I had lots of journals. I lost a lot of them. Anyway, neither here nor there. So that's what I start with, is the Bliss app. Or I don't start with. But anyway, I don't really care about the order for my morning routine. It's more about just getting the things done. So, yeah, Bliss app. And then next it rolls into, I usually go into my bathroom, and I like to do it in front of the mirror so that I can see. Sometimes I'll do it downstairs, not in front of the mirror, but I really prefer it in the mirror. And this is when I do my affirmations. And at the same time I do my affirmations, I do a power pose as well. So usually I do hands on my hips for 2 minutes. I do time it. And then I have 1 minute, or usually about 40 seconds, but sometimes up to a minute in my victory pose, which is standing up with my arms up and looking up into the air. Sometimes I can be a strain on my neck for a while, so I don't always do it it's more, bringing that. So if you've watched there's a great TED Talk on power poses, and I am really excited about power poses because they are really great. So there was a study done with power poses where they had people just do a power pose like that, hand on hips, for 2 minutes before going into an interview situation. And then they had someone just do kind of what you might do, like playing on their phone. And usually you're in a hunched position. And then they had just people kind of view them and see who they thought did better on the interviews. And the people who did the power poses were judged to be better, even when I think they switched groups as well, so the same people did both kind of treatments or whatever. So that was really interesting. But the other thing that's really interesting about power poses is that it's about putting your body in an alpha position. So we humans we have so much going on, like, below the surface. Like, we think we're all up in our brains, but we're very responsive to our physiology. And so naturally we feel, so there's a big tendency to kind of make ourselves smaller and not to take up too much space and that sort of thing. And so by opening ourselves up, by taking up more space, it makes you feel more like an alpha. So sometimes that's actually one of my affirmations, is saying, I am an alpha, or I am alpha. Something like that. It's just, something fun, make you feel powerful. Why shouldn't I feel powerful? And so, so that is one real benefit. I find power pose very, very good. Other thing is power poses, they increase your testosterone, which is your confidence hormone, and decreases your cortisol. So if you're feeling really stressed, it's a good time to get into a power pose, and it actually makes you feel more in control of things. And it's like your body's actually responding to the cues that you're giving it. So you're putting yourself in this position, you're taking up this space. It's telling your body basically like, no, you're okay, you got all this space, you're an alpha, Anyway, so power poses, big fan. Even if you don't want to do them daily, if you ever have an interview or some really important meeting, something like that, pop into the bathroom. You can't even be in a stall. It doesn't matter if you're tucked away in the janitor's closet. Your body will respond just to the movement that you put yourself into. And so it's more about the attitude it gives you going forward. You don't want to come off as arrogant necessarily, or maybe you do, sometimes I do. So, and also it can feel really uncomfortable at first, and that's a good thing. That's part of helping you grow into this space. Instead of just being in here, it's going to be out here. It's going to be uncomfortable. So, I'm really, really big fan of power poses. And then, do my affirmations as well. I had a bit of a ramble video which goes into more detail about them, but since one of my viewers brought it up, we'll talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain is plastic and will respond to the things you do. And so just setting your mind to believe in something will help it believe that. And so there's real power in just saying things to yourself, about yourself, anything like that. And if you ever need somebody positive, well, go check out my affirmations video, because I have lots of good things to say about you. And if you need anything specific, if you want something specific for you, put it in the comments. I will make an affirmations video with everybody's requested affirmations, because I want everybody to be feeling amazing in the very specific way that they want, and just including individual affirmations for all of my lovely tinklings. I'd be more than happy to do that. Even if I had to do 100 hours of affirmations, I will do it for all of you, because you all are great and you deserve it. Me. So, I have yoga, my morning yoga. It's kind of half considered in my morning routine and half not. I consider it kind of in there, but it's kind of not, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, we'll get to yoga, we'll come back to yoga in a sec. So, another one that I have on my list is to review my goal list. So, I have this app called Incentive, which I love, except for that you it's not that big a deal. But so it's really great. So you can set up you can set up a whole list of goals that you want, and then the idea is you just set, okay, what's a task that you can do right now or, within the next week, and do that, and then you just do that. And you set it up, and you also have rewards. So you set your own rewards for what you're going to get, and you have a point value. So your different tasks, you can give different point values depending on what it is. So usually what I find is I put the tasks on there. I usually set them at like 1 point. But if something stays around there for a long time, then usually I'll just up the points. And I'll just keep upping it until I actually feel motivated to doing it. Because if it keeps staying on there and I'm not doing it, instead of trying to make myself feel guilty, like, oh, you should be doing that, I'll just be, okay, obviously it's not feeling like enough of an incentive for whatever reason that it's not making me want to do it. And so I'll just up the points. So most things I do get done with 1 point, but certain things that are really stretching of myself may not. And so let's get more points. So, yeah. So that's, so I review the goal list, kind of set some tasks, and yeah, just kind of see, it helps me kind of just a really quick little way to plan out my day and reconnect my specific tasks that day into the goals that I have long term and that sort of thing. So it's a fun little app, and I really like that part, just to kind of touch base with my goals. And also, I think after doing my affirmations and then looking at my goals, it just makes me think, man, I'm like, got some cool things on the go. This is what I'm trying to accomplish, man. Because I just feel like, oh yeah, it's already decided that I'm going to accomplish it. So now it's just, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. I don't know. It's cool. Highly recommend. So, we have that. Anyway, oh yeah. So that's why, so I have, for my morning routine, I give that 1 point in my app. So you have your to-do list, you also have your daily tasks, and then you can have repeat tasks. And so for my, daily tasks, I have complete my morning routine, and then I separated out yoga from there because I wanted to still have motivation to do my morning routine, even if I didn't feel like I had enough time to do yoga. Still wanted to get the rest of those things done because they're still really beneficial to me. And they're a bit quicker, and so, yeah. So I separated it out, but I still kind of consider it part of my morning routine is doing morning yoga. Usually do my 2 favorite people on YouTube are Yoga with Adriene and Sarah Beth Yoga. I love Sarah Beth Yoga, has a deep stretch series. It's so good and so relaxing and just really good. Get on to that. And then Yoga with Adriene, she just has everything. So many different types of videos and just great to go to for lots of things. And then I might, develop my own routine based on what I'm feeling like that day or anything like that. But usually I use a video. So that's my yoga. I think we only have 2 more. Yeah. So the other one I have is kind of a mental check. It's just called, so the name of it that I have on my app is Check My Miswaks, which it's actually really weird. I don't have one here, but that I haven't actually shown you guys a miswak. I'm really letting you down. Yeah, I might have to do a video on that. So miswak is a toothbrushing stick, and I won't go into that because I'll probably save that for an actual video on miswaks because you guys gotta know about miswaks. But anyway, it's a toothbrushing stick, and so I use it to brush my teeth. I also use a toothbrush as well, kind of one or the other at a time. But so Miswak, because it's just a stick and it doesn't need water, I have them kind of dotted throughout. Like I have one in my car, one in my bag, I have one down in, like we have a lift up in our lounge. I have one there. Anyway, so I just have check Miswaks, because when the top gets to a certain point, I kind of just need to chop it off so I can kind of refresh it. So it's just kind of, okay, just mentally checking through, are there any Miswaks that I need to get? I only chop them off probably once every 2 to 3 weeks when I'm using them predominantly. But it's something where I'm not good about thinking about something once a week. So if I think about it every day and don't have to do it but once a week or once every 2 weeks, then I'm more likely to get it done. So that one, and then my final one is to eat oh no, I forgot one. We'll get to that one in a sec. So I have eat breakfast. So normally that's just eating my overnight oats, but I could just be eating anything. So just to get that metabolism going in the morning. It's also, I have much better energy in the day when I eat in the morning. I tried intermittent fasting like the past 3 or 4 weeks. If you want a video on that, let me know. I might do a video on that, even if you don't want it. That's the kind of person I am. Anyway, but yeah, no, I like eating in the morning. It's good. And I like to get something just, something that's nutritious, healthy, makes me feel good in the morning, which is why I love my overnight oats. Now that it's getting a little bit cooler, I can probably go back to banana and peanut butter, because I've been doing it with just strawberries, and that way I don't get the protein in, and so it's not the same as my banana and peanut butter chocolate overnight oats. So hopefully soon I'll be able to have bananas that will last me more than 2 days on the counter. And yeah, so then my last item on the list, it falls under the connect with someone list item. So it's just something for me to focus on just my social, emotional connections with other people. So a lot of times I take it as an opportunity to connect with my love, depending on how much time we've been spending together lately. I might use that if I feel like, that we've been pretty connected, then a lot of times I might use that to email, like one of my nieces, or like a friend, something like that, or message somebody, something like that. I might, try to connect with someone that way, or I do try to, a lot of times with my love, just, going and giving him a snuggle and just taking some time to really focus on that for just those few minutes. So it's really nice, it's really balanced, and I think it's a really good way to start the day. Before that, because I leave for work at about 7:30, so before I started doing my morning routine, I used to get up around 7, and then I started getting up at 6:15 so I could do my morning routine. And it was just amazing how much of a difference it made for me, just actually feeling like I had time for me before everything else happened, and just got to really nurture myself, I guess. And so I highly recommend to everyone to take time to nurture yourself as much as you can. I know it's not always easy and it doesn't always fit in. And I'm a big person for when it doesn't happen, and just don't worry about it. Which has been, since January, that's been me trying to get back into a nice routine, but having a little bit of difficulty. So, we'll see how we go. But yeah, I've been doing a little bit better over the last couple weeks, but it was also Zelda. Zelda really did me. Anyway, I'm getting really tired, so thank you for listening to me. And if you guys have your own morning routines, let me know what you do. Be keen to hear what other people are doing around the world. And, or if you decide to adopt a morning routine, thanks to this video, I will take full credit for it. No, I don't even know. But yeah, I'll just let me know, because I'd love to hear about what's going on with you. So, I will see you soon. As Lady Green Eyes says, take care of each other. I love it when she says that. She's a great lady. And yeah, enjoy the morning and the evening and all the time in between. I don't know, I'm in a silly mood. I know, you guys like it when I get silly and tired. But I'm not going to ramble forever because I want to go take a shower. So, I will see you tomorrow. Hello, my tinglings. Don't know if you've seen recently, I did a video doing journal sales. So after I did that, I was thinking maybe I would put these away, but then I thought maybe I should explain what I've done with all these journals, because I have a lot of them. So we'll start with this one, which I said I actually don't, this isn't even all my journals because I didn't think they all looked good for sales. So this is my Precious Moments journal, and I got this when I first was talking to Mark, my son, online, and so I wrote about a few moments in there, and so that's what it was kept for. I probably would have thought I would use that a little bit more now that he's here. And I haven't been keeping any journals really, except I use this app on my phone for doing like things that you're grateful for. Doing a bow. But so that was the idea behind it. It's also, I am always uber careful about this one because it is kind of, I always wanted to treat it when I first got it like kind of that precious way that I feel about Mark. And so it's been a little bit, I guess, how I use that's a little symbolic for sometimes if you try and be too precious with something, you may miss out on something. Anyway, many of you know that I used to be Mormon. So this is my temple journal. Used to take this with me to the temple when I did baptisms for the dead. Which, anyway, and then this is turned into a prayer journal. And I don't know exactly. Anyway, so it was kind of writing down my religious experiences. Anyway, it's not the stuff, that one doesn't resonate with me a ton right now, which I think this one won't either. I think this is a scripture journal. Yeah, this is a scripture journal, which is actually a shame because I love this journal. It's a really nice journal. But yeah, so I used to, when I was studying the scriptures, kind of write down my thoughts and sometimes copy out verses and that sort of thing into here. So it was my scripture journal. This one is actually pretty fun. I've also got a card that goes with it. Oh, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. This actually has a story, so it has this daily question card. This is the original card. I think there's a second card in here, actually. Anyway, we'll look at that in a second. Oh, and this has a story. So, it was when I was at BYU. I must have been 19. I was like, well, it was before I got married. But anyway, I was still very young, I guess. So, I was about 19, and I was vaguely interested in this guy named Eric, who I kind of randomly met one night, and it was really, just kind of on a whim thing, and it was really fun. And so then I kind of wanted an excuse to see him more, to kind of get to know him better, I guess. And so I was thinking what I could do, and a lot of people around BYU kind of do funny things. So I came up with the daily question. Oh, here we go. Today I invented the daily question. It's where I go over to Eric's house and make up a random question and get answers from everyone that is there. No one was home today, but I did have a question, and I told Sarah and Aaron about it. Sarah lived across the hall from me, and Aaron was my roommate. And the question was, if you were falling into a volcano, how would you save yourself? So then, this is the 21st, so 2 days later. So tonight, after much agony over whether to go over because the living room light was not on, I went over. But anyway, I did go over the question. If gravity suddenly reversed, what would you do? Ryan was there, a room I had not met before. Fly. I asked him if he knew how to fly, and he said that he does. Then I thanked him and told him that since the game was called the Daily Question, that he might see me again. I am so weird. Such a 19-year-old. That is not something I would say now. Anyway. So the answer of today was, if your mother were any instrument, which instrument would she be? Mike answered the door, and so he answered violin. That's what happened. Mike and Eric wanted to go on a date, and they had planned to go on a date that day, and they didn't have any girls to go on dates with, so they were going around trying to find someone to go on a date with them. And so they were walking around, going door to door in our apartments, because there was a girl's side and a boy's side. So then so me and my friend Casey were there, and we said, yep, we'll go on a date with you guys. And so I ended up getting matched up with Mike, and she went with Eric, but I kind of ended up liking Eric better. I kind of had a bit of a crush on him after that. So that was how that began now, I remember. So, and then, so 22. Mike answered the door, and he answered violin. And then I was telling him that yes, I did this every day, and he said I should have prizes, so that will happen tomorrow. But then Eric peeked out of their room, definitely feels like 13 years ago. Today's question: if your pillow suddenly turned into a pillow, what would you do? Mike Airplane, which I think there were 2 mics and he was the other one. Open the door. Make sure I slept on the long part. Then other Mike came and wanted to answer, so he said I'd shave. I think it's if your pillow suddenly turned into a razor. I thought that was funny, so I gave him the Snickers, and then Mike Springwell was like, I like your daily questions, Jenny. And I said, thanks, see you tomorrow. I was so anticipated today. Mike Plain was like, oh, it's the daily question, which was, if you had to travel to some imaginary place, where would you go? Ryan Oz. Eric, the Lord of the Rings set. But I said he would have to go to the place, not just the set. Mike hesitating an answer, and then the Bat Cave. And then Eric asked us which race would we be if we were in the Lord of the Rings, because he said he wouldn't want to be a hobbit. And I said I would be of the race man. And then Eric asked me what place I would go. I answered Never Neverland. It's cool though, because earlier today I prayed that I would see Eric. Oh yeah, just totally. God set that up. You all know I'm atheist now, right? And he had a weird sword thing that he was beating his leg with. I gave them a package of redacted, because I don't support this anymore, for their prize to share. It was fun times. And that went on for a few more days. I love the daily question. One more entry after that. I did end up asking Eric on a date after that. In a very BYU way, which was giving him a packet of flour, like baking flour, and saying there's something inside or whatever. And yeah, anyway, it was funny. So there was actually nothing in there. So then, like, the next day, then I sent him a bouquet of flowers, and I said, oops, wrong kind of flower. Will you go on a date with me? It's a very BYU thing. But anyway, it's fun. I actually really like that aspect of BYU. And so then he gave me back this, like, printed out thing saying, this is what I found inside. And he, like, gave a whole, like, Wikipedia article. I don't know if this was before Wikipedia, but basically this whole encyclopedia article about what flour is. And he's like, and nothing else. So he sent that back to me. Excuse me. But I don't think that he... And then one day he just, like, busted into our apartment, which we didn't have our door locked a lot, so it wasn't like he broke in. It was, anyway, kind of, you have to understand how it was. It wasn't weird. So he walks in, and he takes the flour, like, he has the thing of flour that I'd given to him. And me and my roommate are in the living room. He just walks in. He doesn't talk to us. He pulls out this flour, goes to our table, and starts pouring the flour out on the table. And then he, like, sprinkles the flower petals over the table. And, yeah, anyway. It's funny to think about. Anyway, yeah, and then I went up and looked and what it said, and it said yes. And it was, like, circled around. So we ended up going on another date, but nothing really happened from there. I think he may have gotten a girlfriend or something, or I don't know. Elevator journal. This is my roommate and I made an elevator club, which this has some personal information. Oh.
elevator is an adventure. It's not the destination we reach that's most rewarding. It's the journey along the way. Oh, it doesn't have last names. Today we started the elevator club. Our officers are as follows: Carolyn, President; Thurman, Treasurer; Jenny, Secretary. Me writing. So far we have one member, Mike Collins. I guess you guys can look up Mike Collins, but I think that's a pretty generic name. How can you be, our official motto, how can you be in your elevator and not love your elevator? And our motto is long live Otis. If you have no respect for your elevator, you have no respect for yourself. And God said, let there be elevators. And there were elevators. And God said, let elevators have dominion over man. We did, Carolyn and I had dinner before, like, the fall dance or whatever in the elevator. Then we got kicked out, but that was pretty fun. And we played Twister in the elevator. That was people's email addresses. So hopefully you didn't see that. Anyway, so that's that one. This is, I think it's my mom journal, which oddly enough was when I was a teenager, writing about what I would do as a mom. Caution, do not allow children to destroy and play. Condemn breaking or destroying, knocking down, but encourage building up, systematic removal. Watch your own actions and make sure you set an example. Yeah. Tell your children things that are important to you and tell them all that. Lots of mom advice. I don't think I would follow any of that. My dream journal. This does have things from my dreams. Actually, quite a few, probably. A lot of them are quite weird. But keeping a dream journal is interesting. Probably not for anybody else to read. Because, I don't know, I don't think my dreams are that interesting. But yeah, I don't actually remember what this one is. Memories of our first year together. This is me and my love. I can see his handwriting. Flicking bottle of water at the airport. Epoxy green jacket, blanket in hand. That's my rainbow blanket, which is featured in my quilt videos. Frozen Fanta and Coke at Hangry Jack's. The building lighting up. The Rundle Lantern. The Swan. Swapping booze juice in front of chefs. That was when we were making out. We should write more. We did memories of our second year together. We haven't done any more. Well, maybe we need to do more memories. This journal has from my 25th birthday. Not much else beyond this, but I'm in the Provo Hospital, Utah Valley Regional Medical Center, just a bit away from celebrating my birth minute, my 25th birth minute, with my quarter-century birthday. Excuse me. This is where it all went down. My mom would have been upstairs at this time in labor, maybe even pushing by this point. Me about to emerge, probably would have been, from the birth canal and enter this world for the first time in my body. I love my body. What a miracle to be carried in my mother's womb and then to emerge and enter the world. What a miracle the gift of life is to take my first breath. Oh, how I do love to breathe in oxygen. What a glorious gift from the Lord. I love this earth and the beauties it has and the life I've had so far in it and the future that is ahead of me with it. So today, coming up, I am excited at the prospect of celebrating the beginning of it all. The moment when I enter the world. What a life it's been so far. Not the easiest of lives, but And then I had something written by one of my workmates. This was drawn, I don't know if that was autumn or prairie. A lot younger then, obviously. And then this was my other friend was there. She wrote something. Oh, we do get something from Autumn. She must have been not the one drawing. Happy 25th birthday, Jenny. I am happy I could come. I am glad it is a special day for you. I don't know. Say love Autumn. It's cute. And then the back part of this is great gratitude. Nope. Laundromat. We're grateful for. This is me and Andrew. Yeah, so the back part of this is a gratitude journal for me and my love. And I actually have quite a few gratitude journals. It's something I've done. It's actually the kind of one thing that I do still is on occasion. That's when my app, I have this app called Bliss that I use. And you can write 3 good things or you can do a gratitude thing, but it's all kind of the same thing, which is trying to remember the positives that are going on in your life and celebrate your successes. But so why don't we just read through this first one. This is the 12th of September 2011. We're grateful for Andrew cooking that chicken to perfection. Having a slight water fight. Also grateful for warm showers after Andrew threw tons of water on me. Futskakiki, good game. First, 1816. Then Win by Jenny. And we'll forget the last 2 games. That's my writing, so obviously I must have lost. Red Dog. It was a good movie to see last night, and I really liked the music. The fort we woke up to this morning having made, which soon fell on top of us. We should make another fort, that would be fun. The lovely smell of the flowers blooming on the tree on the corner. Oh, there was this. I think it's an orange tree, but it just had the most gorgeous, gorgeous blossoms. Just writing about it made us go smell them again. Guess we left and then came back. No worries, mate. Oh, there'll be worries. Don't you worry about that. That was something. I don't remember. It was a joke. We still say that, actually. Getting to spend the day with my love. And then at the bottom we have Andrew's random tickle quote. My love has this thing where when he gets tickled, he just spouts nonsense. He does the same thing when he jumps into really cold water. So anyway, this is actually kind of funny. So the first night that we were together, in person. So I had just flown over to Adelaide from Utah. And we were wandering around Rundle Mall. And one of the things in the mall was this fountain. And it was April, so it's getting to the cold part of the year here. And so we're, I'm like, yeah, now we're going to jump into this, fountain and just play around in the fountain. And he just pulls me aside. He's like, I have to warn you about something. And I was like, okay, what's going on here? And he says, when I get exposed to cold water, I scream random things. Anyway, so then he got into the water, and I think the first thing he said was screaming banana sandwiches. Anyway, so I always remember that. So we were doing this thing for a little while where I was tickling him every day so we could write down his quote. One of my favorites that that was before we started writing these down, was there's only a single toenail that stands between us and Richard Gere. It was really funny how he put it out. I was thinking we should do videos of it and put it up on YouTube. Anyway, so this day it was phosphorus hack, clinky gong clack, mong mong mong, miniature mong, many mong, nicky licky lee monk. There can be cling and lots of hong, booty, blown, shrimp. So this lasted, this is still in September, October of 2011. I don't think it lasted very long, yeah. We had a magic moments in 2012. Yeah, pretty scattered, nothing after 2012. Oh, nope, we have one in 2016. Let's see this. 16th of February 2016, we're happy about. I'll let you announce it. Muriel, talking about letting Alana tell us Darren might come to hang out sometime. Epstone combs. Love my horn combs. Must have used them that day. I still love my combs. Flexible working arrangements. Glad it will be easy to convert over to different schedules when needed. Grouchy coal. That's 100% efficient and 100% effective. That was really good. Because they're talking about 1%ers. Anyway. My God, have we said Captain Tex? Taz for best and fairest. Gun. I do love Taz. That's Daniel Talia. Andrew freaking out about Abbott friending up Medicare. Just not swear when I read it. Then he's stressed one night, and what we do here in the background, but Abbott has to scrap it to save political face. Oh, and what do we have to hear in the background, but that Abbott has to scrap it? So, 2015, we must have missed a page. Meeting, a time to meet with friends, corn dog. Anyway, so that's that one. Let's see, I've gone through all of these ones. That one I haven't used, so that's a new one. I think this is probably a gratitude journal. Oh no, this is another scripture journal. And this one comes from Mitera. If you saw my best friend day video in 2017, which would have been May 8th, 2017, I did a video on my best friend. Well, her mother is Mitera, which is the Greek word for mom. She's kind of like my second mom. So this is another second scripture journal. This one also has a little floppy folder in it. Okay, we should have more gratitude journals here. That's my locker combination. Okay, so, yep, I do. I'm grateful for getting 3 of my skirts finished. The strong spirit I felt today while reading the scriptures. Being able to spend a lot of time with Mom. Melanie and Ben inviting us over for dinner. We must have been in Idaho, having the gospel in my life. Let's flip forward. This is December 3rd, 2003. BYU, and just how awesome it is, and just how apart from the world it is. Being reminded of Alex. Very nice. Still had a crush on him. Talking to Paige. She is such an awesome girl. I should get him back in contact with Paige. Crocheting and how much fun it is. It's so awesome. Rocks my world. We got lots of things. Actually, it'd be interesting. What year? Let's see if we can find 2005. I want to find if we have the same days that we were talking about. Did I give up? Oh, 2004. Oh no, this is 2003. Having fun playing games alone. Talk with Jason on the phone. It was good. Jason waited for me at the physical laughing, peaceful. No, it wouldn't have been there. It would have to be 2005. It was when I was doing whatever with Eric, and yeah, no, that's all. But what year? No, it goes 2003, 2000. I can't figure out the years actually. This is for seeing Alex this morning looking cute with his pillow. Seth being sympathetic when he found out I failed the eye exam. This was when I was supposed to be getting my learner's permit. Being the first one done in the crossword today in seminary. Tony being disappointed that he was going to be alone with the mod on the bus because GWLTD and I wouldn't be there. GWLTD, oh. What was the nickname we had for someone? Don't remember who. Getting a lot of work done on Emily's present. My sister. Having a cool episode-like dream about searching for something. I hope it continues tomorrow. Dad reading more of Catch-22 to me. It's a funny book. This guy saying my profile was cool, being weird about me being Mormon, but then being like it was okay because he had a good friend who was Mormon. How old am I? 16. I must be. Yeah, 4 away from 20. It's in 2002. Very young. Too young. This is more in 2002. I have a lot through these times. Sister Bacciero making ginger snaps. Sounds yummy. Sentence diagramming in English. I'm not sure if this, I don't think this is actually, I think this is a gratitude journal. 229, beautiful world. Oh, but it's not got an end. Let's see if it has anything. Worst denying without a doubt that I love him, that he loves me, and that I am his mom. Oh, that's beautiful. That's Mark, my son. I get to call Mark this morning and say hi to him before school. Janardan talking to me and us getting things sorted to get resolved. It makes me so happy. We were divorced a year later. So, that my boy is okay now and that he knows I love him and that he loves me. That must have been after, my big regret. Janardan holding me, that would make me cringe now. Having a nice cleanish living room. Babysitting Prairie, she is so cute. My rainbow blankie. Beating DE2K so I don't, Death Egg 2 so I don't have to, Knuckles so I don't have to play it anymore. I didn't even remember I played any of that. Being able, this will be interesting. 2nd of the 7th, 2009, when did I watch? Being able to watch some AFL footy. It is a fun sport and I really enjoyed watching it. What would I be watching on February 7th, 2009? I have no clue. Anyway, that's actually an interesting one. Didn't really know that stuff was in there. So, then this is going to be my new journal. I just bought it today, so I'm hoping to keep writing in it through whatever. I don't know if I'll make it a gratitude journal or kind of write in it like normal. I didn't bring my other journal up because it's, when I use them all the time and they're big, they get really ratty at the edges. So again, didn't bring it up to show it to Sel. So I don't have it here with me. But yeah, just wanted to have a little browse through. If you liked this type of video, I have lots more things that I've said I'm grateful for, so I could read through some of those. So let me know if that interests you at all. And otherwise, I will see you with another video tomorrow. Goodbye, my tinklings. Hello, my tinklings. Today I have something to show you that I've been working on over the past couple months, about 2 months, for one of my university courses. And I mean, you probably already know what it is from the title of the video. But it's an insect collection. So the assignment we had was to just try and collect 20 arthropod specimens. So that's most actual insects, includes the order, the class, Arachnida, which includes your spiders, includes pillbugs, which are not an insect, millipedes, that sort of thing. And part of it was to just see the diversity that you can get in a very small space. So this has only been collected from at my house and in my back garden, which I know when I did my house tour I didn't show to you, but the garden plots that we have 2 of them, and neither of them is much bigger than this little surface that I'm recording this from. Maybe about 2 of those at most. So we had those plots, but obviously you could get them anywhere from within the house and everything like that. So part of the exercise is just to use different methods to catch arthropods, and also to see the amount of diversity that is contained within that group. So this is my little box. I have to turning this in today, so we'll try maybe make it look neat as we go back in. I'll get these in order. So they're preserved in, maybe I'll do these up a bit higher. They're preserved in ethanol, and I don't have, well, I actually do have them all with me. They're not all in this box
because I couldn't identify them all, so I got more than 20. Because I collected some really itty-bitty little things. There's that one. But I had quite a bit of fun making my collection. So you have to write in pencil on the paper. This is what it looks like inside the box. I've got some bigger ones to come out. It's probably my biggest specimen. Number 23. 22 is one that can inspire some fear, but not the most fearsome. Six. Number 1. 7. Just gonna set that aside. 3. So they're not actually viewed best laid down like this, but because they're not completely full of ethanol. My extra little tubes like this I want to save and use for a soil collection. I want to start collecting just little vials of sand and soil from different places that I go. So when I finally get my microscope, we'll have some things to look at. Anyway, so this is the collection I'm going to be turning in, and we'll go through them. I'll try and show them to you. They're going to be probably hard to see. So this is our first little specimen right down here, the spider. And when I picked this one up, I actually got a very little baby spider too, which I separated out into there, but I really don't think you're going to be able to see that one. This one's one of my extra ones, because I could only have 3 from any particular order. So we had to identify them down to order. So if I can remember correctly, I should be able to tell you down to order. So this is a class Arachnida, order Aranacea. Araneae, I think. Araneae. There's two types of spiders, but all mine I think are Araneae. Number 3. This is just a little ant. See if we can. If we do it like that. It's more so going to be making sure I get to the right height, so it's just right in there. But you all kind of know what an ant looks like, so that's Hymenoptera. So ants, wasps, and bees all come from the Hymenoptera class. There's something we all probably recognize. Gotta get the glare off. Too glary. Let's do it like that. It's a grasshopper. It's so big it's a bit distorted actually. So, the little grasshopper, well, one of our biggest specimens. Which is Orthoptera. Then here we have another kind of little slinky type spider, a bit like a daddy long leg, but this one's an actual spider. It lost a few of its legs as it came into the collection though. This one I was really happy with. You have a I have to know is that it's a Hymenoptera. Has really beautiful wings. They get a bit darker as they're preserved in the ethanol, so you can't see the coloring on the what region? The abdomen. Yeah, the abdomen region. It's below the thoracic. And here, doesn't look much like it now, but is a little pill bug. So part of what makes them different is all their multiple legs, multiple segments going through, but not as many as a millipede, which we do have in here as well. These ones are like ones that I kind of grew up with where they roll up into a little ball. But when they hit the water, back out, well, ethanol should I say, I might need to decant some dirt off of that one. And those are class and then I think this is our Diplopoda. Does that have a little bit of dirt in it too? Yeah, so there's our millipede. It's kind of curled around. Yeah, that's probably the best way to see it. Number 8. It's our... Oh, actually. I've got my phone right so we can check. Little myriapod, yes, we know it's myriapod. Yeah, Diplopoda, these must be, this must be the Isopoda. It's the pale bug, and then Diplopoda. And then we have, is this one the caddisfly? Yeah. This is a little caddisfly. Trichoptera. Doesn't look like much now. It's just, it's a kind of moth-like, but, so like it's attracted to light, but obviously doesn't have quite those really flayed and flat wings like butterflies and moths do. So it's not a Lepidoptera, it's a Trichoptera. There's no way you're going to see this one. It's got a really small white specimen. I am pretty sure this is a Thysanora, which is a silverfish. At least I hope that's what it is, because if it's not, I'm not going to get a very good grade for that, am I? This is our first true bug Hemiptera. And I think this one I just found walking across my bedroom floor. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So this one we found on our TV. A lot of these I've just found in the dirt. This one I put out a pie tin with some water in it and put yellow underneath because they're attracted to yellow. And then you put a little bit of soap in there so that they don't just skid along the surface of the water. Here's our little earwig. I'm trying to remember what the name of the order is for the earwigs. Can't remember that one. For our earwig. This is our first Diptera. This one was found flying around. I can see it right there. I can see 18. So it's quite a small specimen, kind of floating around. I can kind of see it there. And I'm sure you're all quite familiar with them. It's a Diptera, but I think this is a Drosera. Fruit flying. But probably a bit hard to see. Next we have our first moth. I have two moths. So you can just see this one I came across by chance. I wasn't even trying to lure it to the light, just to get the light on in the kitchen. And that one came, so it's a Lepidoptera. That's the order. Then we have a regular fly, another Diptera. There, I think that's the best angle to see it from. So, number 21 is another Hemiptera, true bug. Oh, and my neighbors next door were making lots of noise, so I had to pause for a bit. And I did determine the earwig is a Dermaptera. And they also have these little cerci on the ends. That's what those two little forked bits at the end are called. I don't know how well we can actually see them. When I have a microscope, we'll be able to see everything so much better. I did 21, yeah, Hemiptera. Then, oh yeah, this is my most exciting one. This is a red-backed spider, so order Aranea. You can't see the red though, it's really been discolored by being in the alcohol. But it had a bright red, I can see it from here where it was, kind of like a little stripe along its back. And they are poisonous, but apparently my love's dead. It's been bitten by a few and never had issues. So they're not the most dangerous. Here's our chunkiest specimen. I think I did this one a favor by collecting it. It was on its back and really on the way out. This is a Coleoptera, a beetle. Has a nice thick armored shell. It's very big. And then number 24 is another Diptera is what I've called it. I'm not 100% convinced it's actually a Dermaptera. Not Diptera, sorry. I don't like that. Anyway, it's a flying insect. This one we found in the bathroom. Well, I found in the bathroom. And then what if we said number 25 is? Oh, because we have that ant, Hymenoptera, and then I think this is a flying ant. Because it has a very similar body shape to an ant, and then it has wings on it. So we've called that Hymenoptera. And then our final is my last moth. Collected this last night. It's got different colorings on the wings. And this one is very still, just kind of sitting there. So it's very easy to tell it's a distinct species from the other one because it, by behavior more than actual, well, because I couldn't remember what the other one looked like because it was like months between. So that's my little insect collection. They taught us how to collect them in ethanol. I still don't know how to do those collections where they're all, dried out and that sort of thing. I'll see, these ones are all tiny. I think that's a little baby pillbug, or slater is what they call them here. This one I had no clue, could not identify this one. And it's probably the biggest one that was hard to identify. This one is just really, really tiny. I don't think you'll be able to see that at all, actually. Oh, that was my little baby spider. And number 2. And this one. That one's really tiny as well. Has little wings. That one's actually looks a bit like an ant, and then has striping along its kind of tail section. And I thought I had another earwig. Must not be in this little area. This is another little tiny one. Hard to identify. So these ones I didn't use because they were way too small. I was going to try and use the microscopes yesterday at the uni, but ended up spending so much time looking at bones that I didn't have time to. But there is my insect collection, and maybe we'll try and put it back in its box. Gotta fit all the big ones in first. And then we'll go and add in the smaller ones. Come on. I'm just talking to them. Just stay where I want you to stay. here. And then put that one there, but I think the rest will just kind of lay in. I should have counted to make sure I have 20, but oh, actually we can do that. Because I know those are all too high, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, good. Oh, can see the earphone piece in there. Try and get that out now. And that one will just sit on top. And I've actually got a label there with my name and student number, but that is it. So, I thought since I'd spent so much time collecting, may as well show you all what I had. So, that is my arthropod collection for my zoology course. Thank you for joining me today, and I will see you in the future with another video. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, my tinglings. Hello. Today I'm going to be writing out a plan for my triathlon. So if you've been with me for a little while, you may have seen the video that I did when my mom was here, and then we did a half marathon together. And then after that, I did a million steps in 100 days. So I like to kind of keep a activity goal at the 4 because it helps me stay active. Otherwise, I'm very prone to just staying in bed all the time. So when I finished the million steps, which was a couple months ago, the first idea I had was to do some sort of triathlon. My mom has done lots of triathlons, but I did my ACL when I was 14 or 15, and I also tore my menisci, which is kind of the cushioning in your knee. And they told me at the time that probably in my 20s or 30s I would probably need to get that cartilage replaced. Well, I haven't gotten to that point, but I don't want to make it come. So I am, after I did my half marathon, kind of a
swore off running. But I like the concept of doing 3 different events. And if you know me, I am not opposed to doing something that nobody else does. So I am actually thinking about doing 2 things. So a triathlon with the 3 events being yoga, hiking, and dancing. So that's kind of the first part, I guess, is setting out the triathlon. I love these pens. I was gonna do a video on this pen a while ago. Then something happened. Don't remember what. Okay, so we're gonna have yoga, hike, dance. Not necessarily in that order. So, part of what I wanted to do today, before I get into figuring out what I want to do for training, is figuring out on the day of the event what I actually want to do. So, for dance, pretty sure I know what I want to do for that, and that's I want to do a choreographed dance to the Greatest Showman soundtrack. I've never tried to choreograph my own dance before, and I haven't done choreographed dance since I was about 4, so we'll see how that goes. Sometimes people like a faster zip sound. Anyway. So we'll be looking at some although I haven't put my password in yet, so I may need to try and cover the screen while I do that. Are where to hike and what yoga I want to do. So I may want to kind of learn a routine so I could do it out where I'm hiking. That's kind of what I was thinking, that it would be cool to do it out at a particular area. But I want it to be, I was thinking about it today, and I want the hike to be, well, I want it to be a challenge. So I'm just looking through here. I definitely want an incline. Because I want to have to, well, train for it. I don't want to just, be able to walk out and do everything from right now is kind of the point. So I want something. I'm thinking roughly about an hour for everything. So it would be a 3-hour event, roughly. I wonder if we can filter results. Oh, well, I just want hiking. Well, it's showing me cycling. That did nothing. Walking 3.94 hours. Nope. I mean, it might be a little bit longer. Could go a longer one. Because if I do it, maybe if I train it, I could do it quicker then. Let's go. Walking essay. Find a place to walk. Find a place to walk. Yep. Bush walks. Yep. Up to 2 hours. No, I don't want to have to have full day. And don't need those. Green Hill, I've been there. Gorge, Lookout, walk, 19 minutes. I think we can go a little longer than that. Pink Gum, I'd like something along the beach. It's actually, ooh, Gorge Circuit hike. Flinders Ranges and Outback. There's the fan going again. Okay, we maybe can filter. Oh, view all walks on maps. Hopefully the fan will cooperate. Glacial. Oh, see, I have been thinking about it, how it goes. Or Old Norlunga hike. Experience a hike along the Onkaparinga River, starting from the ford in Old Norlunga. The walk takes in part of the gorge trek, but this walk only includes one rock scramble, but does include some narrow rocking trail. The trail climbs the hill following the pipeline before descending steeply back to the river. I definitely want to be by water, so that is an option. Let's see. We want only challenging or moderate. Probably circuit or return. Terrain. Undulating or steep. I don't want just flat. Adelaide City and suburbs. Adelaide Hills. The Fluro. Limestone, no. Murray River. I don't really want to go out that way. Okay. Montacute. Babbler Loop. Yeah, see, I keep thinking about the glacial hike at Alec Cove. It's 1 hour. 2 kilometers return. It's right along the beach. Waterfall Trail in Mark Oliphant Conservation Park. Let's look what this one has. It's 1.6 Ks, undulating.
which I'll be going later than that, so that's not going to be ideal. Oh, Rosetta Trail, that looks pretty. Where is that? Petrol. Rosetta Trail, the Bluff. Down at Victor Harbor. That's not a bad spot. Look at the images. Is it very steep, I wonder? See what pictures they have from the actual... Oh, it says steep, so that's good. It's very gorgeous. I'll try and show you. It's just my neighbors. You can see it's a nice little view there. Got some other photos. Looks alright. I always like these little kind of rock areas. Like that. But if it's just near, well, let's see how close to Victor Harbor it is. I'm going to check the map. Oh, it's near Encounter Bay. It's still a bit off. Yeah, it's probably off the beaten track enough. It's pretty. But it's not that long. How long is it? It's only 0.8 Ks. Chicarlo. Marty Scrub Hike. Waterfall Gully to Mount Lofty Summit Hike. Yeah, down along the Fluoro is gonna be a good place. Looks like. Oh, what about Aaron Creek Circuit Hike? 6 kilometers, 3 hours. That's a little longer than I was saying. They're a little further away from the Rosetta Trail. Enjoy a loop hike through the quieter areas of the park. Good dancing kangaroos. I feel like Alec Cove is the one that goes along the beach the most. Ooh. Stenhouse Bay Lookout Walk. Yorks. Is in Yorks. In Innis, that's like 3 hours. Well, I mean, I could, but I'd probably go to camp if I was going over there.
Maybe best waterfall hikes. Because I don't mind if winter and spring. Manum. Oh, where's Manum? Undulating Murray River. It's not too bad. 1 to 2 hours from Adelaide. Don't mind that. Okay. A scenic walking trail following Reedy Creek from the lower pools to the waterfalls. An adventure playground for people of all ages. It's easily navigable to walk, rock hop along the Great Gully. That sounds a lot like what I like. Exploring the many granite rocks, pools, and waterfalls. An abundance of bird life and wildlife can be found. The falls flowing during winter and spring and after rains. But I think it sounds like it's got a lot of standing water, so it would be okay. And it's, yeah, so it's 3 kilometers return. Let's just, not pencil, because I'm only using a pen. But let's put Manum Waterfalls. Manum, and it's moderate, which I think is good. Manum Waterfalls. It may kind of be a sandwich type thing where I hike out to an area, do the yoga dance, and then hike back, so kind of the hiking is the bookends. But I'm happy with that. Now to want to choose usually the I usually do yoga. Always takes me to my page. It's actually really annoying me. I'm gonna make a new channel trailer soon. 1 hour. Core strength vinyasa. Why don't they say how long they are? Come on, YouTube. I don't mean... Oh, 58. I probably won't find the exact thing I'm gonna do right now. Unless I do it on my phone. Can't do it there. So we'll go yoga with Adrian 1 hour. See, I was thinking about a Shakti flow. Because Shakti, the other time I tried to do it, was quite intense. Or she has a core strength vinyasa. Let's go. If I remember Shakti, I could not get through it, so that would be a good call. Just to do the Shakti flow. Okay. So now figure out a training plan. wondering, I think 4 months would be enough. So it's August, September, October, then November. Probably on a Saturday. So let's go. November 10th. Or 10th of November. But anyway. Okay, so that gives me, well, I'm in the middle of the first week of August, so August 1st to 5th, then August, week 1, August 6th to 12th, week 2, August 13th to 19th, week 3, August 20th to 26th, week 4, August 27th to September 2nd, week 5, September to, I don't need June, September 9th, okay, week 6, 3rd to 9th, September 10th to 16th, week 7, September brain, 17th to 23rd, week 8, September 24th to 30th, week 9, October 1st to 7th, week 10, October 8th to 14th, week 11, October 15th to 21st, week 12, October 28th, 13, October 29th to November 4th, week 14, and then 5th to 10th, week 15. So, I mean, we basically have 14 because these are both partial weeks. Okay. The thing I'm most, okay, so I think the hardest thing will be, so let's look up okay, so we have The Greatest Showman. So how many songs do we have? We have The Greatest Show. And then A Million Dreams. I won't worry about the reprise. Come Alive. This Is Me, I love that one as well. It's my jam, my anthem. Rewrite the Stars. Tightrope. Never Enough, we won't do the reprise. And then From Now On. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to choreograph one song kind of almost every other week. This is going to be interesting. So I'm trying to think the best way to do that. Maybe we'll make Monday and Friday are my busy days. We'll make Tuesday, Saturday, or choreograph the days, and it's just 30 minutes of choreograph. I think if we do one day, Sunday would be a good day for hiking, actually. Sunday will be hike. 1 hour. And then Wednesday will be longer yoga. So the other goal is on non-long days, 10 minutes each of 3 activities. And then long days, 10 minutes each of other 2 activities. Okay. That sounds like a good plan. So now, I think it's time to set up a little plan. Excuse me. In Excel. Okay. Oops. Need to be able to see this. So we start today. How do I want to set this out? Maybe go by week. Then day. Monday. Oh, what day was I started on? I think I started on okay. So in week, maybe we'll do week, and then insert. I'm just leaving you so you can see my typing, because I don't know. I feel like that's nicer to look at. I don't know. That's what I'm doing now. Try and decrease your blue. Anyway. Week and dates. So we're going to wake 1, 2, and then drag down to 15. And that's going to be 1 to 5. 6 to 12. 13 to 19. 26. 7 to September 2nd. September 3 to 9. September 10 to 16. September 17 to 23. September 24 to 30. 1 to 7. 8 to 14. 15 to 21. I don't write that. Oh dear, what am I doing here? October 1 to 7. October 1 to 7. October. What? I don't know why that tried to make it 1 to 7 as well. 8 to 14. October 15 to 21. 22 to 28. 29 to November 4th. November 5th to 10th. Okay. Got all our dates there. Okay, so then Monday will just be 10 mins. Dance, 10 mins. 10 mins walk. I'm not gonna try and hike. I'd like to get that in 3 lines, so I'll put that into Notepad. And the dance, well, I may do some kind of other things for dance, but obviously if I'm choreographing on other days, we'll try and yep, that's good. Why is there all this at the top? Anyway, that's okay. Tuesday is going to be 30 minutes dance choreography. 10 minutes walk. 10 minutes yoga. A lot of time I like to try and do yoga in bed. It's just so nice. And I haven't been doing it recently, so that would be really good. Yeah, so that would be really good. Okay. Wednesday is going to be 30 to 45. Yoga. 3 to 45. 30 to 45. Men's yoga. 10 men's walk. 10 men's dance. And, well, I'll copy these over. just have one. No, there's 2 choreography days. 1 yoga day, 1 night day. Yep, I think that's... might want another yoga day, actually. I probably won't do it, though. Saturday is choreograph. Should make a little tick box as well next to these. That would be good, because then I can take them off as I do them. Do that in a second. And then, Sunday is 1 hour hike, 10 minutes yoga, 10 minutes dance. So hopefully through the rest of the week, I'll be able to practice my, that's not how we want it, practice my dance. Okay, that looks good. Now I just need a empty checkbox to go up. There we go. Just show me the text box. Okay, I don't want to know how to do it quickly, I just want you to... Checkbox. Here we go. That's not... There we go. Empty ballot box is what I want. It'd be really good to have all the tick boxes so that I can print this sheet out and then see what my progress has been. If I print this out today, then I'll try and show it to you as well. That should just be the same as that. That'll be the same. No. Friday? Friday doesn't have anything. Oh. Nope, not one box, 0. Don't know if you, sounds like the postal employee has come by to deliver our mail. Okay, those work, but if I do that, yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, so then we just copy all these down so that every week has them. And then, well, for the 10th we won't do it, but and Friday. It's actually really cool. And I won't put kind of what yogas I'm doing, but I am going to put a little plan because getting the songs together is going to be a challenge. Okay, so that will be race day. Even though it's not race day, we'll say event day. Excuse me. And then we'll delete Monday, Tuesday, because we'll start today with Wednesday. Okay, that looks like everything there. So, greatest show will be this week. Actually, might make it the other side, because that's my favorite song. Be the most fun to practice it the longest. Why is this not changing? Okay, so we'll do. And also, I think that one may be the easiest to do because it's kind of the most obvious dancing, although I won't be in a bar. So, and then we'll do the greatest show. Which will also need, okay, so that does the greatest show. The other side, that's 4 weeks out of 15. See, I think Never Enough will be light on. But since we have 2 sessions, we can go. Let's do Come Alive. And then, see, once I'm in the mode, I should have a better idea of what I'm doing. So I'm going to do Come Alive and Tightrope. I think should be an easy one. Tightrope. So those both get 3. We're in week 8. So we have week 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 songs. Okay, I'm gonna have to ramp up the game. Never Enough, I will do at the end. Because it's a pretty... I won't need to be super. This is me, I do want 2 weeks for though. Yep. So we have 1, 2, 3, and how many weeks? Probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. Okay, so we're just gonna have to split them. So, A Million Dreams in 1 week. And then A Million Dreams slash, so that will get 3. A Million Dreams, and then Stars. Rewrite the Stars. Oh, and that gives us 2 weeks from now on. Which means I should probably do, from now on, and then slash Never Enough. Give us a little bit more time on that. Okay, I think I've got a plan. Let's bolt these. Borders, center. Now we want more. This centered, and these 2 centered. Make the top bold, and also shaded. And everything. We'll make it so it sits in the middle of the cell. Yep, looks good. File, print. What landscape? Okay. I'm looking at my print preview to see where I need to shave some space off so we can fit everything in. Put you over here. There we go, like that. It's fine, you go to a new page. Okay, everything fits there like that. Okay, now I want to file, print. We want to narrow margins. That brings Saturday in, which means we need to make our font smaller. We're in Calibri 11. Gonna go 10 and then size everything over. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, well, we'll call that good for right now and try and figure that out later. So, I think we'll say au revoir, but I will do a quick little update that you'll see right after this if I do print this out for you to see. So, thanks for joining me, and if you do want to join me for my for my triathlon, then I'll put the training plan up so that everyone can follow it if they want to. Just a bit of fun. And I will, well, see you in a second with the printed out form, but it'll be much later for me. Okay, so here's my little triathlon training plan. Can see we've got the event listed at the top, November 10th at Manham Waterfalls, and then the training set out each day. So, first is August 1st to 5th this week, and today's 30 to 45 minutes of yoga, 10-minute walk, and 10 minutes of dancing, which I've already done. And then you can see it's the same for all the other weeks. So just 30 to 45 minutes of yoga. And I'll probably try and build up the intensity of what that yoga is. Might just do a gentle one today, but we'll kind of see how we go. Thursdays are 10 minutes of dancing, 10 minutes of yoga, 10 minutes of walking. The same on Fridays. Saturday is 30 minutes of dance choreography, 10 minutes walking, 10 minutes yoga. For the choreography, that'll be actual time spent dancing. I'll probably actually try and set out a plan for the choreography outside of this. And then Sunday is a 1-hour hike, 10 minutes of yoga, 10 minutes of dance. Then we have our 10 minutes of each on Monday, and then Tuesday is 30 minutes of dance, choreography, 10 minutes walk, 10 minutes yoga, so same as this Saturday. And it goes through. And then week by week, have different songs that I'll be doing. So during choreography, we'll be doing the other side the first 2 weeks. Weeks 3 and 4 will be the greatest show. Week 5 and first half of week 6 will be Come Alive. And then tightrope. Week 7 is tightrope as well. This Is Me will be week 8 and 9. A Million Dreams will be week 10 and the beginning of week 11. And then Rewrite the Stars is at the end of the week and week 12. From Now On will be week 13, beginning of week 14. And then Never Enough will be the final song, 14 and week 15. And I put the event day listed on a Sunday here, but it actually belongs over there. It's on the Saturday. But yeah, so might check in with you guys at some point for a progress update to let you know how I've been going. But yeah, I'm excited for my next thing. The other thing I've been thinking about doing, but I think will take even longer, is what I'm calling a yogathon, which is going to be a 4-hour yoga session. And 2 of the hours will probably be pretty gentle, doing yin and that sort of thing. But I still think it'll be quite challenging. Anyway, but so I think that'll take a bit longer. If we've kind of built up to the Shakti by this time, then I think I'll probably work up to the yogathon after that. But, you know, that's what I'm thinking right now. But yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll be fun. And let me know if you're going to do a triathlon as well. I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Okay. Hello, my tinklings. I'm here with my mother, and we are going to be talking you through some of the adventures we've had while she's been here on her first trip in Australia. So, let's see. I picked her up from the airport on a Tuesday, and then we went to... yeah, no, I know where we're going. We took her to Fancy Burger, which I did a catering video a long time ago about Fancy Burger. She enjoyed that first time having lamb, was it? Have you had lamb before?
No, I don't think so.
So first time having lamb, I convinced her she was going to get the lamb burger and then put the beef in, but I said, no, get the lamb.
It was good. I actually didn't tell much difference.
Yeah. And then we took her to Onkaparinga River National Park. So we'll show you some photos from there. So this is the first time that she had ever seen a kangaroo.
They had like a lot shorter front little legs than I thought they would.
Yeah.
And then they looked pretty cool when they hopped.
Yep, so...
And the rest of that day was pretty much blur because I'd been traveling like many hours, and we'd go and I said, oh, we haven't been here yet before. And they go, oh yes, we were there the first day. And I go, oh.
So we also the next day we went to Cleland Wildlife Park, which is a place you can actually get up close with an encounter with a koala. So here's us with the koala. So it was pretty cool. And there were also all these little potoroos around, which are really small. And we had these little bags of food that we got. So you could put that down and then they would come out and eat. And we got kangaroos eating out of our hands. And it was pretty cool. You loved the maternity ward.
Well, that was because we got there late on this day. And so we only went in and saw part of it. And we liked it so well that we went back the next day. And that's when we saw the maternity ward, which was lots and lots of kangaroos with little joeys in their pouches.
It was the wallabies.
So, wallabies.
Yeah. She told me before we started recording that I needed to be in charge of naming the animals. Because a kangaroo is basically kind of deer size. A wallaby is kind of about half that size. So they're still marsupials, and they have a little bit of differences in their physiology. But they're both marsupials, so they have a lot of those same characteristics as well.
And we also got some really cute pictures of my daughter feeding the kangaroos, and she'd be really patient and coax them in, and they'd come and they'd eat out of her hands. They're pretty calm, pretty tame animals at this wildlife park.
Yeah. Not like the ones we saw in the Onkaparinga. Those ones will not come near you. So, something about my mom. She likes to... Well, she kind of has gone through different phases in her life. She's a quilter, and she teaches children sewing lessons. But a few years ago, she started doing triathlons.
Believe it or not, I did.
And you do.
I went from couch to my first sprint triathlon in 7 months. And in the process, I lost maybe 60 pounds. That was in 2013, and I kind of at the heavy, I haven't put it all back on. I've put some of it back on now, so it's back to working on getting back down again, but my daughters have really done me right where they live, because there's this beautiful, can I say where you live?
Aquatic Center?
No, Adelaide?
Yeah.
Okay. Adelaide Aquatic Center. Gorgeous. And when I go in there, there's like these lots of pools, and I'm like, so I go ask the man there, lifeguard, I guess, is that what you call him?
Yeah.
Lifeguard. I says, where can I swim for public lap swim? He says, well, if you want shallow, go to this pool. If you want deep, go down to this one. And if you want really deep, go over to this one. So I don't have quite that nice of facilities where I swim in New York, but I do like to swim. And so I walked to the aquatic center, which was, well, I don't know, kilometers. I'm not sure how many
I think
Ks.
it's about 5 Ks.
About 5 Ks. To get there?
Yeah.
Was it 3 miles?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so my husband said I got to work out there, swam, got a workout, and walked home and got another workout.
I have to brag about my mom a little bit here. She also last year qualified for the age group nationals for triathlons as well.
USA triathlons.
So.
But I choose not to race on Sundays, so the sprint triathlon was on Sunday. So which means I also I qualified for the Olympic distance. And so if I wanted to race in the USA age group nationals, I had to race an Olympic distance. So up until that point, I had basically done like maybe a half-mile swim, 12 to 15 mile bike ride, and a 3.1 mile run, or 5K. So I started training for this Olympic distance, which was just under a mile swim, 26 mile bike ride, and 6.2 miles, or 10K. And it was very hot in Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha is Nebraska. Okay. Omaha, Nebraska, where the race was. So my husband and I flew out there, and it was very hot, but I did it. So, and now this year I've signed up for, in one of my weaker moments, I signed up for a half marathon. And I've kind of like my mind has been really hard on me. So I'm going to go home and I got to get back on the right track, because I've kind of psyched myself out and haven't been doing much running, and I'm not going to be able to do a half marathon if I don't. So that's coming up in November.
So she'll get to it.
But
when she sets her minds to it, she doesn't.
But I told my coach, my triathlon coach, I says, okay, I'm going to do some running while I've been in Adelaide, Australia. So I've done some running. I've gone out and then we would go out and be pretty active, walking and that afterwards. So I've kept moving while I've been here.
Mm-hmm.
So then after the swimming, in fact, I was coming home. I think.
Yeah, we were a little worried about her. It's been a while. I thought she might have been home by then, but she did.
So I was like about half a block away from their house, and they were coming out to rescue me. So it was
just to check you were okay.
Just check me, and I think they thought I needed a little rest before the footy game that night, because we were going to the footy game that night.
Mm-hmm.
When it was time to buy my ticket, one of the criteria that we tried to work around was to make sure that there was a footy game, because they wanted to share. They really enjoy footy, and it means a lot to them, and they wanted me to be able to go to that and to see what it was like.
It was probably the worst game that we've had all year, but we won, so that was okay.
But it was gorgeous. Adelaide Oval.
Mm-hmm.
Adelaide Oval is a gorgeous, gorgeous sports facility. And it was a beautiful night to be out and share with them and be part of what's really fun for them to be part of.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Oh.
That's a schnitzel.
Oh.
Yeah, so we also went to Wonder Woman, which I really liked. And had to have my mom try a schnitzel, because that's a big thing over here. I think they're alright. They're just kind of standard food to me. But yeah, but we had to go out for schnitzel. So we met my love's mom. She came out with us, so the four of us went out to see Wonder Woman and get schnitzels. It was a fun day.
It was. And then on Sunday, religion is very important to me. And I was able to go to church. I went to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints here in Adelaide, and that was very nice for me to be able to do that, and gave Jenny some time to study for her uni stuff that she's doing.
Mm-hmm. I was working on a paper that I hadn't. Well, I submitted that today, so it's all done now.
One of the cutest things I've found, well, maybe not one of the cute, but one of the cute things I have found in walking around are these DIY dog wash. And it's just, I haven't gone and looked at them, but I've just seen the signs for these. Do they take their dogs there and wash them? Do you know?
Yeah, I think that's what it's there for. So it's kind of it's a side part of a car wash where you can go and do, but it's on the side, and so you can take your dog there, I think, to wash him there.
Yeah, it sounds pretty handy if you have dogs.
Yeah. Astrid could use that.
Oh, yes.
It's my love's sister's dog. We were up there on Wednesday, and she was pretty smelly.
And then they started showing me, beautiful beaches. Beautiful, beautiful beaches. And my son-in-law was kind of disappointed because they're not as beautiful, I guess, as they are in the summertime. But me, having never seen any of these beaches before, I was totally taken away in awe. And probably one of my favorite pictures was when we have a picture of us taken together, and she did a selfie, but it really, I'm going to go home and print that out and hang it up because it just is really nice. And then the sunset was really gorgeous that day too.
Yeah, there was also a gorgeous shot of the sun just streaming down on the water.
Breaking through, just through the clouds a little bit, so it wasn't the whole, it was just gorgeous. And then the next day, there's so many beautiful beaches that they felt like I should see some more beaches and just some more beautiful stuff.
And that day, we decided that, so I know most of you, my tinglings, are in the northern hemisphere, but down here it is winter and the coldest time of year. So it's not usually the biggest beach time, but we thought with going to all these beaches, we had to go swimming. So my love had a little bit of a cold, so he usually would go in with me, so it's not normal for him to not go, but he didn't want to make himself more sick. So the two of us, he got the job of being photographer as the two of us went through and were swimming in the water. It was a lot of fun though.
It was. In fact, it was like, it's going to be cold, but I thought I would regret. That would be something I would regret if I didn't, just suck it up and go out. And in fact, this morning, somebody, because I put it on my Facebook page, and somebody this morning says, well, wasn't the water kind of warm? I'm like, no, we were just kind of crazy. Actually, one of my favorite things, food-wise, they took me to have these, how do you say that, Bill?
Cafe de Villiers.
Cafe de Villiers, and we had, like, the little pie. But,
like a meat pie?
Yeah, but I didn't take a picture of the meat pie. But I had a beef and mushroom one, and it was really good. In fact, I was thinking I might have to have one more of those before I go home.
Mm-hmm.
Then I thought, I better remember those people at home. So I better, get some souvenirs to take home. So we went over to...
Rundle Mall?
Yes.
So it's a big kind of open-air mall in the heart of Adelaide. And it has all these little offshoot, they call them arcades, but they're kind of like little mini malls. But one of the big features in the middle of the open-air mall is these two bowls, one on top of the other. So it's a big thing that when you come to Adelaide, you have to get a picture in front of those bowls. So,
and of course we did.
So here's us.
And we were trying to do a selfie. And these balls are really, big, so to try to get the balls and us, and we were, struggling, and this really nice lady stopped. She said, would you like me to take your picture?
I'm like, yes.
So we got actually a really nice picture because this nice lady offered to help. Oh, and then I was going to say, and then, of course, it's always fun to see fabric stores and craft stores in different places. And so we saw, is it Lynn's Craft?
Lynn Craft.
Lynn Craft. I always think, because in the U.S., there's a store called Lynn's Craft, which is for glasses. Anyway, that's what I saw. And I was like, but it was Lynn Craft. And they had, could tell that she would be able to get some fabric if she needed it. I didn't have to feel too bad for her. But then it was really fun to go over to the University of Adelaide and see where...
I go to uni.
Yeah. And she showed us around there and said, this is where I go do my computer work. And if I do buy lunch, this is where I buy lunch. And then...
There's a place that has delicious sandwiches.
And then, let's see, what else have we done? Oh.
Yesterday was an adventure.
Yes, an adventure I didn't prepare too well for. They had to go, they had some appointments, and so I was kind of left with some time to myself, and I'm like, oh, great. The Mormon temple, which the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Mormon temple, was not too far away.
Yeah.
So I thought, and that you don't go and it's not a regular worship service. You go there on at a special, it's not special occasions, but just go and do special worship there.
Well, because your traditional worship would be on a Sunday.
Yes.
And this would be, it's not actually open on a Sunday, so it's kind of you go at other time to do temple work there.
Yeah. So I thought, okay, but they had to leave way early, which meant I would have gotten there early, and it didn't open probably till 9, and I would have been there 8:15. And it's kind of winter down here.
And so I said, why don't you just take the bus? You can, get on. It's really easy. You just Google Maps it, and we're like, okay.
Well, there's this one little technical difficulty is I have been cheap and not I don't have service on my phone, which hasn't been a problem because I'm always with them, so I don't need my phone. Well, I took a picture of Google Maps saying, and I thought, okay, this tells me what I need to do. Well, one technical difficulty. I took a picture of
the results showing.
The results. It says
options.
this one, this one, this one. So, and I forgot to take the address of where the temple was. So I get on the bus. I said, oh yeah, this is where I want to go. And I showed him. He says, well, that's where you are. Where do you want to get off? I'm like, well, stop 13, because that's what she had said. She says, well, there's a bunch of stop 13s. And I'm like, anyway, long story short, so I figure out how to find the address on my phone in Google Maps, because it was saved there, so I showed him, and he says, oh, okay. He says, you're going to have to walk a little ways. I'm like, okay, and I'm thinking, oh, why didn't I have them take a dry run through this, so I kind of knew what to expect? And I'm pretty adventurous, but I was getting a little I had a few tears coming down. But I was like, okay, hold this together. You've got to figure this out. And then I was thinking, well, this might be the emergency, because I'd set up my phone so if I needed to, I could have international roaming. And then I was like, oh, but I don't know how to do that either. So I just okay, I have to figure this out. And anyway, so then the bus driver says, okay, he told me to get off here and go transfer to another bus. And Jenny had told me I could just get off and walk. And I'm thinking, I had these two, and I'm thinking, well, I don't know where to walk, so I think I better go do the bus driver, because he told me to get on this other bus. So I go get on this bus. He says, okay, tell that bus driver to let you off at this stop. And I was like, they were just being so nice. It was really nice. And so then, I get on this second bus, and I get off, and I'm thinking, where do I go now? I'm looking around, and I'm like, I don't know where to go. And I was like, well, I guess I just better start walking. And so I kind of looked, and I thought, well, maybe this looks like the right direction to go. And so I crossed the street, and when I'd been looking around from the other side, there's just this huge tree, and I couldn't see anything past the tree. But when I'd crossed the street, there was the spiral for the Mormon temple. I had never been so happy to see a Mormon temple spiral than I had in my whole life. Just because they were picking, I started thinking, I just knew I was going to be lost forever. And anyway, but I was pretty emotionally on edge. And anyway, so I was able to go to the temple and have a nice session there. And then when they got done with their appointments, they came and picked me up, and we headed on our way to...
So we had to... One of the specialty cuisines of Adelaide is an AB. There's apparently disputes about what the AB stands for, so I won't try to tell you, because I'll probably be wrong. But it is called an AB. And so it's basically, you get a bunch of chips, so hot chips, kind of like fries, but they call them chips here. So you have hot chips, and then they have gyros meat on top, and then you get tomato sauce, which is like ketchup, and garlic sauce, and was there any? I think it's just that. Anyway, and so it's a lot of unhealthy food altogether, and it tastes delicious.
It was really yummy. And when we were ordering, they were like, well, do you want the 20 or the 25? And they are kind of, well, yeah, I says, the 25. And it's good we did, because we cleaned it up, and it was really yummy.
Yeah. So something my mom wanted to do was to take us to go on a Segway tour as well, because she'd been on a couple before. Me and my love had never been on a Segway tour. So it was an interesting experience. We kind of did a little bit of practice around the parking lot, but it was a really small area, and so we were like turning these corners and everything, and I felt, okay, yeah, I feel pretty good with this. But then we start going out on the Torrens linear trail, and on this linear trail, there's kind of bumps and like there's...
Well, the roots from the trees grow up. And
so it's bumpy under the asphalt, and so I was just like, and like not very comfortable, and they'd had me come towards the front as well, so I couldn't just kind of take it at my own pace, because I was like, oh, you know, like I'm kind of helping set the pace here, so...
She wasn't having a good time.
About halfway through, they were like, well, do you want to, you know, come towards the back? And I was like, yes. So then I was in the back, and that was a little bit better, but the best was when, right at the end, we went off to this field, and and it was just kind of like, okay, just go around and do what you want. And there I was like, I got really comfortable with it finally, because I was just kind of able to play around, but the rest of the time was a little nerve-wracking. But we had fun.
But she was good-natured. And then we, after the Segway tours, they said, oh, we've got a few more hours of light. We haven't taken you to the hills of Adelaide. And so we went in towards the hills, wherever they are. I'm directionally challenged in New York, but I'm directionally, like, inability down here.
The sun is on the opposite part of the sky, so it probably would feel opposite as well.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, but so whichever way we went to the mountains, and driving, and there seems to be a lot of wildlife parks or conservation places, and we were driving along, and they go, there's albino, and I'm going to say kangaroos, but they're not kangaroos. There's those other things.
The wallabies.
The wallabies. And I probably I've called them a lot of stuff, but I don't remember wallabies. I think they've been called wombats and...
Wombats are the chunky ones that are kind of...
Oh, so there is a wombat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that wallaby word just kind of escapes me. But... So we kind of went, I said, oh, Andrew, let's go in there. Maybe they'll give us, he says, oh, they're almost closed. I says, oh, maybe they'll give us a discount. So I asked the lady, and she said, no, come back when you can enjoy it the whole time, She said, just come back when you can really enjoy it, And I'm like, I'm from the U.S., and I go home on Sunday. So it's either now or never. I was kind of trying to maybe...
encourage her.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. And she took a little hesitation, and then she says no. And I was like, oh, is it worth it for 20 minutes? I'm like, and, anyway, it was probably more of a matter of, like, oh, she's not even working with us. We're not going in now because she's not even working with us. But then we turned around, and we had seen him on the road. So then I said, let's go back and park on the road. And so then we parked on the road, and there was these albino wallaby. They were looked like pretty cute little things. Anyway, those little albino, whatever they were.
Wallabies.
Albino wallabies were really cute. And then the last day, I think you should show this little back behind the scene one. What?
I'm gonna put my trade seat. I was like, I thought I was fine for Facebook.
Oh,
but
okay, you don't have to.
No, I was kidding. It's fine.
Anyway, so then this morning I went swimming. I was going to go to the Aqua Center, but we wanted to do these videos. So I just, like an old pro, I knew how to set my money up on the thing. I knew what stopped. I had looked at the map. I knew exactly what number I need to get off, on, off. And I felt really empowered. It's really cool to go out and do stuff that's hard. Because then afterwards, it's like, oh, And the next time, because I remember the first time I walked to the aquatic center, I got there and I'm thinking, well, I've had a nice walk. Maybe I just go home, and because it's kind of like going into the unknown, you know. But then I thought, oh, I love to swim. And so I went in, and then today it was like I go in and they said, oh, and I said, yeah, I've been here before. I know where to go. And I knew I didn't have to spend the $4 on the locker. Everybody else just piles their stuff up on the table. So I put my stuff on the table and saved my $4. And I took the bus there, and I got there and came home. And so it's just been a really wonderful time being here. And
Yeah, it's been great to have.
thank you.
And I'm glad she's, come into my recording room here so that we could share this with you. So thank you everyone for watching. My mom will be gone by the time this is, but if you have any questions, I obviously am still in contact with her, so we can answer any questions you have. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, my tinklings.
I have missed you so much. It is so good to see you again. Hello, my tinklings. It's been a while, I know, and this is going to be a shorter video, just to housekeeping things, I guess. I am sorry for anyone who didn't get the message that I was not going to be recording or releasing in January. I just graduated from my second bachelor's, and I'm about to start a master's, and I was just needed a break before I dive into that huge project. And so that also was the end of daily videos. It's just not something that is very feasible for me going forward with the other commitments I have in my life. So for now, the schedule is going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So Mondays will still be Map Mondays, and Friday will still be Food Friday. Whisper Wednesday is no more, neither is Sales Saturday. So everything else that I do will go on to the Wednesday, or we'll try to find ways to work them in to the other days as well. So that's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to announce is, so we'll be back on Monday. I got actually quite a few new maps, so just have a little chat with you there, and we'll look at that map, and I'll tell you some of the other things going forward, but this is just a short version of that, and I have more to say anyway. So coinciding with our first return video, there's going to be a name change to my channel, which you will have seen the new intro today, which corresponds with the new name. So Tingles with Flyby and the jingle. I know we've all loved the jingle, some more than others, meaning some don't actually like it, but anyway. But I know many of you will miss that aspect, and I will too, but I just feel like going forward, I want to have a name that really draws people into the magic and what we do here, and I think Tingledom really conveys that more than Tingles with Flyby, which is a bit generic. I still will primarily refer to myself as Flyby because it's been my online name for probably about 18 years now, so it's just So if you want to call me Flyby still, that's awesome. If you want to call me Jenny, call me Jenny too. But I'll call myself Flyby, most likely. So I'm really excited about it. And I know I will be sad about the intro and that sort of thing, but I'm hoping it'll be positive moving forward. So there's a few things I also want to announce. So first thing is to all my patrons who are $5 and above, I am anticipating finishing the certificates for that batch, and hopefully they will be sent from my home by March. So I'm getting very close there, so anyone who's interested in becoming officially a part of Tingledom, getting a signed certificate with the official Tingledom seal, our own wax seal. If you're interested in that, check out my Patreon. It's for anybody $5 and above. So I'm super excited about that. I probably will put that up to a higher tier eventually, because it is a lot of work, but I'll probably keep that for a few more months. So you have time now to have a chance to, well, not have a chance. You can go over there right now, get your name in Tingledom, get yourself a certificate that will be mailed to you. So you should do that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I'm going to have a couple new kind of more series coming. One for Map Monday and one for Food Friday. For Map Monday, it will normally be the first Monday of every month, but not this one, because I'm still scrambling to get that one done. So it will be the second Monday this month, and then it'll be the first Monday every month thereafter. I'll probably do a little kind of preview of what that's going to be sometime next week. So you'll get a little taste before. But I will be in costume, and I'm very excited about it. So I hope you all will be looking forward to that. If you can't wait, I do also have information about that on my Patreon. And then, new to everyone, I haven't announced this to anyone, is we're going to have the last Friday of every month is going to be the last course club at Fabergé Cafe, which is just a nice jaunty stroll from the castle, and is the premier dessert cafe in Tingledom. The head chef, Charlotte, has studied at Cordon Bleu in Paris over 40 years ago. She actually is the daughter of one of the former castle chefs, so she has quite a history. And so I'll be the waitress in those videos, but we'll be talking about the other characters, because basically it will be that each month you will, along with others who are at the last course club, be able to hear about, learn the stories about, and sample a smattering of our chocolatiers, our two chefs, and our head chef, all of their dessert play, I guess, for the month. So there'll be lots of different desserts, and they'll be different every month. So I'm very excited about that.
And I'm still thinking about getting a little Fabergé egg, not a real one, obviously, a little like knockoff one to put on our thing here, which also, this is what I've spent part of my time off doing, is my new background, so let me know what you think. So, this is probably a little longer than what I was thinking. I always can't stop talking to you, can I? I love talking to you. I have missed you all so much. And I know I did talk about Skype sessions. That's still something I want to get going. I've just really needed to shut down. I mean, I did do 1,200 videos in a row. So that was, or my 1,200 total. It's 1,100 videos. Anyway, I'm just so excited to be back. And I can't wait for you all to see what new I have coming. Oh, the other thing is, I probably have about 15 to 20 videos that I uploaded prior to deciding this name change. So for those of you who really love the Tingles with Fly By Jingle, you'll get a few more with that. So those should be done by May. I think there's 2 in May. Map and food should be all ready to go. It's our Wednesdays that I'll be having the old intro, because I had a few things there. So for those of you who like sign language, there is going to be a lot of sign language coming on the Wednesdays. And we also have a teacher, an enchanted cottage up in the Tingledom Mountains. Very excited about. So, lots of things for you all to look forward to, and for me as well. So thank you all so much for staying with me, for being here, and I will see you on Monday with my UK map. Look forward to seeing you then. Hi guys! So I just got a package today from my mom in America. So it's a bit big. Oh, I have opened it already, but I haven't opened everything in there, and I thought I might show you just some of the things that she sent to me, and might give us ideas of some things to come. Some aren't, but some nice little fluffy airbag in there. That's another one. So everything is wrapped in this red rubber, which is for my crow's shoes, which I'm doing a commission roleplay on. I do have some designs on that, so that will be coming soon. But it's quite a big piece, so I'll have to show it at the end. So here we have something wrapped in this lovely purple fabric. So my mom teaches children's sewing lessons, and she's also a bit of a quilter. I'll put a link actually to her webpage and galleries so you can see some of her work. But anyway, when she was going through, I spotted this purple and asked her to send it to me, and now I can't for the life of me remember what I was thinking I it's a gorgeous, gorgeous color. So I'm sure I'll find something to do with it. So inside we have something I'm very excited about. So this is a pedal for my sewing machine. I have a Bernina 807, which is a vintage machine, and the pedal that I had stopped working, so I had one wired on, but it has a bit of a loose connection, and so the machine specialist said that I should get a plug connector from the end and get that done. But my mom has just replaced all of her machines for her sewing students, and so she had an extra 807, and so she was going to sell the machine, but she just decided she could sell it without the pedal and sent me the pedal. So it's 2 pieces, and I do have to plug it into a transformer. You can see the front here. Berninas are lovely pieces of equipment. I'll show you the plug as well. So this is the part that plugs into, obviously, the power. This plugs into the pedal, and then this is the part that plugs into the back of the machine. So that'll be quite handy. I've been kind of working my way through sewing myself a wardrobe. I'm not sewing everything in it, but I am sewing myself a wardrobe. So it'll be handy. I will, once I kind of have it to a completed state, I think obviously there'll always be a little bit of flux, but when I am happy with that, then I will do a video kind of modeling all my pieces and everything like that, but don't hold your breath, that could be a little while. So next we have Scratch. I've never tried this, so I am someone who does get heat exhaustion quite easily, so sports drinks are very good for me if I'm exercising in the summer. My mom was talking to me one day, and she'd gone out and hadn't taken anything to drink with her, and it sounded like she had a bit of heat exhaustion when we were talking, and so I said, get some salt in you as soon as possible, because I think obviously we share the same genetic code, so she's having the same difficulties that I do. But anyway, so she told me that this is what she normally uses, is Scratch, and I'd never tried it, so she sent me some of that, so I will give that a try sometime, especially since it's getting a bit warmer. Most of this is sewing stuff, like a lovely new pair of sewing scissors. If you know me, which probably not a lot of you do in that way, and my family, we are very particular about sewing scissors. My husband brought in this package actually when I was to bring it in, and he's like, can I open it? Can I open it? And I was like, yeah, go ahead. And he went through about 2 or 3 different pairs of scissors on my desk, and I said, nope, you can't use those. You can't use those. Because it's very important to have very nice, sharp scissors when you're cutting through thread and fabric. So it will be very handy to have another pair of fabric scissors. I think we'll do these 2 together. So these are both feet. One in an official box, one in my mother's packaging. So here we have a walking foot. So normally when you sew, you have little feed dogs on the bottom of the sewing machine that grabs your fabric from the bottom and pushes it through. So that can actually cause a little bit of differentiation between your top and bottom. And so when you need something that more gets pulled from the top, then that's what a walking foot is for. So they're quite a handy little thing. And so the Mini-Matic, I think, is from the 60s or 70s. It's quite an old machine. So the walking foot that goes with it is also vintage. You can see it there. It's the actual. Don't want to damage the box. It's a quite old box with a few little bits. I could pull that bit out. So it's a walking foot. They're quite beefy. You'll see compared to the other feet that it's quite a lot bigger. But so these are the little bits that go down. So it's quite handy though for when you do need it. I've used it for quilting lines. If you want straight quilting lines and you're not, well, if you want quite straight quilting lines, it's really good for that. And if you don't quilt at all, you probably wouldn't care. But I think there were 4 in here. Nice paper towel there. More expensive than the paper towels I buy, certainly. So here's, it's gonna be hard to show these up. I'll have to show them one at a time. So we have that. So that is a blind man's hem. It helps you, if you roll the fabric over under that, then it helps you hold it down by having this other little bit in there. And that's basically just another one, but metal instead of black. And then this, I believe, is a zipper foot, but I don't know exactly what it does. My mom told me these ones, but I can't remember. And then this is good if you need about a 1/4 inch hem. This is good for curling it over. This will actually automatically curl over your fabric at the end. So that'll actually be quite handy because I do that sort of thing quite often. Probably wrap these back up. So I do have, oh, I already have quite a few feet from my machine, but we were shopping in the house, shop of Mom, we'll say, her basement, seeing what feet I might want. Because she's a sewing teacher, she does acquire quite a few different bits and pieces Not that she didn't before that, but definitely now she has a business reason to do so. So this is really cute. So I'm sure this is what happened. I don't actually remember telling my mom this, but I had a roommate who lived with us, and she used my spatula to make something, and then it stained, because it wasn't actually food. But anyway, and so that got stained, and then she threw it away without even asking me. And she said she was going to replace it, and she did actually a couple weeks ago, but it was almost a year ago that she actually stained it and threw it away in the first place. So I think my mom sent these to kind of help me in the meantime. So that's really cute, because I don't even remember telling her that. So then we also have just a few photos. Some of these have names on them. And I haven't really decided about putting my name out there. It doesn't actually have my last name. But anyway, I have something from my sister's wedding, some photos from my grandparents, and then my grandpa, who passed, I think he passed in 2008, his 80th birthday, which was in 2003. So those would be nice to look through a bit later. And I think I must have taken something out of the box, because I was really excited to show something. I don't think it's actually in here. So my mom's also got me some rotary blades. As you know, well, you may know, from my fabric, I am a bit of a quilter. Might actually give you guys an update on that one, since I finished one little panel. So I might show that to you guys. But anyway, she's given me some new rotary blades, which are quite handy. I think, I had two things that I missed. And then she's given me a nice little pair of scissors. Nice sharp pair. You can't have too many sharp scissors when you sew. Yeah, I think I took out two of the things. So she's also got me Steam a Seam 2. There's the front. So I've used this in my quilting. I used the Steam a Seam Light for my things like my Husey quilt, but like if you've seen my Crow's Clothes Taylor roleplay, in that one I have a my Show My You Got Goved banner, which is a crow's banner. So that's the sort of thing I would use this for, that type of applique. So very sweet of my mom. Always wants to keep me supplied. And I think that's everything that's inside our rubber. So I'll show you the rubber. So it's very small check. Should give me plenty of grip, and it's actually quite a big piece. So I should be able to do quite a few shoes on here. I think it's about the right thickness. I have another piece of rubber that I got that was a little bit too thick for barefoot shoes, but I think this will be just about perfect. I'm quite happy with it. But that mini check is just so cute on the bottom. So should give me plenty of grip as well.
so that's the end of that. I did get, my mom sent me a healthy supply of needles as well, and she sent me the most amazing unpicker things. I think I was so excited I put them onto my sewing desk and didn't put them back in the box, so that's why they're not here for me to show you. But I was so excited about those because I've been unpicking with like a needle and scissors, which is very ineffective. So anyway, just thought I'd do a short little video on that since that came in today, and you can see how much my mom loves me. No, but she really does take care of me, especially as you can see with my sewing supplies. I did pay for the rubber. I just had that sent to her because it was cheaper to get it sent to the States, and she was sending me the package already. But anyway, just thought I would share that with you. Let me know, especially if there's any sewers out there, anything that you really liked, or if you have any questions. Okay, see you guys next time.
Hello, my tinklings. So I got a package in the mail today. This came all the way to me from America. So my mom sent this to me for my birthday. So if you ever notice me lacking any punctuality, you can know it's not meant to be offensive. It just runs in my blood. But my mom is a wonderful, wonderful person who I adore. And she's a very, very sweet lady. She's coming in June, so I might try to see if we can get her to be in a video. But anyway, so this is a package. I have very little idea of what's in here. There probably is some honeycombs, I will guess, but I can't be sure. I'm trying to get this actually in to view. Let's come out there. This is quite closed. You know, some just have a small bit of tape. It's quite a big piece, it feels. I don't know which side is which. It's like when my mom sends me packages though. It gives me a nice size box. I think I still have my garden stuff stored in a box she sent me a long time ago. Okay, should be done with it. Well, we'll see depending on what we have in here. So you will be just as surprised as me. some nice color. Let me pop that because that seems like it would be too loud. Put that off to the side. I told you there'd be some honeycombs. That is one thing that I miss from the States, so my mom usually does send that to me. And she sent me the Peeps bunnies, which just reminds me of Southern Sounds ASMR. She had a video where she was eating Peeps. She talked about how she likes to eat the face off, which I do as well, actually. So, a bit funny. So we have yellow Peeps and pink Peeps. I always like to open the package and let them kind of dry out a little bit. I'm going to leave that in there. Ooh, that looks interesting. I would think that might be a chocolate bar, but maybe that's a, don't know. Because if you saw my last video from my mom, she sent me a bit of chocolate, which I still haven't eaten because I'm wanting to use it in a video, but I'm really anal because I really, really love this chocolate. You don't understand how much I love this chocolate. And so I need it to be a really, really good video when I do it. But here we have 4 little birthday packages. Very sweet, loving packages from my mother. So I don't think that's chocolate. I think that's probably chocolate, but I don't know what this would be. What do you think that is? Do we think that's chocolate? Could be. It just seems like an interesting shape though. Little, not quite square here. I don't like this one. This one seems square. Don't know what that will be. This feels soft. There's a bit of give in it. But it doesn't feel, well, it doesn't feel like fabric. I mean, it's definitely not all fabric. It could be something made of fabric. Just say that because my mom is quite the sewer. If you are ever in awe of anything I do in the quilting realm, see, this feels very sturdy. It has a bit of heft to it. Don't know. Now, what should we open first? I don't know. We can do... I'll just start here. I couldn't think of a good way. Thought these scissors might come in handy. And now we can inspect this. Are there... Oh, this must be needles. I told her I needed needles. Okay. No, I thought she sent me needles last time. Yeah, she sent me a whole box of needles last time. No, this couldn't be needles. Unless she forgot that she sent me needles. I'm pretty sure it's needles, so I think she forgot that she sent me a box of like 100 needles last time. Because you can get these needles in bulk, and she teaches children sewing lessons, and so she buys them in bulk quite often. But I was running low on needles. They're just universals. 116s, yeah. Well, there we go. I have some more needles, so I shall not run out. Oh, one on the McDonald house on this side. Interesting. Okay. My guess is that this is a Montaya chocolate bar. It's my favorite Amano chocolate flavor. Did I do? No, I haven't done Amano. Or she forgot to send one. Oh no. Yeah, I think last time she forgot to send one of the bars. So this could actually be a flavor. So, oh no. I ripped off the back of the box. Should have been a little more careful. Oh, it's sad I just ripped the box out. I'm pretty sure I still have a Guayas. Otherwise I'll be really sad. I wouldn't want to use that in a role play. It would make me really sad. But I'm pretty sure I have another Guayas. So that'll be good. That means I should be able to actually eat this chocolate bar. Especially now that I've ruined the box. No, it's not ruined, but just for ASMR purposes. Which is, the most important thing. Okay, now these two I have really no idea what to expect. So, let's see what we got. I don't usually use scissors to unwrap, but I feel like it'll be really loud if I try and rip it, so it's actually kind of fun. Oh! Is this? This is applewood smoked wild Atlantic sea vegetable. I don't remember I told her about that. Well, because there's supposed to be a seaweed that tastes like bacon. I think it's actually a particular, I'm not sure, anyway, I assume she thinks this is what it is. I don't know if this is exactly what it is. We'll see what it tastes like. But it's supposed to taste like, just like bacon. But they do have, let's, I wonder if she had to declare this. It's got 2 bags in there. Man, it does have a smells really... And she did really well because she put it in the two, like, probably only needed this one bag. But when you put it in that second bag, you couldn't smell it. But now it has a really strong smell. It smells very smoky. Yeah, I'm excited to try that. I have... Yeah. That'll be interesting. That's what my mom says. She says she keeps a little list of things that I mention. But it's like, I don't even remember saying these things because they're just little kind of, oh man, I'd like to do that sometime. Or, you know, things that I think aren't even available. She's just a really special lady. So I'm hoping she'll be in the video so I can share her with you. I don't want to cut this because I don't know what's underneath. That's nice. She must have gotten this. Was I low on cocoa powder? I don't know. Wild Foods, small batch ingredients from around the world. Ooh, 12-ounce wild chocolate powder. Let's see what it's got to say about it. Our wild mission is to provide the best food products in the world to individuals that value what we value: nutrition, health, environment. The Wild Guarantee: we only sell products we use ourselves. This is the highest standard of quality we know. This is why every Wild Foods product will always be 100% free of grains, gluten, soy, refined sugar, refined salt, artificial preservatives, and GMOs. How to make wild butter coffee. It's interesting. That just talks about the coffee. I want to know about what's special about this chocolate. Well, it's just organic cocoa powder. Wild chocolate is made from the highest quality heirloom cacao beans. The cocoa is cultivated using sustainable farming practices and purchased at better than fair trade prices. Well, I like that. That's what I like in my chocolate bars as well. Amano does that. Wild chocolate powder is non-alkalized. It is processed using handcrafted artisan techniques and without the use of chemicals. The cacao pods are picked by hand from the wild and processed close by on small family farms. So it is actually wild chocolate. I almost feel like that can't be real, but that's what they're saying. The cacao pods are picked by hand from the wild and processed close by on small family farms. The gentle and natural processing methods used to make wild chocolate are what keep it so nutritionally potent. Chemical and machined processing of lower quality mass-produced cocoa powder has been shown to reduce the beneficial nutrition in chocolate by as much as 80%. Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. Hypocrisies. Well, they've sold me. I'm excited about this chocolate powder, and I have quite a bit. So, I'll have to see how it tastes. If it has a really nice taste, I might save it from using in my breakfasts because I really like to taste it really well if it's a really nice cocoa powder. Okay, I am smelling this dulce, so I think we're just gonna try it. And then that will be it. I wonder what the smoky nachos. 1.5 cups smoked dulce loosely packed. 1 cup salsa, 2 cups soy regular cheese, and 6 ounces of your favorite organic chips. A DLT sandwich, smoked dulce, lettuce, tomato, and oil or mayonnaise. Sounds yummy to me. That wild place actually sounds like a really interesting company. When I come across things like that, I always think maybe I should do a sales roleplay. So don't be surprised if you see that upcoming, and then you could know more about it. It's interesting, but quite what I thought it was going to look like. I don't know if you can quite see it because the lighting. It's very papery. I'm just going to try and break some off and it's falling off. Not used to eating just plain seaweed. Definitely interesting. Okay. It definitely has a very strong seaweed flavor. I am not the biggest fan of that. I think on its own, not the way I would have it. I might do it differently. Chili snack with a deep quickly for soups, stir fries, yeah. I could see using it as a really interesting flavor. A bit overpowering to have on its own. But I could see chucking it in some things to really add a bit of smoky flavor. I do like it for that. Smoked paprika is actually good for that as well. So, we'll see what I end up doing with that. But it definitely won't replace bacon for my just purely eating as a snack needs. But I could see using it as a garnish in the same way you use bacon. So, anyway, that was my little box of gifts from my mother. Thank you for watching with me as I opened my birthday presents. And I will see you next time. Goodbye, my tinglings. Hello, my tinglings. It's gonna be a silly video from me today. Now, I just finished a little roleplay video on Airbnb. Kind of check-in, but I don't know, kind of travel agent-y video. Anyway, and I'm just looking at myself and I'm like, man, I look so good right now, so I gotta take advantage, you know? No, because I've been... Anyway. No, because I had that video that came out, which was my... Which video was it? Oh, unboxing my 3DO video, which was like from months ago, and I thought it looked so good in that video, and so did everyone else. And I was like, what's the difference? And I think it was because it was winter, which we're heading into winter again now, so that's probably why my skin is probably clearing up a bit. But so, that's the reality that you get here, because I don't wear makeup. You get to see me change with the seasons. So, I'm not quite sure how relaxing this video is going to be, but I know some of you love the silliness, so, you know, we're going to go with it. I have this lovely little thing. My love was telling me I use the word lovely too much in my videos, so hopefully I haven't now shattered the glass and made it annoying every time you hear me say the word lovely, because I do say it a lot, but I think it's just because there are lots of lovely things. I should use more of my descriptors. Oh, that video didn't end up going, did it? Because I recorded this video, which was about these words that I have up in my little studio closet, whatever you want to call this, and I was reading some of them, but then the sound went weird, or I don't know, it ended up not working that well, so I didn't do anything with that. But maybe I'll read you some words. Let's do that. I'm only going to read one page, but dulcet, juicy, smooth, soft, aromatic, fiery, peppery, piquant, pungent, tart, zesty, pungent again, downy, silky, cozy, cushy, flowing, satiny, silken, snug, supple, convenient, pleasant, restful, satisfying, serene, soothing, warm, ample, substantial, palatial, roomy, spacious, abundant, expansive, generous, plentiful, vast. Maybe I'll pull this up. I usually don't wear this as an off-the-shoulder shirt, even though I think it is. Well, you can do it either way. There we go. You know how it is on these random rambles. So, I gotta lay it straight with you. Well, I don't even have anything to say at the end of that sentence. I just felt like saying that. It's actually my anniversary today. I know I have a video coming out today, which is me talking about my anniversary, but I'm really excited. It's 6 years, and I haven't decided what we're doing. I have to work, but afterwards we're going to probably go out for dinner. So I was thinking, oh, maybe we should go out to a hotel, but then I realized I have like 7 hours of uni tomorrow, and so having to get up early in the morning isn't conducive to me wanting to spend money on a hotel. So we'll stay here probably. I don't know what I'm thinking about. I don't even know. I'm feeling really good lately. I know I put out that video and things are still a bit turbulent with my love, but I think he's starting to understand why, and I think that's helping. So, because it's settlement with his parents' property division, or their divorce, day. And so just all that being up in the air is kind of finally coming to an end. Been a big deal. So it's good that, man, I just keep looking at myself. There's a mirror that I have right up there that I can see myself in. Because I can see myself, I have a mirror here as well. But here I can't see like what the recording's like. Oh, I didn't realize that was. Let's move that over, even though that's gonna be weird. Anyway, because this actually picks up the lighting that I'm getting. Because I usually actually like the way I look in this mirror, and then it'll be kind of weird in that one. But I like the way I've got my lighting set up, so I'm happy with the way the camera's picking it up. Anyway, the life of an ASMR artist, or a YouTuber, I guess, probably more that one. I'm really excited because I think I'm gonna hit 1,000 subscribers soon, probably in the next month or so. So I'm really excited about that because I set that as a goal probably about a year ago, because I put like, I'll have a successful YouTube channel, one of my goals. And I was like, I think I had like 200 or probably like 150 subscribers at the time, and didn't feel like a lot was going on there. But I was like, okay, so what would it be to me to be successful? I'm like, well, probably about 1,000, you know. I just kind of thought, let me work till 1,000. I figure after I have 1,000 that it would just kind of take care of itself, that I don't need to worry about it after that, and I can just then do my thing. Not that I have, I guess, not that I'm not doing my thing, but anyway. So, yeah. So I'm closing in on that number. After that, I probably won't pay attention that much at all to my subscriber numbers. Just, I mean, I'll probably notice it, but I kind of check it multiple times a day right now, and it's just because I'm always curious how, you know, things are going, and what videos are drawing people in, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, it's good. I'm just feeling good right now. I don't even know. I just like chilled out. Had a really good night with my with my mother-in-law last night, which it's been a bit turbulent there as well, and I think it's just because everyone's been stressed, but last night we just had a really good night. We were just laughing and joking and having fun, so that was good. That's good, so then we'll have a good time at the footy this weekend. Because we sit with them at the footy, so we didn't end up going the last time. It had just been a really stressful time, so we just ended up staying home. But be good. We're actually 5-0, so we're heading into 6-0. So I'm thinking I might need to hold off on getting my first tattoo for my little crow bird till I can maybe get 2. Am I jinxing myself by saying that? Yes, but anyway, if you believe in jinxing, which I don't really, but yeah, more so just, I feel like it wouldn't be that much more to get a second bird, but to go to a second session probably would be, so. Anyway, I don't know how much I've talked about my tattoo, but anyway, I'm so sad. Erin Phillips is back in the States. She's over playing for the Dallas Wings, and she hasn't confirmed yet that she's coming back to play for Adelaide next year, which I'm really sad about, because she is a big inspiration to me, and I love her, and I want her to come back so that I can just watch her play for years to come. It's funny because she's my age, but, you know, people can inspire you at any age, can't they? Let's see, what else do we have going on? My belly is really kind of, and that's what's annoying about the 3DO, is it picks up those sounds. When I used to wear my headset, I never had to worry about my belly making sounds so you could hear it. Now I'm like, oh, I'm a bit hungry. You guys can hear it. Yeah, like I kind of had to acknowledge it in my last roleplay. I'm like, oh, I'm hungry, and so I was making people dinner. Well, going to be making dinner, so it's fun, even though it's morning. I've got my new schedule. I just mean that I created a new schedule, so I don't know what I'm meaning by that, but yeah, so I'm going to be recording it in the mornings a lot now, which will be a good time, and I'm actually waking up. I know I just put out my morning routine video, and I've actually adjusted it because ever since I got sick in January, I haven't been able to get back into a routine, and part of it is because I don't like to move backwards, I think, and so I needed to spice it up, change it up a little, so I've kind of adjusted it a bit, and I'm having an easier time feeling like, oh, I'm instituting this new routine. Anyway, part of that is that I'm now recording in the morning, and I've just shifted my exercise to be kind of whenever. But the thing that I really like that I added in is I have a daily thing, is what I call it. But so it is a time for me to do something that I want to do on a weekly basis or a non-daily basis. Because I always have a hard time doing things that's not every day. And so it's great. So I've got like my push-ups in, and I have like writing a thank you note to someone, because it's not something I need to do every day, but I would like to express some gratitude to someone very specific. I'm thinking my first one might go to Erin Phillips, because she really has inspired me, I guess, to just look at her body and think, I would like my body to look like that. Like, she just looks so strong and just, but not like a bodybuilder taking testosterone strong, just, what a woman can be naturally, I guess. With a lot of work, I understand. But anyway, I don't think I'll ever really get, if I do end up being a surfer, maybe. Our plan is when we're 35, well, when I'm 35, we're going to learn how to surf. That's 4 years away now. And, go surf into our 60s and 70s. That's the plan. I don't know, there's something mentally about old people surfing and how, like, the people who surf when they're old are really chilled out. And I don't know, that's the type of old person I want to be, I've decided. So, anyway. But I want to wait for shark repellent to either be cheaper or us to have more money so we can just buy these $700 things to keep sharks away. And it not really being an issue at all. Because apparently there's these things that you can put on your surfboards now that put out a kind of signal that to humans you can't hear, but the sharks hate. So, I like that thing because I don't want to draw them near me. So, yeah. Have I lost you? No, I haven't. Yeah, if you've noticed lately, I've probably been checking up that way a little bit more. And it's because my sound has been dying so much, I don't know. It's just because this setup is so easy, because I can just plug it in, I can edit on my phone, it makes it really easy to record every day, and so I'm really reticent to try and change things, even though it is really annoying when the recording cuts out. But if I can catch it, then I can just start re-recording straight away, and it's not really that big a deal. It just adds a little bit more time in editing, but I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. But I feel like I've rambled now for 15 minutes, and I don't feel like I've actually said anything. Nothing. I was singing some song last night because well, Love's cousin was actually there. He has one cousin that they're really in touch with. And she's 12 or 13 now, I think, anyway. And they say in my family that we have a random singing gene, which was really funny because it was my cousin who brought that up. And then it was me and him and then like 3 of my uncles who were all together. And they're like, yeah, you know, it's kind of okay. And what he was saying, he's like, it's okay to have, you know, this gene when you're by yourself, but when we all get together, because we don't sing the same songs, we'll just go off and be singing our own songs. It's like, it can be a bit too much. And it was funny, because, like, I did notice that then, during the trip, that we're all just kind of going off and singing our own songs. Oh, that's what I was singing last night. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Da, 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 da. But I think I just kept singing Jeremiah was a bullfrog. I didn't even get to the joy to the world. The boys and girls, joy to the fishies in the deep blue sea, joy to you and me. I don't even know if that's copyrighted. I may get some YouTube infringement for that. On my Christmas songs video, I had a little YouTube thing on that one for singing Oh Holy Night. Someone thought it was, well, YouTube systems picked it up as something, which it obviously wasn't, because that song is old and out of copyright, which is why I chose it. I specifically chose songs that had no copyright, so I didn't have to worry about that. But anyway, what I'll do, because I am intending to do another singing song, actually. Singing video, there we go. But it's more so just because I have to compile the list and then check it against YouTube to make sure that I can actually sing the songs without it getting taken down. It does revenue sharing, which I don't care, since I usually make like $1 off of every video. But it still adds up, because I really want to go to a hotel. Yeah, I want to take all of you, my lovely tinklings, to a hotel. That's what I want to do. Like, to a nice suite. I'm thinking the Intercontinental in Adelaide, so I'm saving all my pennies right now to be able to take us there. And I'm hoping I can record like 3 or 4 videos. Obviously a hotel check-in and a room tour. It'd all be role plays. If they have a menu, talking through the menu and that sort of thing. If there's club access, though, that's what I really want. And then go out at like 2 a.m. and record all around the club. But I'd have to see if I can actually do that, but I think it'd be so cool. I know, because when we were in Auckland at the Langham, I really wanted to record there, but we were only there one night, and obviously I wasn't prepared for recording. And we were there, I don't know if I've told that story, but yeah, I don't feel like going into that story right now, actually. If you want the story, put it down in the comments and I'll go through it another time. I'm not in the mood for telling it right now, but it is a good story, so I would like to tell you sometime. But if you don't remind me, I probably won't. And then I'm just thinking, what do I need to update you on? Yes, we're still sleeping on the floor. Gonna get a carpet soon. I think I said this last time. Oh, that video didn't go up, right? So I'm fine. You're getting my stream of consciousness here. I made some pizza yesterday, which I actually recorded as well. I'm thinking about making some pizza right now. I'm really hungry. It'd be so yummy. Pizza is yummy. Anyway, I'm really just all over the shop right now. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. I put in for 5 weeks of leave. Because I only work part-time, I had over 4 weeks of leave saved, so it expanded to like 10 weeks, and then I haven't really taken any leave since, well, anyway, I took some. But anyway, so now I have, and I've been, obviously, I've been a little bit stressed lately, and so I was like, so my mom's coming for 2 weeks, and then I was going to try and take 4 weeks off after that. But I wanted to go up until the new semester of uni, and then there was 1 week, so I was like, well, value proposition, have 7 weeks off in a row, or have to go back to work 1 week. I was like, mentally, very, very valuable to take that week now, rather than another time. So I did actually put in, so I would have 7 weeks in a row off of work. And then I think 4 or 5 weeks off of that is off from uni as well. So I might go on a road trip, so you might get some more vlogs from me traveling around. But I also want to record. I did actually record the other night some audio when it was raining. So I'm thinking about doing some visualizations. But I want some background sounds, especially binaural. I love my 3D. I'm so glad I finally figured out how to work it. And I'm still, trying to get that worked into the things I'm doing. But anyway. I probably have to go if I want to make some pizza. So thank you for coming along on this lovely rambly journey. For the few of you who actually like this type of video, I don't think I would watch this video. Maybe I would. I don't know. I do like my personality. I think I've been very arrogant in this video. But, you know what? I deserve it. Anyway. Thank you for those who are sticking by me, still watching me talk about absolute malarkey. I love that word, malarkey. Anyway, and I will see you next time on my silly, rambly journey. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely night. Please relax for me. If you haven't been relaxed by this video, please watch one of my other videos. I have 200 other videos which are mostly relaxing, so hopefully you can find one of them which may suit or ail you? Suit what ails you. Or there's also lots of other artists. You go to Whispers in Bloom. She has lots of amazing things. She's my favorite, probably. Anyway, there's lots of people. I can't go out about listing other ASMR artists, although I do have to mention After a Fashion as well, because we are looking at doing a collaboration soon, and I'm excited about that. And always desire another South Aussie. I always gotta stand up for the other South Aussies. I hope we're gonna meet soon. That would be so awesome. So, anyway, go watch one of them. They're more relaxing and don't go silly like I do. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow with a more relaxing video. Goodbye. No, I've never bought into Flat Earth, but that doesn't mean I haven't had some suspect logic in my thinking. I spend a bit of time on Quora, more time than I probably would like to. For those of you who don't know, it's a question and answer social media site. Basically, people can put up questions and then you can answer them. And today I saw a question talking about
why don't anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, like, since there's, lots of factual evidence against their theories, why don't they follow the facts? Which is actually quite interesting because my love and I watched a documentary about flat earthers a little while ago. I've been thinking about doing a video about flat earth anyway, and I still may do a video. There's this really cool kind of art that you can do that is flat earth art, based on, their idea of how the earth is. But anyway, and so I've been kind of delving into, that sort of thinking and what leads to that. And having been raised religious, I guess I'm not immune to that sort of thinking, because a lot of times the same things that keep you in religion can be the same mechanisms there as well. But the topic I wanted to talk about isn't to do with religion. It's something very simple, and how my thinking was a little bit flawed here, but also what actually led my thinking to change. Because I think it's actually wrong to say that facts don't matter, because I think facts do matter to people, but it's more so the facts that will actually make a difference, which I'll get into in a second. So, basically, about 15 years ago, I got into, probably was more like 12 years ago, but, so about 12 years ago. So, I remember when I was a young kid, and my grandma she grew up on a farm, and they had a cow, and they would milk the cow, so they would drink milk fresh from the cow. And she said it was the best milk you could get. So, this memory in mind, then my grandma started to get into raw milk. And so she was driving, an extra 20 to 30 minutes to go and get her milk and paying $6 a gallon, something like that. Because she was really excited about finding a place where she could get which is to say, so when you go into the supermarket, most milk has been pasteurized, which means it's heated to a certain level to kill off pathogens and that sort of thing. And raw milk has not been heat treated in that way. So I did some research into raw milk at the time, and I did find that raw milk does have more nutrients. There are nutrients that are destroyed in the pasteurization process, but it's also basically in the US, every government authority not recommended to drink raw milk. So in order to purchase this raw milk, you have to sign a waiver. And it's really hard for me to go back and kind of think how I was thinking then, but I think it felt like, perhaps the government authorities are a little bit overcautious. In the European countries, generally you can get raw milk cheeses, even though you don't generally have raw milk, but raw milk cheeses, and I was interested in making my own cheese as well, which raw milk is easier to make cheese with. But I was gonna drink it as well, so it wasn't just that. And, hearing about this, and then, this memory of my grandma talking about raw milk and how good it tasted. And I started drinking it, and I really did like the flavor. I liked how it changed from batch to batch, so you could
kind of taste that the diet of the cows was changing throughout the year. You could actually feel that process. It felt very connective and, integrated. And I really liked that. And I knew that it was, recommended not to have it, that there were health concerns, etc., etc., etc. But it felt like, I'm getting more nutrients and all of this. It felt like these are kind of balancing out. And then at some point, I was reading about raw milk, and you cannot quote me on this, but this is what I remember. But I'm not saying that this is an accurate fact at all. But I remember reading something that was talking about how yearly in the US at that time, which would have been 2009, 2010, something like that yearly in the US at that time, there were still 200,000 plus people being hospitalized due to consumption of raw milk. And that stuck in my mind because I knew that barely anyone I knew was drinking raw milk. I knew that most people just drank standard supermarket milk, which was pasteurized. And so if that many people were going to the hospital every year, that's pretty concerning. But it didn't really, I didn't stop buying raw milk immediately or anything like that. But it was kind of this little, just kind of question perpetually in the back of my mind. Just kind of, it's kind of concerning. And there's no real dramatic moment. It didn't suddenly change my mind, and that was it. Just kind of weaseled its way in and made all those other things just balance out differently. I then thought, hey, maybe this is why the FDA doesn't want to allow raw milk. And I thought maybe the nutrients aren't really worth the chance of being hospitalized and potentially, dying. And, eventually I moved away from raw milk. And I guess my point in sharing this story is to help everyone, me, understand myself a little better, but also to understand with other people. The FDA, they were working from lots and lots of different facts, and they put their recommendation forward, but it wasn't, this huge amount of, long list of facts. It was one fact that kind of connected to my own personal experience in a way that made me think that's maybe a concern. And so when we think about how to combat problems such as, flat earth, which is probably not as problematic as, the anti-vaccine movement, which is a huge public health concern, I think it's important to understand that for individuals and what's actually going to change people's minds isn't this list of 10,000 facts. The more facts that are there, probably the more their mind's going to shut off and just think it's part of this conspiracy, or it comes from this particular source. And that often the more compelling fact or figure is going to be one that connects to that person and their personal experience.
something where it just isn't something they can quite ignore anymore. And I'm not saying that's easy to find, but I also think that trying to inundate people with facts is not likely to happen. And also, when you change somebody's mind, they're probably not going to tell you. And that's the biggest thing, is if you are trying to put out information that you hope will sway people, it's going to happen over a longer period of time. It doesn't happen immediately, and people don't generally like to admit when they were wrong, so they'll probably let that kind of flow into the background and fade away. So, and it's a bit harder the more your identity gets built around that particular modality. So, watching this Flat Earth documentary, you had lots of people who had lots of friends who were flat earthers, and it was kind of their way to connect and find a community. And so to step away from that can be a little bit more difficult than, for me, I didn't have any kind of cultural connection in raw milk except maybe to my grandma, but I mean, our family's always kind of known my grandma's got her crazy ideas about different things, so it's pretty socially acceptable to step away from something my grandma's doing, and my grandma accepts that, my family accepts that. But the thing I found most compelling going back to this documentary I watched was it was talking about how there was this one guy who was talking. He said, "Give me a long enough time talking to you, and I'll be able to narrow down and find where you have a belief that's kind of the equivalent to a flat earther belief." And so if we want to be aware of the flaws in our thinking and be aware of our blind spots, we do have to be willing to go through that self-reflection. And it can be easier sometimes to look back and see in the present. And so, for me, it's easier to say, oh, well, I remember how this raw milk thing happened because that change already has happened. But I'm always, curious to hear what people might think my blind spots are currently, so I can investigate them. And the one last thing I wanted to point out is another thing I've heard is that the best combatant to really rigid sort of thinking is embracing a natural curiosity. So if you can see yourself, kind of looking back and saying, oh, I used to believe in raw milk, and not taking that as a shame, but see it as a part of a curiosity of your humanity and the humanity that you share with many people around, that embracing that natural curiosity is part of what can not allow fear to dictate you, basically not to make that change and to let shame hold you back. So if we all embrace our inner natural curiosity, then we can help each other understand the flaws in our thinking and hopefully improve ourselves.